followed by a solemn invocation led by the talented five Amers band from the division of Misamis Occidental. And please remain standing as we reaffirm our commitment to excellence through the recitation of the DepEd Quality Policy Statement. And let us proudly celebrate our identity with a spirited rendition of the Region 10 March. Once again, to be performed by the Five Amers Band from the division of Misamis Occidental. Generations only have only working to sing the songs of ages to the development. In all and in all lessons, to make it we sing this ages to we sing the song of ages.
DepEd Quality Policy Statement. The Department of Education is committed to provide learners with quality basic education that is accessible, inclusive, and liberating through proactive leadership, shared governance, evidence-based policies, standards and programs, responsive and relevant curricula, highly competent and committed officials, teaching and non-teaching personnel, and enabling environment. The department upholds the highest standards of conduct and performance to fulfill stakeholders' needs and expectations by adhering to constitutional mandates, statutory and regulatory requirements, and sustains client satisfaction through continuous improvement of the quality management system.
Please be seated. Bigaton the Edsa, prepare to be captivated as the Cagayan Guru dancers from the division of Cagayan de Oro City proudly present the vibrant and culturally rich Mindanao Suite in their spectacular production number.
Sa'y natuwa ang may likha, pinag-ibang pulo ang ginawa. Pagkahiyas na inilatag sa malasudlang dagat. At ang mayanyang mixtape, kulay,
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the dynamic duo who will guide us through today's program with grace and energy. Please welcome our begotten Deputy host, Ramoji Abrera Jr. and attorney Candice Zenya Razor.
Beth and Norman, begotten greetings to each and every one of you. Today marks a historic gathering of brilliance and leadership as we welcome everyone to the 2025 Regional Assembly of Educational Leaders. With over 3,000 school heads and education leaders from across the Dapat Region 10, this is more than just an event. It's a movement toward resilience and transformation.
Indeed, partner, under the inspiring theme, resilient and transformative education from growth to greatness in times of crisis. We come together not just to discuss ideas, but to ignite action. Action that will shape the future of learning in challenging times.
Throughout this assembly, prepare to be enlightened by a distinguished pool of resource speakers from DepEd Central Office, the Educational Research and Innovation Office, the Metro Pacific Tollways Corporation, and St. Clair College of Caloocan, each bringing expertise and vision to our shared vision.
And that's not all, partner. We will also hear inspiring messages from no less than the Honorable Deputy Secretary and the Undersecretary for Support to the Implementation of Public-Private Partnerships, voices that will guide us toward collaborative excellence.
Most definitely, partner. Expect scholarly and engaging sessions from thought provoking lectures to dynamic panel discussions facilitated by our very own regional director and joined by the 14 schools division superintendents. Partner, this is definitely leadership in action.
Yes, partner, but let's not forget the artistry that will grace our stage. Musical performances from the Five Amers Band of Misamis Occidental, a heartfelt tribute from La Pasan National High School special program in the arts, and vibrant cultural numbers from Cagayan de Oro City, Iligan City, and more.
So fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen, and open your minds. Together, let us embrace resilience, celebrate transformation, and journey from growth to greatness.
So, what are we waiting for, partner?
Oh, I missed this. It's been quite a while, partner, that we haven't delivered this punchline. So, are we ready?
Yes, go.
Here we go.
Begotten,
Epic 10.
we learn
and
win as one.
All right. Probably later on we can, thank you very much. Probably as we go on with our program, partner, we will request our audience to do the same. All right? Okay.
Okay, everyone, to officially open this momentous gathering, we are honored to call a leader whose vision and dedication have been instrumental in steering educational excellence in the division of Cagayan de Oro City, a champion of transformative initiatives and a steadfast advocate for resilience in times of change. He continues to inspire thousands of educators towards growth and greatness.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the Philippine Association of Schools Division Superintendents, Region 10, and the Schools Division Superintendent of the Division of Cagayan de Oro City. Please welcome Dr. Roy Angelo E. Gazo.
Good morning, everyone. Maayong buntag sa tanan. On behalf of DepEd Region 10, the Philippine Association of School Superintendents, it is an honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the 2025 Regional Assembly of Education Leaders. Today, we gather not just as administrators, not just as managers, but as leaders who will shape and in charge of the future of our learners in Region 10. We are deeply honored by the presence of our national education champions. First and foremost, we will be joined by no less than the Honorable Secretary of Education, Honorable Edgardo Sani Angara. Atong palakpakan. I am also excited. I'm very excited to hear from our Honorable Secretary. We are here with us also is our Undersecretary, Gerald L. Chan. We have also our Yusek, a good friend of all the superintendents, Wilfredo E. Cabral. Yusek Fatima Lip Panuntungan will join us later. Yusek Rowena Candice M. Ruiz, Asik Jerome T. Benviaje, Director Herson Marvin M. Abisamis, and other resource persons. To our Regional Director, RD Art, our Assistant Regional Director, ARD Federico Martin, our chiefs, education supervisors, district supervisors, school leaders, and other education leaders. And of course, the 14 division superintendents and 15 assistant schools division superintendents. Atong palakpakan ang tanan. Your presence today strengthens our shared commitment to keep Northern Mindanao at the forefront of educational excellence. Over the next 3 days, we will reflect on issues that shape the future of our schools. We will be discussing about AI-driven and safe learning environments, transparent and ethical and accountable leadership, building high-performance schools, strengthening partnerships, human resource transformation, pedagogical diversity and adaptability, and of course, building a resilient learning system and crisis management. Despite the complexities of times, we have much to be grateful for. One of these that we should be thankful is we have the best regional director in the entire country in the person of RD Art. Atong palakpakan, Adi, thank you very much. Next is the current development. Just Saturday, the Bicameral Conference Committee of the House of Representatives and Senate have approved the 932 billion budget of the Department of Education. And this is historical. This is the highest in the entire history of the Philippines to have almost a trillion budget for the Department of Education. Credit to our Honorable Secretary Sani Angara. Atong palakpakan ng atong secretary for working with us. Medyo happy ang atong New Year thinking that we have a bigger budget as compared to the previous years. And most important of all, Region 10 has posted significant improvements in the National Achievement Test, in our latest National Achievement Test. A clear reflection of the dedication of our teachers, school heads, supervisors, division leaders. Your sacrifices, your long hours, and your unwavering commitment to learners have borne fruit. Let us give a resounding applause to the entire DepEd Region 10. Congratulations! Sa ilan ka ni improve ug maayo ang atong National Achievement Test. Pikpika ang inyong abay. Ingna nga, congratulations! Balo sa iyo ng pikpik! Balo sa pikpik, ingna nga, mas taas ang akong score kaysa imo. With these realities, at the same time, we remember with deep sympathy the life lost during the recent flooding in Valencia City, to include lives who suffer all over the country because of calamities. While we celebrate our gains, we also honor the humanity of our work and the bond that keep us together as one DepEd family. This event is made possible through the tireless efforts of our passionate regional director, the Philippine Association of School Superintendents, in partnership with the men and women of the Regional Office 10 and Cagayan de Oro City Division. Thank you for working behind the scenes to ensure that this assembly reflects excellence, hospitality, and unity. To our esteemed resource persons, the Honorable Secretary, Undersecretary, Directors, and Division Superintendents, we look forward to your guidance as we continue our journey from growth to resilience to real and lasting greatness. Let this assembly strengthen our resolve, deepen our cooperation, and ignite our purpose as leaders of Northern Mindanao's education community. To everyone present, welcome once again to the Regional Assembly of Education Leaders 2025. May this assembly inspire us, empower us, and remind us that we serve not only an institution, but a generation whose future depends on our leadership. Thank you, and mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, SDS Gazo, for that inspiring and heartfelt message. Your words truly set the tone for today's assembly, reminding us of our shared commitment to resilience and transformation in education. We deeply appreciate your leadership and vision as we embark on this journey from growth to greatness.
This time, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to hear from one of the pillars of education leadership at the national level, a visionary who continues to champion transformative initiatives for the Filipino learner. His dedication to resilience and innovation has guided DepEd in navigating challenges and embracing opportunities.
At this point, ladies and gentlemen, to formally introduce our keynote speaker, we call our dynamic leader and visionary, the Regional Director of DepEd Region 10, Dr. Arturo B. Bayocot, SESO 3. Before our dear Regional Director will formally introduce our keynote speaker, the production team has prepared an opening salvo, a second opening salvo, to welcome and introduce formally our keynote speaker for this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please, for our performers.
Salamat sa iyong pag-ibig sa pagkasama sa 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 sa
Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker for the 2025 Regional Assembly of Education Leaders in Northern Mindanao, our very own dynamic Secretary of the Department of Education, Sunny Angara, ably represented by the Execom Focal for Region 10, Undersecretary and Attorney, Gerard Lim Chan, ang patrino ng Northern Mindanao.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so overwhelmed to see all the leaders of Northern Mindanao, Region 10 here. As mentioned by RD, I'm the Execom Focal for Region 10. That's why I've been here so many times already and I've seen so much of you already. Some of you have already met me and I hope that in the next coming days or in the next coming months or years, I'll be able to personally go to each of the SDO and meet each of the SDO SDS in this region. Thank you for that introduction at maayong adlaw kanatong tanan. Magandang araw sa ating lahat. Kapag pinag-uusapan ng krisis, madalas naiisip ng publiko ang mga kalamidad na dumadapo sa ating bansa at direktang nakakaapekto sa ating pang-araw-araw na buhay. Pero sa edukasyon, hindi lamang tayo nakararanas ng krisis kapag may bagyo. Nakararanas din tayo ng mga hamon na nakakaapekto sa paghahatid ng kalidad na edukasyon sa bansa. Kasama rito ang classroom gap, kakulangan sa learning resources, digital divide, literacy at numeracy challenges at iba pa. Kaya sa pangunguna ni Secretary Sani Angara, inilunsad ng Department of Education ang 5-point reform agenda at Quality Basic Education Development Plan para tugunan ang mga suliraning patuloy nating hinaharap hanggang ngayon. And today, I am deeply honored and privileged to represent Sani and the department for this very important gathering of education leaders in Northern Mindanao to advance our reform and agenda even further. Kasama sa binigyang diin ni Sani sa amin tuwing execo meetings na ang DepEd ang ahensya sa bansa na may pinakamaraming pagsubok. One of the major challenges we face is the classroom shortage, currently at a deficit of 165,000 classrooms. Pero ang numerong ito ay hindi lang resulta ng nakaraang ilang linggo o ilang taon. Ito ay bunga ng ilang dekadang inefficiency sa pagtatayo ng classroom at facilities, kakulangan sa means at strategies, at laganap ng korupsyon sa ating bansa. Base sa datos ng ehensya, dito sa Northern Mindanao, meron tayong 10,333 classroom gap. Region 10 rin ay kabilang sa mga vulnerable sa iba't ibang kalamidad sa ating bansa. Our numbers show that 1,260 schools are at risk of rain-induced landslide, while 466 schools are at risk of flooding. Kasama rin sa mga hamon na patuloy nating hinaharap sa Northern Mindanao ang kakulangan ng mga guro, need for capacity building, at lack of inclusivity program para sa mga mag-aaral na may special needs. These challenges may seem overwhelming, but Sani firmly believes that they are not insurmountable dahil magtutulungan tayo. Kaya naman, sa pangunguna ng ating kalihim at mahal na Pangulo Ferdinand Marcos, nagsulong ang DepEd ng iba't ibang inisyatiba para tulungan ang mga ito at kakailanganin nito ang inyong aktibong partisipasyon. Kasama sa tugon natin sa classroom shortage ang private-public partnership, leasing strategy at mas malaking partisipasyon ng ating LGUs sa pagpapatupad ng school building program. Bilang education leaders, kayo ang magiging instrumento upang tukuyin kung alin mga paaralan ang may classroom shortage at magsilbing tulay para mas mapatatag ang ugnayan ng DepEd at local chief executives. Mahalaga ito para mas maging efficient at effective ang ating mga initiatives sa classroom building. Sa susunod na taon, may mga good news din tayo. Nagkaroon ng dagdag na pondo ang DepEd Inclusive Programs matapos itong maaprobahan ng plenaryo sa Senado. The Special Needs Education's NED program will receive 1.04 billion, while the Alternative Learning System ALS is allocated 897 million to support over 639,000 learners and train 500 implementers through micro-certification. The Madras Education Program receives 522 million for 149,000 alive learners across 4,000 schools. And the Indigenous Peoples Education IPED program gets 154 million to assist 482 learners, highlighting DepEd's unwavering commitment to inclusive education. At ilan lamang ito sa mga plano at inisyatiba ng DepEd upang mas malinaw ang misyon, ang ating gawing prioridad ng edukasyon para sa pagunlad ng bansa. I hope the next few days will be more than just updates and slides. Let this be a pause, a recalibration, a reminder that you are shaping the next generation of Northern Mindanao, its citizens, its workers, its leaders, its storytellers. Gawing pagkakataon itong pagtitipon upang bumuo ng mga bagong connections that will elevate the quality of education across our nation. Ang pagbabago ay hindi nangyayari sa isang kisap mata. Ito ay bunga ng sunod-sunod na desisyon ng mga taong naniniwala sa isang bagay na mas malaki kaysa sa ating sarili. At kayo, mga leader ng rehiyon, leader ng dibisyon, punong guro at mga guro, ay matagal nang gumagawa ng ganitong mga desisyon. On behalf of Secretary Angara, thank you for everything you continue to hold together. Thank you for your courage, your creativity, your persistence, and above all, your heart for the children of Region 10. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Regional Office 10 and the Philippine Association of School Superintendents for spearheading this regional initiative. Special recognition goes to RD Art and ARD Eric for their exemplary leadership and foresight. The Technical Working Group for their tireless coordination and hard work, and all of you, our dear participants, for your active involvement and commitment to professional growth. Your collective effort makes this assembly a model of collaboration and innovation. As we celebrate this milestone, I challenge each of you to strengthen and sustain your commitment to excellence in leadership. Let this assembly inspire you to go beyond compliance and embrace continuous improvement. Leadership is not just a position. It is a responsibility to influence, empower, and transform. In the face of crisis, let us lead with courage and compassion, ensuring that every decision we make brings our learners closer to success. Let us remember the future of education does not depend on circumstances. It depends on leaders like you who choose to rise above challenges and turn growth into greatness. Together, let us build a DepEd that is resilient, transformative, and unwavering in its mission to provide quality education for every Filipino learner. Congratulations and mabuhay! Bigaten DepEd 10.
May we request the Honorable Undersecretary to remain on stage to receive the DepEd Norman recognition, presenting the plaque of recognition is our Regional Director, Dr. Arturo B. Bayuco, together with Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Federico P. Martin, and Division of Cagayan de Oro City Schools Division Superintendent and past Region 10 President, Dr. Roy Angelo E. Gazo. The citation reads, Norman Star Award is presented to Attorney Gerard L. Chan, Undersecretary for Support to the Implementation of Public-Private Partnerships, Department of Education, for the outstanding servant leadership, strong support, and invaluable contribution during the 2025 Regional Assembly of Education Leaders. With the theme Resilient and Transformative Education, from growth to greatness in times of crisis. Given on December 15, 2025 at the Limketkai Atrium. Signed, Regional Director Dr. Arturo B. Bayuco, CESO 3.
Once again, thank you very much, Yusek Chan, for representing the Honorable Secretary Sani Angara and for the powerful keynote address. Indeed, your words in times of crisis, we do not wait for calm seas. We build stronger ships, chart bolder routes, and sail together toward greatness. Resonate deeply with our mission. You have reminded us that leadership is not about waiting for perfect conditions, but about creating pathways for transformation and resilience. On behalf of DepEd Region 10 and all begotten participants, we express our profound gratitude for your vision, wisdom, and unwavering commitment to quality basic education to every Filipino learner. Mabuhay po kayo, Undersecretary and the Honorable Secretary Sani Angara.
At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we take this opportunity to commend the 5 Emers Band from the Division of Misamis Occidental from their original composition, honoring the Honorable Secretary Sani Angara, a true exemplar of servant leadership and a steadfast advocate for quality, accessible, inclusive, and liberating basic education. Your music has beautifully captured the spirit of gratitude and excellence that defines our shared mission. Special thanks to SDS Reynaldo Emanuel, ASDS Eugene I. Macais Jr., composers Honorato Alboro and Quincy Cuevas, conductor Alan Piedad, and manager Ray V. Baluarte for making this inspiring performance possible. We also extend our deepest gratitude to Lapasan National High School's Special Program in the Arts, Division of Cagayan de Oro City, for their exceptional artistic dance interpretation of the tribute song. Your performance was a powerful expression of creativity and collaboration, values that resonate with transformative education. Special recognition goes to SDS Roy Angelo Igazo, ASDS ODS Boris, CID Chief Jean S. Macasero for outlining the Secretary's achievements. Principal Ferdinand L. Vinku Jr., SBA Coordinator Jury J. De La Torre, SBA Teacher for Dance Jaira J. T. Salvador, and SBA Teacher for Media and Visuals Michael John R. Marte for their dedication and artistry. And before we proceed to the next part of our program, we will take a short health break to refresh and recharge. And while we enjoy this pause, let's allow ourselves to be serenaded by the captivating musical repertoire of the Five Members Band from the division of Misamis Occidental. Their live performance is a celebration of artistry and collaboration. So let's sit back, relax, and let the music inspires us all.
sa kapit sa puso sa 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 ang kapit sa puso
Welcome. Bakit ganyan? Kanina kang sabi na di pa naman magsin.
ako'y nasasaktan ngunit iba rin ang sa alaman bakit ka pinit sa ako'y nasasaktan
Pinag sa kanila. Iwan ang kanila.
pinagdaan ang ewan na mula
What an outstanding performance. Again, our heartfelt gratitude to the 5 Emers Band from the division of Misamis Occidental for filling this venue with music that inspires and energizes. Your talent reminds us that creativity and collaboration are essential elements to leadership and learning. As we move forward to the first session today's program, let's gear up for one more insightful and transformative session. To lead us through this exciting segment, let's welcome back our dynamic begotten hosts, Dawn and Candace.
Thank you very much, Woodrow. As we approach the first session of the first day of our 3-day regional assembly, we prepare to gain wealth of insights that will strengthen our leadership and impact. To formally introduce our first distinguished resource speaker for today, we now call an education leader whose dedication and expertise exemplify excellence in service. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Assistant Schools Division Superintendent from the Division of Bukidnon, Dr. Roberta Dina Perez Jr.
To our distinguished guests, national, regional, and division officials, and to my fellow education leaders gathered here today, mayong buntag and assalamu alaikum. On this first day of our Regional Assembly of Education Leaders, it is my honor to introduce a resource speaker whose leadership continues to shape the very core of our department's human resource and organizational direction. He is a champion of people development, a driver of systems transformation, and a steadfast advocate of professional growth for every Filipino teacher and school leader. Our speaker currently serves as the Undersecretary for Human Resource and Organizational Development of the Department of Education. In this role, he oversees the Bureau of Human Resource and Organizational Development, the National Educators Academy of the Philippines, or the NAEAP, and the Education Facilities Division, ensuring that the entire HR and organizational ecosystem of DepEd is constantly strengthened, modernized, and aligned with the department's strategic priorities. His leadership is anchored on innovation and stewardship. He pioneered the Prime HRM standards during his tenure at DepEd NCR, a framework now being expanded to the central office to elevate HR systems and ensure excellence across all governance levels. His vision for digital transformation is reshaping DepEd's operations from the online national qualifying examination for school heads to the electronic school form 7 and the electronic IPCRF data collection and consolidation system. Initiatives that bring efficiency, transparency, and responsiveness to our processes. Beyond systems improvement, he is also DepEd's strong voice in critical interagency engagements with the Department of Budget and Management, EDCOM2, and other national bodies. He consistently champions reforms that address school-based staffing needs, career progression pathways, and more responsive organizational structures. His work in operationalizing the expanded career progression, or the ECP, for teachers and school heads, and advancing the school organizational structure and staffing standards, or SOSSS, reflects his unwavering commitment to empowering educators and strengthening school leadership. He is likewise at the forefront of the NAEAP transformation under DepEd Order number 11, series of 2019, redefining professional development to ensure that training is meaningful, competency-based, and tightly aligned with career growth. With 18 years of dedicated service in DepEd, he continues to embody the values of excellence, integrity, and public service for the benefit of our learners and the entire education workforce. Friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this morning, he will speak to us about a topic that lies at the heart of sustainable educational improvement, strategic human resource development in education, aligning people, purpose, and performance. Let us give our warmest applause to our esteemed resource speaker, Undersecretary Wilfredo Escalona Cabral.
Thank you very much. Pwede na po tayong maupo. Thank you very much for that generous introduction. By the way, there has been a lot of movement that had happened since we had our reorganization at the central office. And for now, I am handling the human resource and education facilities or the infrastructure as part of my portfolio. Just for a while, I'm just resetting my laptop. Thank you very much. So this morning I will be tackling with you all, and I would like to thank RD Art and of course you Chan for joining me here today, because we have been doing a lot for the human resource, and I will be discussing more on strategic human resource development in education so that we can align people, purpose, and performance. Just to let you know that since the time we anchored on human resource, we called different base camps as our anchor for performance. And the human resource in organizational development, now with an I, HROD for infrastructure, we tried to look at the different base camps and its accomplishment. So, but generally under the workforce plan and management, we identified Base Camp 1 as career progression for DepEd professionals. When we say DepEd professionals, this does not only cover teachers. It covers all the professionals in the Department of Education. The second base camp has something to do with DepEd mental health professionals. And as it embodies, because of well-being of our learners and our employees and all the workers in the government, particularly DepEd, there should be a support for mental health. Basecamp 3 is on career opportunities for senior high school graduates, because we promised on K-12 that our senior high school graduates should be employable. Basecamp 4 to improve our excellence and in operational efficiency as well as our output that has something to do with process excellence. And last is doing some prioritization indices for benefits and infra initiatives. We understand that for quite a while, there were questions as to why a certain school was given a priority over the other. So we need to come up with at least a very critical yet responsive initiative to do such prioritization. And for that, we know that the workforce plan and management is very critical in an organization as huge as the Department of Education. We are currently at 1,000,000 uh, 80,000 personnel, more than a million personnel in the department, serving 45,795 schools across 220 divisions in 17 regions, and so on. So all of these are very critical in the way we manage and respond to the different needs of our stakeholders, most particularly our learners. So in relation to career pathways, we need to establish a blueprint of career pathways for all. We have started with the career progression for teachers, and now we are working for the different non-teaching and teaching related personnel of the department. It's gonna be a whole lot of work. It would need additional budget. Nonetheless, we deserve to be given that opportunity. We need to provide access to guidance, mental health, and other health services. And Basecamp 3 has something to do with our partnership for our senior high school graduates. And on process excellence, as large as DepEd, we need to be coherent, and every systems of the way should not be an interference on the way we do. So all of those that can be automated, that can be digitized, we are also working on that. And of course, for the prioritization index, given the uh, the number of schools and the shortage, our classroom shortage for now stands at 165,443. We have 2,082 unfinished classrooms. We have about 50,000 classrooms, accumulated damages from disasters and so on. So we need to have a prioritization index for all of those. But what have we accomplished? We do understand that the continuous review of organization, structure, and staffing standards must ensure relevance and responsiveness so that our DepEd workforce should remain effective and at least has something to do to look forward to in their career. When we did a study, it doesn't show that's not salary alone. It is actually an opportunity for growth and professional development. So what we have done so far, we have created the secretariat for the professional the qualifications framework, the creation of the different SDSA, SDO, and SDSS as well. We were able to create positions, a total of 854 for this year alone, 25 staffing complement for PQF, 57 staffing complement for Carmona and Calaca, at ito po yung 666 na legal and procurement positions as the SDO. Particular po yung pagkakahiwalay ng NIR na binigyan din natin ng 56 positions. Out of the 666, ang pangit ng numero pero maganda po ang benepisyo, 666. Baliktarin na lang po natin, 999. Dahil yun yung positibo, but the positions that we were able to create provided opportunity for the small divisions to have legal officers. And all of these are made possible because we had the support from the Secretary and the DBM. What is our vision for 2028? We're working on something that would amend provisions under Republic Act 9155, particularly 7C and 7D, and establish some parameters for the creation and establishment of SDOs. We noted that there are SDOs which are bigger than what is really efficient to handle. And we are in the process of reviewing all of those parameters, even on the creation and assignment of SDSS. And most importantly, the staffing uh, organizational structure and staffing standard for schools. In the career progression, we defined that all of schools, regardless of which size, should have a principal. And that has been established. We also were able also to establish that alignment in relation to the Government Optimization Act. For the school organizational structure, which I am mentioning, alam po natin na mas epektibo ang mga eskwelahan kung kompleto ang mga taong nagtatrabaho para dito. So we would like to establish that our responsiveness to the changing landscape of a basic education, kailangang naka-align din yung ating staffing standards. So what we did, lahat ng school ay meron ng functional areas. Teaching and delivery, school formation, operations, daily operation of schools. So hinati na natin sino ang para sa teacher, sino ang para sa mental health, sino ang para sa admin work and financial. Okay? So, by 2026, kapag nailabas po yung 11,268 na items for AO2, lahat ng eskwelahan, regardless of size, should have a minimum of 1 AO2. We are able to develop school structure which is based on size typology at ang non-teaching natin may 6,000 na school principal at 5,000 na PDO. That is on top of the 10,000 school counselor associate that we will also be deploying to the different schools. While the career progression ay nai-implement na natin and we would like to make it even more responsive. That's why the Department Order number 34 series of 2025, nagbigay tayo ng clarification because of the need to provide that opportunity. So alam po natin na itong career progression should be a system that is more responsive, that addresses the professional development and advancement of our teachers. Para yung magagaling na teacher ay hindi na magtangkapang pumunta sa ibang track or career line kung parehas naman ang sweldo ng Master Teacher 5 at Principal 6. May 6 na ba? Wala pa. May batas na po tayo. MT1, MT2 sa career progression, sa kakapasa lang na batas, Teacher 1 to Teacher 7, Master Teacher 1 to Master Teacher 6, at Principal 1 to Principal 5. Magkaparehas lang po ang sweldo as salary grade 23 for Principal 5 and Master Teacher 6. We are working now on the IRR of the said law. So, ang tinitingnan po natin, dahil nagpapasalamat ako sa lahat ng regions, sa regional directors, sa superintendent, sa HRMO, at sa lahat ng support staff, dahil una, kakaiba sa mga nagdaang taon, we were able to establish about 92% of filling up of new positions. At merong mga RO, mga SDO na naka 100 na ng filling up of new teaching positions. Sa reclassification, meron tayong 16,000 na naging teacher 6, teacher 7, teacher 4. Meron tayong 39,000 na na-process na naghihintay na lamang ng NOSCA at kasama po dito yung kulang na 2,000 na retirable teacher na nabigyan ng priority na ma-promote bago man lang sila mag-retire. For 2026, we are targeting another set of 113,000 na mga teachers na mapopromote. Kasabay pa po nito ang pag-hire natin ng 32,916 for 2026 na mga guro. Kaya lalabas uli ako at makikiusap sa ating mga principal, sa ating mga HRM PSB na kung nagawa natin ngayong 2025 na may angat ang filling up of positions, mas malaki ang hamon sa 2026 dahil meron kang 10,000 na school counselor associate, meron kang 32,916 na teachers, 11,268 na AO, at 5,000 na PDO on top of the remaining unfilled positions that we have. Four, that vision for 2028 in terms of career progression, we are also looking at the progression of supervisors. Para lahat na po nakatikim na ng career progression from teaching, non-teaching to teaching related. Sa mental health, ito po yung sinasabi ko, out of the 4,487 vacant guidance counselor, which we cannot fill up because of the high requirement but low salary, may co-convert po natin ito sa 5,000 school counselor associate. Para mas dagdagan pa, yung 10,000 magiging 15,000. We have already finalized the job description for the school's division counselor, which is at salary grade 24. Nakakahiya po, ano? 24 lang. School counselor na may salary grade na 16 to 22, depending on the level. Yung school counselor associate ay mag-uumpisa sa salary grade 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. At naipropose na po natin ang kanilang ang kanilang qualification standards. Our vision for 2028 is that yung lahat ng mental health programs will be implemented at schools at lahat ng mga SDO ay mayroong mental health and welfare office na siyang pamumunuan ng salary grade 24 na schools division counselor. Every school should have established a school care center under the SOSS. At kada isang school ay dapat merong isang school counselor associate 1, established na career progression for school counselor group, at marititle, ma-reclassify to appropriate SCA or SC positions ang mga existing na mga guidance counselor natin sa field. In terms of employability, for all the superintendents and regional directors, I am appealing, if there is a position that is fitted for a senior high school graduates, which is aligned with the issuance under DM number 102 of 2025, which pertains to the Civil Service Memorandum Circular number 7 na nagtatakda ng first level positions na pwedeng applyan ng ating mga senior high school graduates. Kung meron na mga posisyon na pwedeng pasukan ng mga senior high school, tanggapin po natin dahil ito ang pangako ni DepEd, unemployable senior high school graduates. If we, as the biggest employer of the government, the department with more than 1 million personnel, can accommodate that, then we are walking the talk. And we engage our partners to do that. In terms of process excellence, I'll be showing you some of what we have done. We'll be moving towards digitized performance management system, and we will have this CPAG. Ito po yung performance management and evaluation system. Kasalukuyan kong ginagawa ngayon ang para sa teacher para wala na silang pagod sa paggagawa, sa halip i-report na lang automated. At tayo naman sa mga managerial, gagamitin natin yung CPAG. an online performance management system. I'll try also to connect the CESPES. Kasi dalawa ang ginagawa, nag-CESPES, nag-OPCRF. Okay? In as much as possible, we try to make these things, if not combined, at least we are reporting the same. Kasi pag tiningnan mo yung OPCRF, kaiba doon sa CESPES. So we're doing that. So CPAG will be planned to be rolled out in the entire department at ang performance management shall be all across governance levels nationwide. I'll be showing you later that. And during the classroom summit, pinakita ko po doon at doon sa mga engagement with the engineers, it so happen hindi po lahat nakakita. Ako naman po ang paniniwala, lahat ng masama ay wag nating ulitin. Pero pag magandang bagay, kahit pa ulit-ulitin mo, it brings good vibes. Okay? So the strategic human resource inventory for deployment efficiency is one of our flagship initiative and as part of process excellence because we will be able to consolidate all of the data and i-roll out din natin ito with driven insights. Priority indices, i-review din po natin yung siya, yung hardship or hardship post natin, right? Special hardship allowance dahil meron pa rin because of data reporting, gagamitin natin yung stride, gagamitin natin yung existing para lahat ng qualified sa siya ay mabigyan na ng karampatang mga allowances. At yung hindi naman nakagraduate na sa hardship post, ibigay naman natin. Di ba? Dahil 25% po yan. So we'll be issuing a revised policy by 2026. We'll be issuing advocacy materials and of course, provision of technical assistance. For the Strat HR, ito na po yung ginagawa natin. Hopefully, pagkatapos ng ating magawa ang procurement process, even the hiring, the reclassification, the performance management, gagawin na po nating automated and everybody will just have to click the mouse and make sure that you are of that. This is the platform. It might be different from what we're coming out depending on the extent to which procurement will happen. But generally, we would like to integrate everything from personnel management to performance management to placement and appointments to transformation and training. Lahat po yan tinawag natin as human administration, blueprint, and innovation. Kaya po ang tawag natin siya hobby. We would like to weave everything just to make sure na nagkakasundo po tayo sa lahat. Before I say thank you, I'd like to share some of the initiatives that we have been doing. May sound?
Data powers everything we do at DepEd, from the learners we support to the teachers we empower to the schools we serve every day. Today, we stride into a powers everything we do at DepEd, from the learners we support to the teachers we empower to the schools we serve every day. Today, we stride into a future where DepEd uses predictive, real-time, and equity-centered insights to make bold, informed decisions for every learner and every school. This is STRIDE, the Strategic Resource Inventory for Deployment Efficiency. With highly customizable and granularized dashboards, you can move beyond one-size-fits-all views, exploring trends from the regional level down to a single school or classroom, all tailored to your specific analytical needs. School geotagging and mapping, showing exactly where schools are and how location affects performance and resources. Through comprehensive data aggregation, STRIDE pulls information from various sources, eliminating the need for manual data reconciliation and giving a complete view of each school for smarter, data-driven decisions. Advanced search capabilities make finding information fast and precise. Use the quick search for instant results or apply multiple filters to pinpoint exactly the schools or data you need. And with full support from the Education Center for AI Research or eCare, STRIDE is leveling up with robust AI capabilities, including AI object detection for monitoring construction progress, along with many more innovations on the way. We're also taking STRIDE to the next level with Insight Edge, our new mobile app designed to make school data collection effortless. Through its account creation feature, we are able to customize and specify our data inquiry depending on the type of user for better data quality and accountability. Its powerful offline mode allows your teams to capture critical information anywhere, with or without an internet connection. The moment a connection is found, Insight Ed's intelligent background sync automatically transmits that data to the central office. This is the bridge connecting even your most remote schools, ensuring complete, reliable, and timely data for everyone. With STRIDE, data becomes insight. Insight becomes strategy, and strategy becomes action. STRIDE, education in motion, data precision, smart decision.
Thank you very much. All of the DepEd school heads, regional directors, and all of will be given access. We are also trying to open it up to our stakeholders so that yung mga gustong tumulong sa atin, they will just look it up. Okay, so allow me to share to you how it works. So this is the We'll be providing you access to that. We'll be issuing a memorandum on how to access. All you have to do is to make use of your email as your uh, access, but the guests in your respective localities can also offer uh, that help by accessing the same platform. So once you have signed in, it will give you to this uh, URL, the interface, the user interface. Ito po siya. This is a combined inputs for all HR, infra, and other related information. You can discover the capabilities and even sinama ko na din po dito yung toolkit. So pag gusto mong malaman ano yung tungkol sa ECP, dadaling ka na niya sa lahat ng toolkit na meron tayo. It is also here. Or even may issue tayo with the workload policy, ibibigay na din sa atin what is the policy for teachers' workload. You can run through it and so on. And this is online, so any changes in the policy will be updated as we need or as the need arises. So nandiyan na po yan. Even for the School Innovation and Improvement Fund, isasama ko din dito yung senior high school kit. Now, so once you are here, you can look at the mapping. You can look at the dashboard. Whether you are more interested on infrastructure, medyo mahina lang yung internet. Pwede kang mamili ng region. Say for example, we look at region 10. You just have to click that. And it will show all of the divisions in region 10. If you would like to look, we are in Misamis Oriental. No? We are in Misamis Oriental. We can check on the number of classroom shortage at 1,795. Nasaan po kaya itong mga shortage na to? Nandito sa mga munisipyo na to. At ang pinakamarami is nasa Taguluan. Ano kayang mga schools yan? If you are interested on the schools, nasa ang district, nasa ang munisipyo, and so on. You can even look at the school locate, all of that. So you can pinpoint anong eskwelahan to. Ayan po, Santa Ana Elementary School, large school, ang enrollment niya is 1,247. So this is one of the capabilities of the Stride. So you can just look at it, you can click on the map, or even look at the teacher. Pwede po ninyo kasi siyang balikan. You can do undo drill and then be more specific on your search. So ito naman yung para sa mga teachers. Generate natin. You can generate the report into a comma delimited file on an Excel file para meron kang listahan. So punta tayo dito. Teacher focus tayo. Bagal lang internet ko. Ayan. Okay. So ang total natin pong teacher base doon sa ano ay meron tayong sa all regions, we look at region 10 again for the teacher shortage. $7,352. Saan po kaya yan nakikitang mga schools at mga divisions? Bukidnon, Cagayan de Oro, and so on. At pwede rin nating hanapin kung nasaang mga schools. Meron din po itong guide para pag binuksan mo siya, tuturuan ka kung paano mo gamitin. How to get started. Kung meron kang hinahanap na school, pwede mo na siyang tignan dyan. And it will show selection. So pwede po tayo mag-type ng kahit anong mga eskwelahan. So ayan, papakita niya sa iyo yung matahimik and so on. And then makikita mo sa mapa and the likes. Resource mapping. Pili tayo ng Region 10. Anong division? Valencia. Anong distrito? 4th district. And we generate the map and the data. Na po ang internet, pasensya na. What is really important in here is that nag-create po tayo ng mobile app para yung mga nandun sa remote area na walang internet, pag nilagay na ninyo sa cellphone, you can still upload the data, and when your cellphone gets an internet connection, automatically magsisync po yun sa database natin. So you can check kung pumasok at tumama yung lahat ng ating mga datos. And at the same time, ang isa sa mga challenge natin is data integrity. Meron akong napuntahan na eskwelahan, the reported number of buildings is 26. Nung binisita ko, 8 lang pala. So kaya hindi siya mabigyan kasi ang report niya ay hindi tama. Okay. So kasama na din dito pag-determine ng hardship index kasi kukwentehin na natin kung ang cutoff is 0.31, ibig sabihin, identified na natin kung sino yung makukuha natin. We're also moving towards sana yung mga gustong magpo-promote, hindi na kailangang magkanta kumahog, kailangang makita na natin sa sistema na naandun sila. So if you look, say for example, for resource mapping, and we look at Region 10, say for example, tapos kunin natin ang isang division which is the Misamis Oriental. Ayan. Pa-generate natin sa kanya yung lahat ng mapa ng schools. Lahat muna ng junior high school na nasa 2nd district. Ayan po. Minamapa niya ng lahat ng mga schools doon. Click natin, 72 yan. May 20 dun sa lugar na yon. Yung mga pula, yun po yung may shortage. Pag pumili po ako dyan ng isang eskwelahan, yan po ang makikita natin sa resource mapping. Ayan, pinili natin siya. Ayan po yung kanyang profile. specialization data, teaching personnel, and so on. Sa Region 12, Data Explorer din natin. Pwede mo ding makita. Lahat na po ng toggle dito, pwede nyong i-select. Select all. Select all. Yan na po yan. Kung pumili tayo dyan ng isang school, lilista po niyan lahat yan. Nandyan lahat yung data ng school. Pili ka ng isa. This is the database. Ito po yung ini-improve pa natin. Pahingi nga ako na isang pangalan ng school sa Region 10 sa Misamis.
Aluran. Aluran Central. Aluran.
Paki-spell nga po.
A-L-O-R-A-N.
Aluran.
Yes po. Central.
Aluran Central.
Yes.
Ayan na po. Pag kinilik ko yung school na yon, papakita niya dito what are the basic information of school, school ID, sino ang principal, curricular offering, typology, saan ang location, ilan ang kanyang enrollment, ilan ang teacher, ilan ang kailangan na teacher, ilan ang classroom, and so on and so forth. We're trying to do this just to make sure na kayo mismo ay ma-check ninyo kung tama yung na-report na data. When I visited one of the schools, he said, hindi po kasi ako nag-input niyan, kapapasok ko lang dito. Kaya dito, nilagay ko na din yung pangalan ng principal so that there will be accountability.
Principal daw, Grace Planite.
So nandyan na pong lahat yan and we're trying to do that. Sa performance management naman, bibigay na din natin to para dito na kayo gagawa ng OPCR, IPCR. Unahin ko muna po ay regional directors, superintendents, and then school heads. Pero kung kaya na natin, lahat na po pwedeng gumawa. Like for instance, ito po yung aking performance na na-prepare ko for 2025. Sorry. Pwede kong tingnan ang lahat ng commitments. Ito po yung nagawa na natin at ang ginagawa natin is for 2025. Piliin natin yung 2025. Itong 2024 muna. Okay. Meron po akong nilagay dito na status tracker. Nakalagay doon sa ating performance cycle, there should be, what's that? Agreement. Nag-uusap si Rati at si Rater. Dito po magte-text na lang po kayo. Tatype ninyo dito, magko-comment ako. Sabihin ko, ma'am, na-submit ko na po. Sasagot yung Rater, okay, approve, papasok na siya, whether to recommend or not. Sa 2025, pag binuksan po natin yan, nakalak na po kasi ito, pero nandun pa din sa discussion trend, makikita natin, palitan natin para makita nyo yung buo. Just parehas pa lang nakaano. At anyway, makikita po ninyo yung part 1, 2, and 3. with that 1A, 1B, 1C, meron siyang printable na performance at meron din siyang viewable na list of MOBs or scorecard. So mas madali na para sa rater na magkaintindihan. Meron po tayong dashboard dito so that I can check sino na nakapag-submit, anong stage ng submission. At meron din tayong tools, which is the workbench, para pwede mo nang piliin kung ano ang gagamitin mo na template for all of that. So yan po yung mga kasalukuyang ginagawa ng HROD. As much as possible, we're trying to align, increase in the workforce, identify the work delegation and delineation, but provide also that what we call benefits for all our teachers. By the way, naglagay po kasi tayo ng relocation allowance na proposal. Kasi ang hirap na yung mga teacher ililipat mo without the consent, pero wala ka namang maibigay na ibang paraan. We're working on for the third level. All of these are in the pipeline, and we hope that all of the things that we do right now will really be strategic and will promote the performance, the welfare, and the outcomes of learning. Pakiusap ko po sa lahat ng inisyatibo ay merong mga birth pains. But let it succeed, let it mature, so that all of us will experience the benefit of what we're doing and allow our predecessors, our generations to benefit and reap the rewards of all of this. Sa pangalan po ng ating Secretary, Sani Angara, sa lahat ng members ng EXICOM, sa inyo pong lahat na nandito ngayon, magandang tanghali po, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Maraming salamat sa inyong pakikinig. Okay.
Okay, at this point, ladies and gentlemen, we take this opportunity to have our Q&A with the Honorable Undersecretary. So for those who would like to ask questions, we actually have assigned 4 ushers right there. Would you kindly raise your hands? Where are you? Our 4 ushers with their microphones there. Okay. Should you have questions for our Undersecretary, please stand and raise your hand. Okay, so that we will be able to entertain your questions. All right. Do we have any question for the Undersecretary? Partner?
Yes.
Meron ba tayong question dyan?
We have any questions?
Ayun.
Ayun, kasi
There.
mambagal ang internet natin, pero I'm pretty sure mas mabilis sumagot si Yusek kaysa sa internet natin.
Okay, good. Hello, good morning po. From the PIDMISOC. First of all, we would like to thank you for allowing us, the non-teaching personnel, to participate this activity. As presented, the opportunity only for the teaching personnel. So we are asking if there are opportunities for the non-teaching personnel when it comes to promotion. Thank you.
Okay. Maganda pong tanong yan. Part of the base camp 1 is mabigyan din ng promotion ang mga non-teaching personnel. So we're working on aligning all the positions. We're working on like yung mga education chips na ang requirement lahat ay tawag dito RA 1080 na po pwede naman ng PDO, nila-align natin yan. Dadagdagan din natin ng personnel base sa workforce at babaguhin natin ang istruktura ng lahat ng mga offices. So with that, ang susunod dyan ay promotion. Okay. So, hindi ko lang ma-disclose lahat kasi I have a protocol na bago sabihin sa publiko ay meron muna tayong basbas ng EXICOM. Pero ang kaya ko pong sabihin, hindi papayag dahil may bilin ng ating secretary na lahat ng career pathways ay may bigay sa mga nasa DepEd. Maging teacher man yan, maging admin officer, budget officer, nurse, and so on. Tinitingnan ko pa nga kung papaanong aangat na magkaroon na din ng at least 3 talagang divisions. Madadagdagan pa nga kasi yung SG24 na MHWO, madadagdag yon. Plus, we would like also to separate the finance and admin and put somebody on top on that. So those are part of the workforce plan in support to the optimization. So, quick answer, yes, may plano. Pero lahat po ito dadaan sa proseso. Alam naman po natin, kailangan dumaan sa DBM, kailangan dumaan ng QS, and so on. What's good about non-teaching is that all of the positions are already in the index of occupational service. Wala tayong masyadong kinikreate unlike in the teaching position. Sir.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary. We have another question here. Sir, tell us your name and your division.
Hello sir, good morning. Darren Dinopol po of Division of Bukidnon. Good morning, Yusek. Yung tanong ko lang po sana is for the non-teaching personnel. I'd like to stand for them kasi based on the old policies, non-teaching personnel are not included in the giving of hardship allowance assigned in hardship post area schools. So may bago po bang ibibigay na policy para mabigyan din ng mga hardship allowance yung non-teaching personnel na na-assign doon sa hardship post areas?
Sa ngayon po, wala tayong legal basis to do so. But we have heard from the field that this is also a necessity because we identify hardship posts. But nasa Magna Carta po kasi yung sa teaching. So wala pa tayo doon. Nonetheless, naririnig po natin yan at meron na ding mga sumulat para doon sa mga naka-assign sa mga hardship posts. Kasi kahit principal, but principals are teachers actually by virtue of license. So sa ngayon, what I would say is we're studying that, but there is no direct legal basis that can support that. Pero pinaaral po natin para lahat ay mabigyan ng solusyon. Kung hindi man favorable, at least some other ways of doing things.
Okay, thank you, Undersecretary. Partner, while we appreciate the questions of our participants, we can also encourage them to please focus on the presentation of our Undersecretary. Partner.
So have here another question from the Schools Division Superintendent of Cagayan de Oro City.
Yosek, Roy Gaso po. We have the qualifying examinations for our school heads and same with our superintendents. Is there any plan to have qualifying examinations also for other positions like our supervisors?
Good question. The dependency on whether there should be a qualifying examination would be again based on a legal basis. Kasi doon sa ginawang batas under the ECP, the IRR of it, lahat dadaan sa assessment. So the assessment is not necessarily an examination that is pass or fail. Kasi klaruhin natin yon. Pero sa mga supervisors, hindi pa natin siya dahil wala pa tayong latag, wala pa tayong track on how career progression should happen. Nonetheless, it has always been a requirement, particularly in Congress, na dapat dadaan ito sa tamang proseso. So sa ngayon, wala pa. Huwag na natin munang pahirapan ang mga buhay natin. Okay? Mas gusto ko na kung may oportunidad ibigay natin, but dumaan sa tamang proseso ng hiring, recruitment, and placement. pag dumating ang panahon na meron tayong legal basis, aaralin din natin katulad ng ginawa natin sa National Assessment for School Heads na hindi naman natin na ginawa ng pass or fail. Dahil ngayon, lahat ng kumuha ay kailangan lamang ma-establish yung kanilang competency over a certain number of leadership domains or school heads standards compliance.
Yusek, RDR. Just want to clarify if I heard it right in your presentation regarding transferring of teachers to other stations. And I think on behalf of the superintendents, we do this especially to address the schools that have insufficient number of teachers while others have excess. The problem is nobody likes to volunteer to transfer because they would like to still be in the school where they are assigned, even if that school has an excess number of teachers based on teacher-student ratio. Now, although this is still a work in progress policy for reform, you mentioned about relocation pay. I think the relocation pay will only be given to teachers who will be transferred to school because of this situation that it has an excess. So, hindi lahat ng transfers bibigyan ng relocation pay. Yun lang matatamaan sa sitwasyon na kailangan mong lumipat dahil sobra na to at nangangailangan na to. I hope you get it right that it does not have to be, once this is in full force naman, there's a policy that will clock this. I think that the relocation pay will only be deserved by the teachers who will be moved even if they don't like, but in the exigency of service, they have to be moved. Tama po ako, Yusek?
That's correct. And even those requesting transfer for one or two reasons, because he or she is a resident of that place, that's not relocation. Okay? You're transferred, but not relocated. Okay? If you are requesting to be transferred to a school where your wife or husband is working, that is also accorded for in the Magna Carta. Ang naging nakita lang po natin dito is that we keep on creating teaching items to address shortages when in fact, if you look at the profile of the division, it reflects an excess and a shortage. So what we compute is the net shortage on the basis of excess in one school, and I think that has something to do with deployment or placement. And Art is correct in saying it does not cover all transfer. It only covers those who will be adversely affected or relocated for some reasons and consent is too difficult to secure. Kasi hindi ka pwedeng mag-transfer ng walang consent. Now, para ma-equalize natin, ma-distribute ng tama, then I think we propose that as a measure so that we do the distribution of teachers as well as resources across our schools.
Thank you very much, Yusek. We now have another question from the Division of Misamis Occidental.
Good morning, Yusek, and to everyone, good morning. We've heard a while ago sa presentation mo, Yusek, that there are plans of creating new iutos, more than mga 11,000 na iutos sa school po yun, di ba? Mga PDOs. So we'd like to advance thank you for strengthening the school if these items will be created. So we would like to ask Yusek if there's a plan also of strengthening or revisiting the structure of the SDO. Kasi po parang problema na po ito na lahat siguro ng mga SDO, especially for those SDO or all of SDO of Region 10 is implementing the quality management system. So parang sa amin sa finance, parang hirap talaga yung structure ng SDO. So I hope na masali din sa plan yung structure ng SDO. Yusek, thank you.
Thank you. Balikan ko lang yung AO. Ang target po natin kasi sa ngayon, is just about 19% of mga SDO na lahat ng school ay meron na. So ang target muna natin sa 2026, lahat ng school meron tigi-isa. Pero yung malalaking school, lalagyan natin ng isa, dalawa, tatlo, hanggang apat, depending on typology of the school. Kaya lang, on the basis of what we call parity, no? Lahat muna meron para hindi lahat, para walang nagtatampo. As to division, kasama po doon sa overall workforce management, lahat ng governance levels. There might be some offices that can be broken down into several units, or there might be offices na madadagdagan ng tao. Kasi doon sa RAT plan, sa mga initiative before, because of the constraint that the size should not be higher than the 2005 plantilla. I think that's one of the reasons for that. Hindi natin madagdagan. Saka nakakita ng isang unit na ang hepe ay meron lang isang kasama. That's not a unit. That is, anong tawag doon? Unit? Unit digit, tens. Tension. Sorry. Section, naging section head, pero siya din yung tao. I do understand that. Accountant, napakahirap pilapan dahil mababa yung ating SG. Pero hindi rin natin siya mai-convert into budget officer dahil mawawala naman ng career prog yung nandun sa mga ADA 6 na ang background ay accounting. So why we want to provide more opportunities for the incumbent, we would like also to look forward to ensuring na yung mga tao sa laylayan ay meron namang mapupuntahan as they progress in the ano. But the quick answer is, kasama po lahat ang ating offices. Medyo challenging yan sa laki ng department dahil nung kinukwenta ko, pag nilahat mo yan, yung mga schools pa lang, pag binigla natin, 200 billion po yan in tawag dito, financial component of the reorg. So we do it phase by phase at hindi ko na nga sinasabi na sabi ko kay Sec at pumayag naman si Sec, baka naman pwedeng wag nang tingnan yung typology. Kasi kaya po nagkaroon ng abogado sa mga small divisions. Ang kaso, hindi lang naman sa malaking division, may kaso din sa maliit na division. So that is the basis for having SATs. So it's a work in progress. We cannot do it one time, big time, because of the sheer size and even the budgetary constraints. Nonetheless, ang kaya ko pong sabihin, meron po tayong ginagawa para dyan sa pangunguna ng ating secretary.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
Undersecretary.
Bilang
Partner,
question ka dyan.
last two questions.
Meron ka dyan. Meron pa ako dito isa.
Wala ko dito.
Okay, we now have a question from the Division of Misamis Oriental.
Magandang umaga po, UC Cabral. I am Richie Lazalita, School Principal of Esperanza National High School, Division of Misamis Oriental. May concern ko lang po, sir, under DO 19 and 24. This is about reclassification na bago po yung QS. Yung concern ko po ay tungkol sa asawa ko po at sa kanyang mga kasamahan na they are elementary teacher at first at nag-apply ng senior high school. Under DO 3 series of 2016, ang QS lang po ng eligibility na nakalagay doon under R1880 ay teacher. Pero under DO19 series of 2025, nakaspecify na po doon sa senior high school teacher na R1880 teacher secondary. So ang problema po ngayon ay hindi po siya maka-undergo ng reclassification dahil po sa bagong issuance po. So ang tanong ko po, paano po ito ma-address? Kasi kanina po, pumunta po kami sa PRC at nagtanong kung qualified po ba siya mag-take ng ng lit for secondary, ang sinabi po ay kailangan pa siyang kukuha ng 60 units kasi English po siya. So, ano po yung mangyayari sa kanya po, sir? For 9 years na po siya nagtuturo ngayon sa senior high school. Salamat po.
Okay. Sir, pwede bang magtanong din, pabalik muna, context lang. Dati silang teacher ng elementary, lumipat sa senior high school.
Yes po.
Ito yung sinasabi ko kay SDSN. Kasi sabi ko, that has been a system and a policy constraint. Kung inyo pong matatandaan, sinasabi ng civil service na ang high school teacher ay pwedeng magturo sa elementary. At yung elementary, hindi po pwedeng umakyat sa secondary. Tama po ba? Nabasa din po ninyo yon? Naikwento lang po kasi sa akin ng taxi driver yung kanina eh. Just kidding. Alright. So yun po yun. But when we had the implementation of senior high school, you mentioned DO3 in it says that for the lack of teachers just to comply with the requirements of the senior high school, it is there that teachers, whether elementary, secondary, or high school, can teach at the senior high school. Now comes the problem. Hindi po yung issuance lang talaga ang problema. Hindi lang yung DO. If you recall, DO 29, series of 2022, ito po yung DO 29, series of 2002. That is the merit selection plan. We changed it to DO 19 of 2022, which is the merit selection and also approved by the civil service. Walang merit selection plan ang kahit anong organisasyon na hindi dadaan ang QS sa civil service. Sa senior high school, even the reclassification of positions under the ECP, dumaan po ito sa civil service and even at the PRC. So there is a PRC constraint. This is also a civil service and there is a DepEd. Kung ang tanong ano po ang gagawin natin, yan po yung aaralin ko. Kasi I cannot circumvent what is the provision of the law. Mas maganda sana, although nangyari na, sana pinagturo sa senior high school, pero sa pangangailangan. Pero teacher niya, ang item niya is still an elementary. So that he or she can still, kasi reassignment lang sana noon. No? But since nakakuha ng item, ano po ang naging problema dyan? Dahil sa senior high school, walang entry level. Kung ang bakante ay Master Teacher 1 at ikaw ay aplikante na meet mo yung qualification standards, Master Teacher 1 ka. Teacher 2, Teacher 3. Okay? Sa other levels of education, entry level is as always Teacher 1. So, ang sabi ko kay SDS, sulat mo na lang sa akin para meron akong, sama na lang ninyo ha, sama na lang ninyo, para magkaroon tayo ng applicable na provision para sa lahat ng regions, para sa lahat ng opisina. So, hindi pa ulit-ulit na, no. But I would like to address that. Kahit nga yung specialization, kaya dun sa DO 34 of 2025, basta ikaw ay nagtuturo at pwede kang makonsider, we consider that as part of consideration in terms of specialization. So, hindi kita mabigyan ngayon ng direktang sagot. Hindi rin kita mabigyan kasi ayaw kong ma-preempt. I don't want the public to misquote me by saying, ang kaya kong sabihin sa iyo ngayon, dalhin po ninyo sa amin, ang akin pong email address ay alam naman nating lahat. And SDS can even send that via Viber sa akin or RDR just to ensure na meron akong latag ng mga dokumento na aaralin and we will respond accordingly on how to deal with the issue.
Thank you, Undersecretary. We have here our last question, sir.
Sir, good morning po. This is Mr. Mero Jimugol from SDO El Salvador City. Sir, as part of your presentation a while ago on the education facilities, my school is situated in the highways of El Salvador City. However, the school was established in year 2017 and Secretary Sonny Angara visited the school for the brigada launching. And there were already communication that there will be possible infrastructure. And I've also communicated to the office of secretary about the possible building. But sir, I'd like to ask questions sana if meron po bang update sa school infrastructure ng aming institution kasi we are offering grade 7 up to the grade 12 and we are still occupying elementary school up until this moment po. So it's kind of challenge po sa aming mga students and sa aming mga teaching personnel.
Okay. Magtatanong din po ako, pabalik lang ha. Naisama po ba sa master plan under the joint memorandum circular of DepEd and DPWH? Nandun? Okay, priority number 1 ka daw doon. So doon lahat po tayo kumukuha ngayon. Now, ang ano lang natin dyan is, well, narinig naman ninyo, malaki ang budget natin for, for infra. Ayaw ko lang sumagot sa iyo ng yes or no now, kasi hindi lang ako ngayon ang nagde-decide ang it's gonna be a secretariat. Yusek Peter, so lahat ng nasa ORSEC at kami. But kung priority ka, then the likelihood, the chance is there. Okay. So yun po yun.
Thank you, sir.
Mas magandang sumagot sa iyo kapag meron ng papel, katulad ng ginawa ko kay SDS Jojo. Dahil araw-araw kinukulit ako doon sa ano. Pero lapitan mo ako, sir, maya-maya ha, kunin ko yung detalye.
Thank you. Thank you, Undersecretary. Sir Woodrow, please.
May we request the Honorable Undersecretary to remain on stage to receive the DepEd Norman recognition. Presenting the award is Regional Director Dr. Arturo P. Bayocot, together with Assistant Regional Director Dr. Federico P. Martin, and Division of Cagayan de Oro City Schools Division Superintendent and past Region 10 President Dr. Roy Angulo E. Gazol. The citation reads, Norman Star Award is presented to Yusek Wilfredo E. Cabral, Human Resource and Organizational Development, for the outstanding performance and invaluable contribution as resource speaker on strategic human resource development in education, aligning people, purpose, and performance during the 2025 Regional Assembly of Educational Leaders with a theme, Resilient and Transformative Education, from Growth to Greatness in Times of Crisis. Given on December 15, 2025 at the Limketkai Atrium, Cagayan de Oro City. Signed, Regional Director, Dr. Arturo B. Bayocot, CESO 3.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Yusek Willie Cabral and Yusek Gerard Chan, for coming over and making an added value to RAEL 2025. Alam nyo, napuna ko lang sa inyo, ang kuripot nyo sa palakpak. Grabe talaga. The good news has been shared, yet you are still holding on to your feeling of giving an applause to those good news. But alam mo, when the heart is full, sometimes we cannot put all our coordinations in senses to express that gratitude. So parang, kumbaga, anong tawag yan sa Tagalog? Ha? Parang hindi mapigil yung damdamin sa pamamagitan ng palagpagpalakpak, kaya naging kuripot kayo minsan. Namangha. Oh, you are being awed to that good news. We hope that the policy evolution will really factor in all those that we wish and desire, not just for the cells, but for the entire organization. Diba? We speak not just for the self, but for the entire organization. And that the Department of Education Central Office is working very hard to accommodate these reforms, making it very relevant, not just to the time, but to the needs of the organization. So to our school leaders, I'm very happy that you all have come. TIC's example for that matter from the napakalayong bukid, you have an opportunity to join us in this RAEL. And would like to thank no less than our padrino, the undersecretary assigned for Region 10, Attorney Gerard Chan is here with us representing the secretary, and of course Yuse Cabral, who is an expert on human resource and organizational development. Naumpisahan na po nating maranasan ang mga biyaya ng ating kagawaran. The massive reclassification of items is creating so much noise right now. And that noise directs into the heart of our teachers who have been serving in the schools for the longest time and now only given the chance to elevate themselves by virtue of promotion through reclassification. Alam nyo, share ko lang ito sa inyo. Sa mga posts na ginagawa ng mga teachers, there were those reels or posts that struck the eyes of the central office people. It rang their bell. Bakit? Kasi ang mga teachers, di naman gusto ko sanang sabihin na napaka-OA, naglukso-lukso, nag-iiyakan. Kasi when the announcement of reclass were approved and posted at the website of your division, nagtakbuhan talaga sila at nagtawanan. And these posts, video posts at Facebook, rang the bell of the central office. Di ko alam to. Nanggagaling pala ito sa mga schools in Valencia City Division. No less than the office of the secretary called me and asked for testimonial videos of these teachers who were expressing their gratefulness that it is never too late to catch up, be elevated before they retired. At nakapagpadala po tayo ng 6 na videos, 6 videos to the office of the secretary that will be used as an advocacy video as we continue the crusade of the ECP or the expanded career progression. And let's give a big round of applause for the Department of Education doing this for us. In my lecture this afternoon, I still would talk about the career pathing and succession planning of teachers under the leadership domain of school heads. Kasi school heads work hard to also get promotion. But part of the indicators is that you should also be able to develop leaders among your people. You also have bring together the teachers to the promotion that they all deserve. Kasi if you are only chasing for your promotion and your teachers are lagging behind or set aside, I think you don't deserve that. Because we should all be in this together. So kailangan hilahin natin ang lahat upang tayo'y aangat at magiging matagumpay sa ating buhay. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, once more, we give big rounds of applause for this morning's edition of the first day in the 2025 RAE. Ramon, we just want to give a little introduction for a very good friend, Superintendent Rowena Paraon, who has been assigned in Miss Or, Cagayan de Oro, and Valencia City, who just passed away. And last Sunday, our dentist of the regional office, Dr. Ray Ignacio Cagang, also passed away kahapon lang. There are things that are beyond our understanding why this happened. But in God, we can never go wrong. We just lift up all our spirits as we pray for the repose of their souls. And we only propose. God disposes everything. And if this is what He wants to them, to us, it's just a matter of time. We all surrender this to the Lord.
Thank you, RD. Ladies and gentlemen, before we eat our lunch, we pause for a moment of remembrance. We gather not only as colleagues and friends, but as one family in this community. Today, we honor the lives of dear colleagues, Dr. Ray Kagang, our regional dentist, and the Schools Division Superintendent Rowena Paraon, who recently passed away. They were more than co-workers. They were companions in our shared mission, friends who offered kindness and encouragement, and family persons whose love and devotion inspired us all. Their goodness was evident in the way they treated people with respect, humility, and genuine care. As a regional dentist and a schools division superintendent, their dedication touched the lives and well-being of countless Norman students and personnel, leaving a legacy of care that will endure for years to come. As we reflect on their legacy, let us be reminded that our lives are not measured only by achievements, but by the love we give, the faith we live, the goodness we share. Their examples call us to live our own lives with integrity, compassion, and holiness. In this moment of silence and prayer, let us lift our hearts in gratitude for the gift of their lives. And let us commit ourselves to carrying forward the values they embodied. May their memory inspire us to be better co workers, truer friends, and more faithful servants in our calling. To honor them, we now offer this prayer song to be rendered by the Five Embers Band from the division of Misamis Occidental. May it be both a tribute to their lives and a reminder for us all to live with purpose and holiness. Let us all stand.
So, so be in trust God and confident rest and wait here until you call and sit a while with me. Words we no life without his love. Each restless since I see me. So listen, you will stay all right. You raise me up. You raise me up to more than I can be.
Doc Ray and SDS Rowena, your tireless efforts strengthen the region's programs, ensuring that every child in every school had access to care and education that fostered lifelong wellness, a contribution that will continue to bear fruit for generations. Thank you, Doc Ray. Thank you, SDS Rowena, and may you rest in peace in God's loving embrace. Let us now take our seats. Thank you. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, just before we eat our lunch, at the same time, enjoy the music that the Five Emers Band will give us a little later. May also offer a few songs that I will dedicate to everyone, and of course to Doc Ray and SDS Rowena. Our theme for today is resilient and transformative education. So I think this is also what is meant by that theme, being always ready in times of emergencies. And just like what I'm going to do today, this is about being ready in times of emergencies. Whatever our, for example, regional director dictates, we follow. And it is my honor. Okay. Okay. So I would like to do a short medley, which is dedicated to everyone and, of course, to our dignitaries. This is for all of you. And in a short while, we will have our lunch as our dignitaries as well take the opportunity to have a photo opportunity.
Chicken. Yeah.
And after lunch, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have the opportunity to listen to our very own regional director as he shares with us his insights on a very interesting topic. So Stay tuned. It's going to be full of insights about leadership, especially in times of education emergencies. No less than from our regional director. Ayan. Ito na lang doon. Sir, ganit. And then to be followed by the Assistant Schools Division Superintendents. Like it's, we'll just have the second file, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm supposed to sing another medley, but we'll take this. When the morning starts to shine, wet teardrops on my eyes. And here I am alone, starting to realize that my days would be brighter if I could learn to hide the feelings that I have for you. Keep hurting me inside. But will you say that you love me? Should again. Stay when I need you. You will always be there. While you will be there. Precisely what is true. I can always be. Say goodbye when I can barely say good night. If I could hardly take my eyes from yours, how far can I go? Walk from me, the thought would never cross my mind. I couldn't turn my back on this morning. Your smile is to when I say I'm for I trust in my as much as to do. I am not afraid to say I love you.
And I promise you, I'll never say goodbye. Be my lady, come to me and take my hand and be my lady. Truly, I must let you know that I'm in love with you. All I want is you. How I need you. So please be my lady. Maybe you could lose the pain if you just tell me. Say the words you want to whisper that I want to hear. Something's on your mind. It's a deeper. It is mine. Just forget the past, it's time to melt your broken heart. Once to fathers now, so dry the tears in your eyes. Nothing can stop us now. I'll give you all that I love. Still, sunshine in your heart, it make a stop. Stay today. Step my life, just like a of heart. My love real, stay do. Just like a river, my love will last. You are the song play so softly in my heart. I'll reach for you. You're seen so near, yet so far. I hope and I pray you'll be with me someday. We go down inside. You are mine and we are foreign that we how can I say each time I try to say goodbye? Tomorrow, to let every song be some my
Thank you very much. I'll do one more. One more. Okay. Here's something from David Pomeranz. Please join me. You love these songs. Well, the king and queen of hearts, oh, the 6 stars, all their dreams come true when I dance with you. Promise me you're mine tonight. I will light in light tonight. Where the lights are low, I'll never let you go. Say, you together on the night on a perfect night. You know it's so on a tiny demonstration. Atmosphere of the coordination. I'm a king and you're the queen of hearts. Those who would like to get married, this is a beautiful wedding theme song. Very, I'll be there. Two and a million people flying around the planet. What is the chance in heaven that you finally light to me? Tell me what is the sweet sensation? It's a miracle that's happened. Oh, I search for an explanation. Only one thing it could be. It was you. It's the you. And the choice was mine. It's as if the powers of mine can start to make it mine. It's every day, time. I bless the day that I was born. The world can never stand or not take away. And as the years go by, until the day I bless day that I was born for. Here we stand today, like we always dreamed, starting that lives together. That is in your eyes, not as ever. I can't believe you love for everyone. Perfect for this moment of our life. So I'm not surprised. The train starts to carry me away. On this day, I promise forever. On stay, I surrender now. Dear, take my hand.
And down to the corner, every arrow that I see understood. Here's another beautiful love song from David Pomeroy. Take me to your heart, show me where to start. Let me play the part of your first love. All the stars are right, every wish is ours tonight, my love. It goes away, trusting love to fade, finding out too late that they can stray. Where we living go, they will never know it's of love. All together now. Tell me how do people find each other? Oh, that's full of strangers. You've got to be something strong to say. Oh, cause it's magic when two people fall. Lots of say, tell me how to find each other. You know, that's full of strangers. You've got to be something strong. Cause it's matching only to people falling. Tell me how to be find each other. That's full of strangers. You've got to be something stronger than the moon. Cause it's magical when two people fall in love. Thank you very much. This time, ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome back the spectacular, the Five Emers Band from the division of Misamis Occidental. Take it away, guys. Thank you very much. Hey. We are make it happen, cause we believe it. Until we are the dreamers, we make it happen.
Cause we can see him. Pursue the one. That's one passion. Respect. Fly rock. This takes all from. Stick and passion. Respect. Bring it on. I love. Get me. Take the love is only way. There's a way. As we can see, there's no problem. There's speakers. There's two.
Hey,
I was close, I was alone, alone. Frozen heart, it's a day. You told that it was all how to be here. It's a night, it's a night. Just
So hard to break these walls down, to wake up and feel like me. From the patterns on the sound, and find you here like a girl in your sea. Shining, the break of constant how to kiss the marvelous. From the start, you were a thief in my heart, and I really victim. So much when you see the parts of your fundamental. From you talking in your sleep, I thought this was so much now. I want to touch it now. Here is the Listen up, just a second word, I can't expect everything. The start, experience the scars from my past. When it is packed in with your friends. Sorry, you said, where is this coming from? Where the dark, as you I can dreams. These just do not just as I got word. Just don't start the scars. Just not just a second word. I can just want to even right. So the start, it's still the music of the scars on the walking first. I just want to even right. And to service is just like it's enough. Just to say not right. Just want to fast. It's a start, it's still the music of the scars on the first. Just want to even so Sa paulit-ulit na pagkakataon na nasaktan na ito ang kailangan. Wala akong tapos. Hanap ng kung ano sa ikaw. Diyan namin sa'yo lang lalapit, sa'yo lang aanin. Kahit na sisigaw ang ating sa paglalabas natin. Hanggang sa ako'y lahat bukan ng mga Jesus. Yang yakapin ang mga ipinigin. Ang hirap na ba? Ibo lang yun. Ako na ay o nag-iisip.
Ha?
Pag-ibig ako sa nandito, siya bagay dinadaanin, dinadaanin natin po. This is the point, wala na kang narinig ko. Sa disigura, pag-ibig ko dyan ko, resarap po. At pinigyan mo siyang tig, pero siya bagay dinadaanin, dinadaanin natin po. Sana po, wala na kang narinig ko. Sa disigura, sa dyan, Sana
There goes my heart beating. Another reason losing my sleep. Please go back. There goes my mind racing. Together, I still every night. Say every shot. Just dig in. All things love and but you are the reason Circles my head shaking. You are the reason heart keeps bleeding. I need you now. If I can turn back, yeah, every note, every night, that you are the reason. Lying awake with my head on the ground, thinking of you tears. I know you were too, but I was going to it's all apart. I wish I could carry something on. First times we be, see what I say. It would be a bigger. It's a big, it's a big, down. Press it, me, down. I'm not now. It's so much in she, I don't need the persona. I can't so I want you to come back and carry me home away from this lonely nights. I'm reaching for you. Are you feeling it too? 'Cause the feelings are done so right. And what you said, if I want not, and I don't get to the stories you read, that's why I stay. There's nowhere to go. I may go so much without you. So,
I was made the path who knows the salvation there. Where there is love, I'll be there. Private child, what has to do? I have learned, and now you do. Just one can, and I'll be there. Fill the heart with joy and laughter, togetherness. Well, it's all enough to just one night, and I'll be there. I'll be there to protect you. With my selfish love that respect you. Just for my friend, I'll be there. I know she better be good to you. I said she didn't trust me, then I'll be dead. But you call, baby. You know, what's okay? Wala pa naman pumunta, may ngipin sa maganda. Yeah, yes, I think so. Yes, so. Sa mga country? Lasa na expire. Ayaw mo Christmas na yung country na pagsubre.
Iwan para baron ha, wati kataon. Katri? Solo na. Sharp. Ayan. Two.
Hey.
1, 2, 3.
Yes, Virgin, well, memories found and she forever. Madness, all TV, angel, show me your love. Somebody that the number to be treated.
Sana ngayong Pasko. Pasko na naman, nangutulungan ka pa. Hanggang kailan kaya ako maghihintay sa'yo? Bakit ba naman ang sa'yo? Habang hanap ako ay magapit na sa akin. Pasko na naman, ngunit wala ka pa. Hanggang kaya ako maghihintay sa'yo. Seconds. What one is to single
Once again, the Five Amers Band of the Division of Misamis Occidental.
In a rapidly changing world, education is the key to building a brighter future.
At the Panginoon City, we believe that information, ideas, and discussions are the foundation of progress.
This is your platform for educational growth and community involvement.
Bringing you the most relevant and timely information to the forefront, helping educators and students stay informed, inspired, and ready to tackle the challenges ahead.
Join us at Talk, where education is our mission.
In Ginsi, a multi-sectoral ratified database was built to ensure that every eligible ALS enrollee is reached. Today, 100% of all qualified ALS learners in the municipality has been catered. Now, there are zero of the municipal population that did not reach secondary level. We guide learners of all ages and status towards success. This is the power of unity, where education is not just an individual achievement, but a triumph for the entire community. In Ginsi, we win and learn as one.
Want to increase your reading ability by immersing yourself in reading? Visa Visa. Pilipinas sa taong 2022 ay nasa 76th rank of 81 countries na may pinakamababa pagdating sa reading comprehension. But worry no more. Para mas manalo sa life, we have an effective tip for this reading trip. Introducing Project Break, or Boosting Reading and Improving Literacy. Isang programa na naglalayong palakasin ang kasanayan ng mga mag-aaral sa bilang pagbabasa. Grade dose of storybooks for learners, kung saan hinuhubog ang isipan sa pagitan ng pagbasa ng mga kwentong nagbibigay inspirasyon. But together, we learn and we learn what? And want to increase.
My students are struggling with reading. I already did my best, but still, there's no progress. What can I do to help?
Worry no more, Teacher Claire. Crystal.
Achoo!
Crystal stands for Complete Resources for Year-Round Systematized Teaching and Learning. It is an initiative of the Mendoza City Division that serves as a digital learning portal designed to make teaching and learning more organized, accessible, and efficient throughout the school year.
Thank you, Crystal. Thank you, Dapat. Yamis.
Sa lungsod ng Iligan, edukasyon ay patuloy na pinagyayaman at pinapalalim ng pamuno ng Schools Division Office ng DepEd Iligan City kasama si Superintendent Jonathan S. Del Peña isinasabawa ang makabuluhang programa upang matugunan ang pangangailangan ng bawat mag-aaral. Pinapahalagahan din larangan ng sports, isang sining at isinila. Hintsak sila. Isang sports na hindi lang laga, kundi kultura, disiplina at dangal. Kabataan ay lumalaban, natututo at nagwawagi. In DepEd Morning, you learn and win as one.
Sa bawat batang Pilipino, may nakatagong pangarap na maging guro, doktor o leader ng kinabukasan. Ngunit paano ito maaabot kung may hadyang sa kanilang pag-aaral? Ayon sa rapid assessment ng DepEd, 3 milyon sa 24 na milyon na mag-aaral ang hirap sa functional literacy. Alinsunod sa Republic Act No. 12028, ilunsad ang Aral o Academic Recovery and Accessible Learning Program na nag-aalok ng libreng tutorials para sa mga batang may learning gaps. Katuwang ang DepEd Malay-Malay at Aral Program. Sama-sama tayong kumilos, tumulong at ipanalo ang kinabukasan ng bawat batang Pilipino.
In Limketkai City, DepEd drives educational advancement through relentless performance and strong relationships. We empower learners to achieve higher academic outcomes, driven by continuous teacher professional development.
We foster strong bonds with parents, forge dynamic partnerships with the LGU, and actively engage community stakeholders. The synergy of performance and relationship at DepEd Limketkai City has been propelling us to greater heights with lasting impacts. With DepEd Limketai's performance and relationship, we create a brighter tomorrow. Together!
With every step our learners take, they carry the dream of reaching the peak of success.
And that at Misamis Occidental, we believe every learner is a reader.
Guided with a sense of framework, assessment, systematic training, equitable materials, nurturing linkage, sustained monitoring, and outstanding recognition. We target to reduce low emerging readers in K-Stage 1, reduce frustration level readers, and reach zero non-readers by 2028. In that result, we build a future where no learner is left behind. Together, we learn and win as one.
In the division of Valencia City, every learner's smile is a success. Here, schools are more than just classrooms. But how? Teachers guide with care and competence. Leaders serve with heart. Their hand from staffs works together for one mission. The learner's well-being. We nurture resilience, inspire creativity, and build confidence. Here, we nurture learners who build futures. This is Valencia City.
Hello there. Did you know that right here in Dep and Studio, there's a place where learning, creativity, and community come together? Welcome to Cafe Basa, brought to life by the DepEd division of Cagayan de Oro. We feature original short stories that inspire, entertain, and celebrate our love for reading. And here's more. Cafe Basa also houses a fully equipped recording studio. It's the perfect space for video lessons, instructional projects, and creative content. Cafe Basa is more than just a cafe. It's a space proudly built by DepEd Cagayan de Oro, where coffee, creativity, and community thrive together.
Education is the key to unlocking a brighter future with performance, excellence, achievement, cooperation, and engagement. We can empower young minds to reach their full potential.
Join the peace advocacy movement. Let's build a world where education is accessible, inclusive, and transformative.
Let us create a brighter future for all. Because in DepEd Women, we learn and win as one.
Welcome to the division of the Salvador City. Education, transforming schools. 40 partners. Deliver learners through sports and alternative learning system. Salvador. Sa Lanao del Norte, bawat bata ay may espesyal na kakayahan. Ngayong SPED Day, ating pinagdiriwang ang talento, sipag at pangarap ng ating mga batang may kakaibang galing. Tinatayang 20% ang SNED non-graded learners mula sa pagbuwang enrollment sa Division of Lanao North. Kaya nanay, tatay, ate at kuya, sama-sama natin tayatin ang bawat bata na mag-aral at mangarap para sa magandang kinabukasan. Dahil Lanao del Norte, walang pag-iwanan!
In a rapidly changing world, education is the key to building a brighter future.
At the RAEL City, we believe that is certain ideas and discussions are foundation of progress.
This is your platform for educational growth and community involvement.
Bringing the most relevant and timely information to the forefront, helping educators and students stay informed, inspired, and ready to tackle the challenges ahead.
Join us for education is our mission.
In Ginziliban, a multi-sectoral ratified database was built to ensure that every eligible ALS enrollee is reached. Today, 100% of all qualified ALS learners in the municipality has been catered. Now, there are zero of the municipal population that did not reach secondary level. We guide learners of all ages and status towards success. This is the power of unity, where education is not just an individual achievement, but a triumph for the entire community. In Ginziliban, we win and learn as one. In Ginziliban,
Want to increase your reading ability by immersing yourself in reading? Turn sa PISA. Pilipinas sa taong 2022 ay nasa 76 rank 81 countries na may pinakamababa pagdating sa reading comprehension. But for reading more, para mas manalo sa life, we have an effective tip for this reading trip. Introducing Project Break, or Boosting Reading and Improving Literacy. Isang programa na naglalayong palakasin ang kasanayan ng mga pag-aaral sa bilang pagbabasa.
Daily dose of storybooks for learners, kung saan hinubog ang isipan sa pagitan ng pagbasa ng mga kwentong nagbibigay inspirasyon. So together, we learn and we know what? Sanay.
Want to increase
My students are struggling with reading. I already did my best, but still, there's no progress. What can I do to help? Or you know more, Teacher Claire, Crystal, Action! Crystal stands for Complete Resources for Year-Round Systematized Teaching and Learning. It is an initiative of the Mendoza City Division that serves as a digital learning portal designed to make teaching and learning more organized, accessible, and efficient throughout the school year. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you, Jackson. Yanis.
Sa lungsod ng Iligan, sitwasyon ay patuloy na pinagayaman at pinapalalim na pamumuno ng Schools Division Office ng DepEd Iligan City kasama si Superintendent Jonathan S. Del Peña isinasagawa ang makabuhang programa upang matugunan ang pangangailangan ng bawat mag-aaral. Pinapahalagahan din larangan ng sports, isang sining, isinila, hindi tsak sila. Isang sports na hindi lang galera, kundi kultura, disiplina at dangal. Kabataan ay lumalaban, natututo at nagwawagi. In DepEd Norby, you learn and win as one.
Sa bawat batang Pilipino, may nakatagong pangarap na maging guro, doktor o leader ng kinabukasan. Ngunit paano ito maaabot kung may hadyang sa kanilang pag-aaral? Ayon sa rapid assessment ng DepEd, 3 milyon sa 24 na milyon na mag-aaral ang hirap sa functional literacy. Alinsunod sa Republic Act No. 12028, ilunsad ang ARAL o Academic Recovery and Accessible Learning Program na nag-aalok ng libreng tutorials para sa mga batang may learning gaps. Katuwang ang DepEd Malay-Malay at ARAL program. Sama-sama tayong kumilos, tumulong at ipanalo ang kinabukasan ng bawat batang Pilipino.
In Limketkai City, DepEd drives educational advancement through relentless performance and strong relationships.
We empower learners to achieve higher academic outcomes, driven by continuous teacher professional development.
We foster strong bonds with parents, forge dynamic partnerships with the LGU, and actively engage community stakeholders.
The synergy of performance and relationship at the Limketkai City has been propelling us to greater heights with lasting impacts. With the Limketkai performance and relationship, we create a brighter tomorrow. Together.
Asas. See. Let's start. Here we go.
With every step our learners take, they carry the dream of reaching the peak of success.
And DepEd, with Summit Occidental, we believe every learner is a reader.
Guided with a sense of framework, assessment, systematic training, equitable materials, nurturing linkages, sustained monitoring, and outstanding recognition. We target to reduce low emerging readers in K Stage 1, reduce frustration level readers, and reach zero non-readers by 2028. In DepEd Miss All, we build a future where no learner is left behind. Together, we learn and win as one.
In the division of Valencia City, every learner's smile is their success. Here, schools are more than just classrooms. But how? Teachers guide with care and competence. Leaders serve with heart. Every hand from staffs works together for one mission. The learner's well-being. We nurture resilience, inspire creativity, and build confidence. Here, we nurture learners, build futures. This is Valencia City.
Hello there. Did you know that right here in DepEd City, there is a place where learning, creativity, and community come together? Welcome to Cafe Basa, brought to life by the DepEd Division of Cagayan de Oro. We feature original short stories that inspire, entertain, and celebrate our love for reading. And here's more. Cafe Basa also houses a fully equipped recording studio. It's the perfect space for video lessons, instructional projects, and creative content. Cafe Basa is more than just a cafe. It's a space proudly built by DepEd Cagayan de Oro, where coffee, creativity, and community thrive together. Help.
Education is the key to unlocking a brighter future with performance, excellence, achievement, cooperation, and engagement. We can empower young minds to reach their full potential.
Join the peace advocacy movement. Let's build a world where education is accessible, inclusive, and transformative.
Let us create a brighter future for all. Because in DepEd Norman, we learn and win as one.
Check.
Welcome to the division of the
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, let us welcome the 5 Emers Band from the division of Misamis Occidental.
Microphone to that, right? To the back. Hey, check. 1, 2, 3. Start.
What a phenomenal performance. Once again, our sincerest gratitude to the 5 Mers band from the division of Misamis Occidental for gracing our lunch break with such soul-stirring music. Your artistry truly reminds us that creativity and collaboration are vital forces that inspire and uplift educational leaders. Now, as we continue our journey of learning and leadership, let's dive back into more exciting and thought provoking lecture discussions. To guide us through this next segment, let's welcome back our dynamic begotten host, Mon and Candace.
Good afternoon, Limketkai Center. Before we formally start our sessions this afternoon, we would first like to acknowledge the presence of our Undersecretary for Procurement and Finance of Oversight. We have with us this afternoon Attorney Rowena Candice M. Ruiz. Good afternoon po. And also partners, sino pa ba i-acknowledge natin kundi ang ating participants for the 2025 Regional Assembly of Education Leaders.
That's
Ayan.
right, partners. So let's check the presence at the same time the energy of our participating divisions. So we kindly request the schools division superintendent and the assistant schools division superintendent together with their teams from the divisions to just stand and wave. All right? Are we ready? Okay, let's start off a partner with the division of Bukidnon with SDS Victoria V. Gazo, ASDS Rosemary T. Masasor, and ASDS Roberto D. Napere Jr. Where are you guys? Come on, kaway.
Talaga namang the biggest division in
Yeah.
Northern Mindanao. Thank you very much from the division of Bukidnon. Next off, we have from the division of Cagayan de Oro City, SDS Roy Angelo E. Gazo and ASDS ODS Bores. Nasaan na po yung ating participants from Cagayan de Oro? Ayun po. Partner.
Ayan, this time from the division of Camiguin, SDS Lorabina C. Carrasco and ASDS X-Kill Brian P. Aron. Come on, where are you guys? There you go. Farthest end partner.
Yes, partner. Thank you very much. Next off, we have from the division of El Salvador City, we have SDS Randolph P. Tortola and ASDS Conibel Nistal. Ayun, sa likod, partner.
Ayun. Okay, this time from the division of Ingook City, SDS Edgardo V. Abanil and ASDS Myron Hill D. Talosig. Come on, where are you guys? There you go. Okay, kaway. Thank you.
Okay, partner. Then we have from the division of Iligan City, headed by SDS Jonathan S. De La Peña and ASDS Mayra P. Mebato. Nasaan na yung mga taga-Iligan? Ayun.
This time from the division of Lanao del Norte, SDS Edwin R. Maribuhok and ASDS JVC Vega Fria. There you go. Ito malaking division din ito, partner. Thank you very much.
Okay, partner. Meron pa from the division of Malaybalay City, headed by SDS Cherry May L. Limbaco Reyes and ASDS Lanina F. Palapar.
All right, thank you very much. From the division of Misamis Occidental, SDS Reynaldo Emanuel and ASDS Eugene I. Macahis Jr. right here.
Thank you very much. Punta naman tayo sa medyo kapitbahay lang natin dito ngayon. From the division of Misamis Oriental, headed by SDS Edelberto L. Oplenaria and ASDS Mary Ann M. Aliera.
Na-notice ko lang, partner, ha? Parang ang very obedient yung participants. Kasi sinabi lang naman kasi natin, they stand, at the same time, wave. Wala namang sinabi, yay! Kaya very obedient. Kaway-kaway lang talaga.
Very good children.
Okay, this time from Oroquieta City, SDS Gigi Veloso and ASDS Enerio E. Episa. Right there. Come on, ayun, nasa likod.
Ayun sila. Okay, thank you very much. Let us now proceed to the delegates from the division of Ozamis City, headed by SDS Lorena P. Serrano and ASDS Junicio L. Liwagon.
Ayun, nasa
Ayun
likod.
din.
And from the division of Tanggap City, SDS Shambay A. Usman and ASDS Erlina G. Kael. Ayun. Nasa bandang KFC.
Nag-promote ka pa, partner, ha? And of course, last but not the least, from the division of Valencia City, headed by SDS Jess Nardems S. Torres and ASDS Sunny Ray F. Amit. Ayun.
At syempre, partner, from the regional office, actually, they are scattered all over the place. Nasa likod, nasa gilid, nasa labas, nasa stage.
But of course, partner, the regional office is headed by no less than our Regional Director Dr. Arturo B. Bayocot, CESO 3, and Assistant Regional Director Federico P. Martin, CESO 5.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, partner, I think we're ready to move on to the next segment of our program this afternoon.
Yes, partner. So we now proceed to this next portion, which is another session for all of us, which will bring us great ideas. And we need great voices to bring them forward. To introduce our second resource person, an expert whose knowledge will guide us toward resilient and innovative practices, we invite the Assistant Schools Division Superintendent from the Division of Bukidnon, Dr. Rosemary T. Masesar.
To our Regional Director, Arturo B. Bayocot, CESO 3, Assistant Regional Director, Federico P. Martin, CESO 5, Schools Division Superintendents, Assistant Schools Division Superintendents, and the rest of the Region 10 DepEd family, happy Monday afternoon to all of us. Our next speaker is a distinguished public servant and a recognized leader in public procurement and financial governance. She currently serves as the USEC for Procurement and Finance Oversight, where she has been instrumental in advancing transparency, efficiency, and integrity in government procurement systems. She has driven innovation in public procurement since October 1, 2018, significantly advancing transparency and efficiency in the field. Among her key achievements are securing the Philippines observer status in the World Trade Organization and leading a comprehensive digital transformation of public procurement, making services primarily digital to ensure continuous and accessible delivery. During the COVID-19 crisis, she also implemented critical policy measures, launched the GPPB TSO online blacklisting portal, and established the GPPB online portal to enhance transparency in fund usage, earning information international acclaim for accountability in the Philippines COVID response program. Her commitment to digital advocacy extended to social media with GPPB TSO's Facebook page reaching over 2 million viewers, further promoting public engagement. Her work has earned global recognition. In 2021, Gov Insider honored her as a woman pioneering tech innovation in public services, and in 2024, she won the UK Alumni Awards for Business and Innovation. She has also fostered strategic partnerships with the World Bank with the World Bank, United Nations Environment Program, and other international organizations contributing to reforms in public procurement. Recently, she proposed a groundbreaking Philippine procurement law based on open governance, innovative solutions, sustainable procurement, and the professionalization of public procurement, setting a foundation for future improvements. Before her current role, she held a leadership position in the Department of Budget and Management's Legal Service, where she played a crucial role in legislative reforms. A Chevening scholar, she earned a Master of Laws in Globalization and Development from the University of London, enhancing her expertise and impact in public service. However, beyond her technical expertise, she is a strong advocate of open governance, ethical leadership, and sustainable procurement reforms, setting a solid foundation for future improvements in public service delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Attorney Rowena Candice M. Ruiz.
Good afternoon po sa inyong lahat. Maayong hapon. Nabusog ba kayo ng lunch? Okay, so hi. Hello. Walang matutulog ha. Kasi may quiz tayo after nito. So kailangan school heads, okay, SDS, perfect score kayo. Tama? O ba't mahina ang sagot? Tama? Very good. So can I have my slide please? So we're going to talk about the new Government Procurement Act. We call it the NGPA. It's RA. Anong RA? 12009. Mas maraming sagot dito. So, hindi pa ba alam nung nasa kanan ko? Anong RA po ang bagong procurement law? Very good. So, can we go to the next slide? A lot of people are saying, hindi ko pa alam ang 9184 may bago ng batas. Do you feel the same way? Most of you would feel the same way. But what I want to tell you is, wag po kayong matakot because most of what's in 12009 ay hango sa IRR ng 9184. Alam niyo po ba yon? Now, bakit siya tinawag na New Government Procurement Act? Kung karamihan pala dito, I would say 90 to 95% po hango sa IRR ng 9184. Bakit siya tinawag na new? Kasi po, meron pong rules sa Congress kung saan pag mas marami po sa 20 provisions ang ating i-amend, hindi mo siya pwedeng tawaging amendment. Kailangan po ang tawag sa kanya ay bagong batas. Kuha niyo po? Now, so marami pa lang na-revise sa 12009. The reason for this is because procurement is a process. Pag po yung isang section, babaguhin nyo, lahat po ng kasunod na section, mababago na. Okay? Yun po yung main reason why it's called the New Government Procurement Act. But, in reality, technically, much of the provisions are in the IRR of 9184. So what I'm showing to you has been our consultation process over the years. Baka po kayo naguguluhan. Kasi po, ako po ang Executive Director ng GPP-BTSO, pero ako po ay Undersecretary ng DepEd. The reason for that is I am detailed with the Department of Education. Kasi po, si Secretary Angara, nung siya po ay senador, siya po ang principal author ng New Government Procurement Act. Doon po kami nagkaroon ng pagkakataon magkatrabaho and he asked me to help him when he took rather the leadership of the Department of Education. Kasi marami po nagtataka kung matagal na raw po ba ako sa DepEd. So, hindi po ako ganun katagal pa because I was asked by Sexoni to help him out. Okay, so that somehow clarifies ano yung personality ko po sa DepEd. So we have been consulting ang GPPB po with stakeholders over the years, no? At dyan po na po yung mga pagbabago, if you wanna call it, sa ating bagong batas kasi po siya ay, karamihan po ay nasa IRR na. Konti lamang po yung mga bagong provisions which I will highlight this afternoon. Let's go to the next slide. Now, effective na po ba ang bagong batas? Yes or no? Yes. Kailan po siya naging effective? Yung batas. August 13. Ibig po bang sabihin nun, nung August 13, dapat kalimutan na natin si 9184? Yes or no? No. Bakit po? Dahil sabi po sa 12009, kailangan munang maglabas ng IRR si GPPB. Nakapaglapas na po ba ng IRR si GPPB? Yes. Kailan po? February 25, 2025. So, nung February 25 po ba, maari na nating kalimutan ng 9184? Yes or no? Hati ang sagot. Nung February 25, maari na po ba nating kalimutan ng 9184? Not necessarily. Okay? Bakit po? Bakit kaya? Okay, before I answer that, kukumpletuhin ko na muna. Meron din po tayong bagong forms. Kayo ba'y nakakita na ng bagong forms? Wala pa? Nag-issue po tayo ng memo noong October, sharing po to everyone the link for the new forms. More importantly, meron pong nakalagay din po dong link for the instructional videos that we prepared to help you fill up the new forms. At the same time, meron pong ongoing ngayon at saka bukas din po na online learning session, okay, for emergency procurement and for the new forms. So, kung wala pa po kayong kopya ng new forms, look for our memo or access po the GPPB website. Nandun po yung bagong forms. And look for the instructional video. Ang DepEd pa lang po ang may instructional video for the filling up of the new forms. So, take advantage po dahil yan ay ginawa po para sa DepEd. Okay? Now, balikan ko yung tanong. Pag nung bang February 25, dahil may IRR na, pwede na nating kalimutan ang 9184? Sabi ko, not necessarily. Bakit? As a rule, we now have to transition to the new law. So kung meron kayong pending procurement, kailangan nyo bang i-cancel para mag-transition sa bagong batas? No. Pending siya ongoing siya Mas efficient na ituloy ninyo, tama? Tama? Pero, may mga instance na kahit na kayo ay gumagamit ng 9184, makabubuti po for us to use 12009. Ano pong example nun? Halimbawa po sa central office, nag-failure po ang public bidding for the procurement of meals for the DepEd anniversary. Nag-MR, denied pa rin po. So ano pong ginawa ng central office? Okay, yung public bidding under 9184, pero dahil isang linggo na lang bago ang DepEd anniversary, makapagpa-public bidding pa ba ang DepEd para mahabol for the anniversary? No more. So ang ginawa po namin, we use the new law. How is that useful? Because under the new law, small value is now what amount? Up to 2 million. So yung dating, ang lakas ng ano ni ma'am ha, yung dating pong public bidding, pwede na ngayong small value, which means we didn't have to conduct public bidding anymore. So instead of doing public bidding, we changed the APP. We went for small value procurement because it's faster. Okay po? So in that instance, while mas efficient for you na ituloy under 9184 ang ongoing, pwede nyo rin pong i-take advantage yung bagong batas. Okay po? Next, what about yung mga bago? As a rule, you now have to adopt 12009. Tama? Okay. Meron bang instances na pwede ko pa rin gamitin ng 9184? Meron ba? Yes. Let's go to the next slide. Apart from the fact na we are still in transition, ano po yung ibig sabihin ng in transition? Binigyan po tayo ng batas ng 3 taon para makapag-transition sa bagong batas. Okay? While we are in transition, meron din pong mga provision, makikita niyo po to as Annex B of the IRR, meron pong mga provision na wala pang guidelines. Alam niyo ba yon? Okay, ngayon alam niyo na. Ito po, nakalista dito yung mga provisions na wala pang guidelines. So, anong ibig sabihin? Hindi na natin sila pwedeng gawin o gamitin under 12009? No. Pag meron pong guidelines under 9184, pwede nyo pa rin pong gamitin yon. Kuha nyo? Example, framework agreement. Nasa 12009 po yan, pero wala pang guidelines. Ibig bang sabihin, hindi tayo pwedeng mag-framework? Hindi po. Maari po tayong mag-framework using 9184 guidelines. Kuha nyo? Okay. Next slide. So, lagi ko po itong tinatanong, kailan ba magsa-start ang transition natin? Kailan po? From the approval. Huwag niyong kakalimutan of the new forms, which was May of this year. So we have May of 2028 to transition. Ano pong ibig sabihin nun? After that time, pwede pa ba tayong mag-9184? No more. No more. Okay? So wag niyo pong kakalimutan. Very, very important. Can we go back to the next slide? Next slide po. Next pa. Yes. Huwag niyo pong kakalimutan yung mga important dates. Kailan po effective ang IRR? EDSA Revolution. Kailan po effective ang bagong forms? Martial Law. So, madali niyo pong matatandaan yung mga dates na yan, ha? Very important po kasi yan. And then you have May of 2028. Next slide, please. To transition. Kaya po, May 15 po to transition. Kaya po, we are doing a lot of learning sessions, whether on-site and online. And I was reminded that we've actually scheduled a 3-day or 2-day, depende po sa participant, learning session with workshop. Next year po, starting February, actually starting January po. Ang Region 10 po is slated on May of 2026. So abangan nyo po yon. Okay? Let's go to the next slide. Nasa GPPP Circular number 1 po, nakasaad yung explanation na binigay ko na inexplain po na bagaman ni-repeal ng 12009 ng 9184 ay maari pa rin po siyang gamitin kasi tayo po ay nasa transition. Okay? Next slide. Ito po ang GPPB, ang bago at ang luma at ang bagong composition. Next slide. Ito po ang function ng Technical Support Office. Kung saan po ako galing. Policy making, CapDev, and monitoring. Next slide. Now, wala naman pong nabago sa definition ng procurement. It's still the same. May mga dinagdag lang po, but it's basically just describing the 3 typologies of procurement. Next slide. Ano po yung 3 typologies? Before that, let's go to the next slide. Before we go to the typologies, meron po pang exempted sa 12009? Meron po? Wala. Okay? Wala po. Lahat tayo, whether NG, national government, local government, GOCCs, GFIs, covered po tayo ng 12009. In fact, in the history of 9184, there were only 2 instances kung saan po na-exempt ang isang ahensya or programa. The first one is in the National Museum Act, which was never implemented. The second, through a special provision in the 2004 GAA for the AFP modernization and the Philippine Coast Guard. But in the latter one, so funny was, at the start of 2004, pinatawag po kami sa Malacanang to discuss po how the AFP and the Coast Guard will implement their procurement. After 3 hours, I cannot share kasi it's national security. After 3 hours, ang ending po is that the AFP and the Coast Guard will follow 9184. Nagpa-exempt po sila, pero in the end, they will follow because pag po kayo exempted, kayo pong gagawa ng rules ninyo. Kasi wala na pong authority si GPPB na gumawa ng inyong rules. So it appears that when they asked for exemption, they were hoping for a special guidelines to be issued by the GPPB. So kaya po wala tayong exemption. However, I wanna get your attention to the exception. Meron po tayong provision na exception. Ano pong ibig sabihin ng exception? May mga exceptional circumstance. So, hindi exempt yung ahensya, hindi exempt yung programa. Instead, may exceptional. C. Exempt po M. Yung pong exempt na M, totally hindi ka covered. Yung exceptional, as a rule covered ka, may exceptional circumstance lang. Ang exception lamang po is Section 4 of the law that speaks of what? It's only in recognition of international law. Meron po kasi tayong tinatawag na international law doctrine na pacta sum servanda. Ang ibig lang pong sabihin nun, pag tayo nag-enter into an international agreement, kailangan irespeto natin yung provision ng international agreement na yon. Ang common example niyan ay mga loans. Okay? Pag tayo nakipag-loan sa World Bank, at sinabi natin sa loan na pinirmahan natin ng gobyerno ng Pilipinas at nakalagay doon na we will follow World Bank rules, kailangan natin yon ipatupad. In which case, we will not follow our own domestic law. We will follow what's included in the loan agreement. Ang common naman po niyan is an international financing institution, like for instance, COICA, will say, will include as a condition po sa loan agreement na yun pong procuring entity will choose from 3 identified suppliers. Yun po usually ang common provision. Or, kapag po World Bank at ADB, ang usual na provision nila is we will follow World Bank or ADB procurement rules. Pag nakalagay po yun na po yung ating authority to follow them. Otherwise, kung quiet, kung walang nakalagay, we still follow our procurement rules kahit pa po siya foreign loan. Okay po? Now, let's go to the next slide. Okay? Sa kaliwa po ninyo, nakalagay yung mga hindi covered. Anong ibig sabihin ng hindi covered? Ang ibig lang pong sabihin nun, ito yung mga procurement siya, pero iba yung batas niya. Example, PPP. Another example, expropriation. Okay, so halimbawa po, pag tayo bumili na ng lupa for school buildings, ang ginagamit po natin dyan, hindi procurement law, but expropriation law. Okay po? The other one is ODA loans rather. ODA loans po. Kasi meron pong ODA law na fina-follow natin. Sa kanan nyo naman po, ito yung hindi siya procurement, kung kaya hindi magfa-follow ang 12009. Ulitin ko, sa kaliwa procurement, pero may ibang batas na gagamitin. Sa kanan ninyo, Hindi siya procurement, kaya hindi mo i-apply ang 12009. Ano example nun? Direct financial assistance, pag-hire po natin ng JO tsaka COS, attendance to trainings, hindi po conduct ha, attendance, kayo po, wala naman kayong ginawang bidding to be here, and disposal of government properties. Okay po? Kuha natin? Okay, next slide. Now, ito po yung tatlong typology ng procurement. Okay? Ano-ano po siya? Goods, infra, consulting. Okay. Ang kailangan nyo lang pong tandaan dyan ay depende sa type ng goods ang ifo-follow nyong rules. Kaya ang tanong ko, pwede ba ang mixed procurement sa ating batas? Pwede po ba? Pwede pong mag-mix si goods and infra, si infra and consulting, si consulting and goods? Maari po ba yon? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Ano pong tawag doon? Ano po itatawag natin pag nag-mix kayo ng procurement? Tatawagin nyo siyang mixed procurement? Alphabetical ba siya? Uunahin nyo yung una sa letra? Component ba siya? Yung mas maraming component? Ano pong sagot? Oh, example. Kung kayo'y magpo-procure ng 20 units of air conditioning, okay? Goods ba siya? Infra o consulting? Goods. Very good. Kung halimbawa, during the pre-procurement conference, sabi nung TWG, kailangan nating baguhin ng bidding docs to include civil works. Bakit? Kasi yung palang powerhouse kung saan nandun yung source ng electricity for the aircon, nasira nung huling earthquake. Kinailangan ngayong magkaroon ng bagong linya and civil works para makonect ang aircon sa powerhouse. Anong type of procurement yon? Goods or infra? So, nag-combine kayo. Meron kayong goods component and civil works. Tama? Anong type of procurement yon? Goods? Sino naniniwalang goods? Taas ang kamay. Sino ang naniniwalang naging infrastructure na siya? Taas ang kamay. Mas madami. Sino ang mga walang paniniwala? Mas madami ang walang paniniwala. Ano pong tamang sagot? Goods. Ayan, palakpakan ninyo ang sarili ninyo kung kayo'y tama. Bakit siya goods pa rin? Because the only rule that you have to remember in mixed procurement, we don't call it mixed procurement, by the way, is that the type or typology of procurement is determined by the primary purpose, not the secondary one. In my example, the civil works is a secondary purpose. Tama? Para maging effective ang goods procurement mo. Otherwise, hindi siya gagana kasi walang electricity. Kuha nyo? Okay. What if magpapatayo kayo ng multi-purpose hall like this? Okay? During the pre-proc, may nag-suggest. May back member na nag-suggest. Bakit open air yung ating multi-purpose hall? Di ba mas mainam kung lagyan natin ng air conditioning unit? Sige, dagdagan natin ng air conditioning unit. Sabi ng isang back member, kung magdadagdag rin lang tayo ng aircon, bakit hindi pa tayo magdagdag, mag-insert ng LED wall? 'Diba? Kasi multi-purpose para magamit natin siya sa training. Kung walang LED wall, magpo-procure pa tayo ng LED wall. Tama naman si Bak. Let's add therefore LED wall. Sabi ng isang back member, para sigurado, apart from LED wall, lagyan na rin natin ng smart TV. Hanggang sa kisame, may smart TV. So kahit natutulog ka, napapanood mo yung lecture. 'Di ba? Kahit inaantok-antok ka na. Kasi napapalibutan ang multipurpose hall ng smart TV. Sabi ng isang back member, dahil meron na tayong smart TV and LED wall, dapat maganda ang ating audio system. Okay? So, soundproof natin plus ayusin natin yung specs ng audio. So, dumami na. Mas mahal na ngayon ang goods component ng inyong infrastructure project. Ano na ang tawag sa inyong project? Goods or infra? Sinong nagsasabing goods? Wala nang nagsabing goods. Kahit na mas mahal na yung goods component, sinong nagsabing infra? Very good. Mas madami na ngayon. Meron pa rin bang walang paniniwala? Oh, mas marami nang may paniniwala. Tama po kayo. It's now infrastructure project. It remains to be one because the goods component is only secondary to enhance, okay, the infrastructure project. Now, what if bibili pa rin kayo ng aircon, 20 units. Okay? During the pre-proc, sabi nung TWG, dagdagan natin ng one provision for an electrical engineer. Bakit? Kasi wala tayong electrical engineer sa office. Hindi ko alam, sabi nung end user TWG, kung kakayanin ng ating electrical load. Kasi hindi pa yan natetest. Okay? So you now have a goods procurement that is now coupled with a consulting service through the electrical engineer. Anong type of procurement ito? Goods or consulting? Goods pa rin. Kasi secondary si consulting. Yan po ang karaniwang sagot. Anong sagot ko? Anong sagot ko? Ang sagot ko, huwag niyong gagawin yon. Okay? Bakit? Ginawa po ito ng isang LGU, paulit-ulit ang kanyang failure, hindi pa siya natuto. Bakit po nag-failure in that particular instance? Isipin nyo, palagay nyo ba si Abenson may nakatagong electrical engineer na ibibigay sa inyo pag sasali siya sa goods procurement nyo? Palagay nyo, ano yung likelihood na may sasali sa inyo na may provision kayo ng electrical engineer? Diba? Most likely, failure po ang aabutin niyan. Because number one, hindi po common sa merkado yung component na yon. So, kahit po allowed siya, hindi necessarily tama because without proper market scoping, hindi nyo malalaman kung pwede ba yung combination na yon. We tend to put everything on our procurement without proper market scoping. So yun po yung reason why I always make this as an example. Failure na ng failure, sige pa rin ang sige si LGU. But the more important reason bakit huwag niyong gagawin yon is because this is part of planning. How could you request for the procurement of 20 aircon units kung hindi nyo alam kung kakayanin siya ng load ng inyong building? That's part of proper planning. Hindi nyo siya pwedeng ipasa sa supplier. Kuha nyo? So, wag tayong basta-basta nagpapasa ng accountability natin at ng proper na pagpa-planning sa supplier. Kailangan po tayo ang gumagawa nun. Otherwise, we will result in failure, or kung tumuloy man yan, magkakagulo kayo sa implementation. Okay po? Let's go to the next slide. So yun lang naman po ang tatlong typology. It's rather easy. Often confuse lang po tayo pag mixed procurement. This is the Philippine procurement paradigm. This will remain to be like that kahit paano pong batas ang ipasa natin, because it is in consideration of both procurement, budgeting, and auditing rules. Pag tinignan nyo po, anong number sa paradigm ang actual procurement? Number 3. Anong number po sa paradigm ang planning? 1 and 2. So doon pa lang po sa paradigm, kitang-kita na natin na ang pinaka-importanting aspeto ng procurement ay planning. Kadalasan po, nagfe-fail tayo dahil walang tamang pagpaplano. Kahit po gaano kaganda ang modalities natin, kung hindi po napagplanuhan ng maayos, pangit pa rin po ang kakalabasan. Do you agree? Have you experienced that? Yes, very good. Now, let's go to the next slide. Now, we now have 8 governing principles. There used to be 5. Okay? Ang mga bago po, which I will explain in detail later, ay proportionality or the fit for purpose approach, sustainability, and professionalism, which I personally think is the most important provision in the law. Okay? It will address not only the technical gaps we have, but also the corruption issues that we now face in public procurement. Now, the others are, dati na po, ang pinaka-importante lang pong may pagbabago yung transparency. So, yun po yung aking i-explain ngayon. Ano po ba ang intindi natin sa transparency? Paano po natin pinakikita ang transparent tayo sa public procurement? Ano yung pinaka-basic o basiko na requirement? What's that? How do you show you're transparent? How do you show your bid opportunities? Posting. Okay, one main difference under the new law, it's now called publication. Okay, pinasosyal na po sa bagong batas. Instead of posting, it's now referred to as publication. Okay? Next, ano-ano po ba yung mga publication or posting requirements na alam nyo? Saan po pinopost? PhilJeps, very good. Saan pa? Website, no, ng ahensya. Saan pa? Saan? Alam niyo po ba na required na ring mag-post sa social media? Kung meron po kayo, syempre hindi po yung personal account nyo. Dapat yung account ng ayan, tungo si ma'am. Hindi nyo ipopost sa inyong personal Facebook account. Kailangan po yung official social media account. So required po yan kung meron na. Huwag nyo pong kakalimutan. Saan pa? Yung pinaka-unang publication requirement. Saan po? Posting saan? Sa suspicious place in the premises of the procuring entity. Bakit siya suspicious place? Bakit siya suspicious place? Kasi nakatago. Nasa ilalim ng hagdan, katabi ng CR. So, tignan nyo po nasaan ang mga bulletin board ninyo at ilabas-labas ninyo para siya ay maging conspicuous place. Okay? Dapat po sa conspicuous place tayo nagpo-post. Huwag po sa suspicious places. Okay po? Required pa rin po yan. Now, ano pong bago sa transparency apart from social media publication? Una po, Required na po ang live streaming for all public bidding. Ulitin ko. Required na po ang live streaming for all public bidding. In fact, about 3 weeks ago, the President joined the DPWH when it live streamed the procurement activity ng DPWH, which includes po our 7-story multi-purpose building in Pasig. Okay? So, kailangan ba Facebook? Bahala po kayo kung anong platform ang gusto ninyo. Basta kailangan po live stream. Tandaan nyo po yan, ha? Next, meron din po tayong requirement ng video recording. Yung po bang video recording applied sa lahat? No. It's only applied for goods amounting 10 million and up, infrastructure amounting 20 million and up, and consulting amounting 5 million and up. Okay? Yung pong isa, video recording is threshold amount regardless of modality. Ang live streaming, regardless of amount, basta public bidding. Huwag niyo pong kakalimutan yan. Okay? Next. Let's go to the next slide po. Key concepts. We talk about value for money. Ano po bang intindi nyo sa value for money? Ano pong ibig sabihin ng value for money? Nakakatipid ka ba pag value for money? Yun ba yung objective mo? Bili ng pinakamura? Yes or no? No. Ang objective mo ba, bili ng pinakamahal? Yes or no? No din. Ang objective mo ba, kunin o bilhin ng pinakamagandang quality? All the time? All the time? Yun ba ang ibig sabihin ng value for money? All the time, kukunin mo yung best quality. Halimbawa po, nagsayaw kami nung Central Office Party. Nung December 11 po ata yon. Bumili kami ng t-shirt. Yung t-shirt na yon, gagamitin ko lang for one event. Kailangan ko bang bilhin ng pinakamagandang quality t-shirt? No. Value for money doesn't always translate to the best quality. Kasi value for money is connected with purpose. So if your purpose requires you to have the highest quality, okay lang. If your purpose requires for you not necessarily have the highest quality kasi isang beses mo lang gagamitin, hindi kailangan. Nakuha ninyo? So, hindi porket value for money, laging pinakamataas na presyo. Hindi rin kailangan pinakamataas na specs. Hindi rin naman kailangan pinakamura. Diba? Ang lagi ko po diyang example, pag bibili po ako ng cellphone ng nanay ko, palagay nyo ba, bibilhan ko siya ng iPhone? Pag hindi ko siya binilan, hindi ko mahal ang nanay ko? Yes, hindi ko mahal ang nanay ko. Anong aalamin ko? Yung requirements ng nanay ko para malaman ko kung anong bibilin ko sa kanya. And baka hindi iPhone yung best. While we always think iPhone may be the best quality, pero fit for purpose approach tayo pagdating sa value for money. Kailangan depende sa pangangailangan. Kuha natin? Okay. So, hindi natin kailangan ng latest gadget kung hindi naman yun ang kailangan ng ating requirements. Connected dyan ng fit for purpose. Binanggit ko to kanina under the proportionality principle. Ano po yung best example ng fit for purpose sa bagong batas? Sa 9184 po, ano po ang default modality? Public bidding. Sa 12009, ano po ang default modality? Meron po bang default modality? Wala. Anong ibig sabihin nun? Ibig pong sabihin, yung pong 25 modality ngayon, 25 na po siya. Yung 25 modality po ngayon, equal footing. Kailangan ko bang ipakita sa COA na ako'y nag-public bidding muna bago ako mag-alternative? No more. Kasi wala na tayo ngayong alternative modality. Lahat sila ang tawag ay modality. So, ibig sabihin, kung this year, nag-small value procurement ako for school feeding, pwede ko bang baguhin yung modality ko next year? Same project? Yes or no? Yes. Pwede akong mag-community participation. Pwede akong magsagip-saka modality. Depende ngayon sa aking purpose. Mamaya, didiscuss ko yung mga modalities. So, hindi ka na ngayon tali sa isang modality. At kahit pa same project yan, pwedeng bawat taon na babago ang modality mo, depende sa purpose mo. Halimbawa, bumili ako ng mga nutritional food sa school-based feeding. Small value na lang ang ginawa ko para mabilis akong makakuha sa mga available suppliers. Next year, sabi ko, meron ng mga kooperatiba na sumasali sa procurement ng aking ahensya. Pwede na ngayon akong mag-community participation. Mas maganda na ng mga community groups na lang ang ipasasalihin ko para na-engage ko ang mga communities. The following year, teka lang, hindi na ako ngayon bibili ng mga nutritional food packs. Bibili na lang ako ng fresh milk, diretso sa farmers. Pwede ko nang gamitin ang sagip-saka modality. Okay? Meron itong direct purchase sa farmers. Kuha ninyo? So, depende sa ating purpose, maari na nating baguhin ang ating modality at maari na tayong kumuha ng modality na akma sa requirements natin. Hindi kinakailangan mag-public bidding muna. Kung saan, that's the requirement under 9184. Tama? You have to first undertake public bidding or provide a justification why you are resorting to alternative modality. So yun po yung ibig sabihin ng fit for purpose approach. Binibigyan tayo ngayon ng flexibility na pumili ng tamang modality. Depende sa ating mga pangangailangan. Kuha nyo? Okay, let's go to the next slide. Market scoping. We've conducted several market scoping po sa central office. If you want to know how this is done, this is a very new concept. Pero, it's just really an enhanced market study. If you want to know more, tignan niyo po sa ating Facebook page. Nakapost po doon yung mga several market scoping activities that we have conducted. Ang market scoping po ay enhanced market study. Most of you might ask, bakit hindi na lang siya tinawag na market study? The reason for this is because you have already tied market study with quotation. Tama po ba? Pag sinabihan kayo ng back na mag-market study, anong ginagawa nyo? Kumukuha kayo ng ilang quotation? 3. Alam nyo po ba na except for list of venue, wala pong nakasaad sa ating batas o sa rules na kumuha ka ng 3 quotation? Alam nyo po ba yon? Sabi ni Sir, so 2. Pwede pong 2. Pwede pong 1. Bakit pwede? Depende po sa market scoping nyo. Anong ibig kong sabihin? Can we go to the next slide? Okay. Pag po kasi kayo nagma-market scoping, hindi lamang siya isang pamamaraan. Kasi hindi lamang presyo at tech specs ang tinitignan natin. Ano pa ang tinitignan natin? Delivery lead time. Doon yung makikita, pwede ko bang i-combine si electrical engineer at saka si aircon? Kasi kung wala pong nag-o-offer, huwag ninyong ituloy ang procurement kasi wala siya sa merkado. Kuha nyo? Gusto mo ring malaman kung saan siya manggagaling. Kasi baka mamaya imported lahat nito, wala naman palang service center locally. Pero maglalagay kayo ng requirement ng local service center. Okay? So apart from price and specifications, dapat tinitignan natin yung viability ng ating project. Viability in terms of delivery lead time. Viability in terms of bundling. Viability in terms of meron kaya makakasabit ng SLCC or magko-combination ako. More than one contract. Viability in terms of time of delivery. Baka mamaya, Disyembre yung time mo, compete ka sa private sector. Halimbawa po, logistics are usually more expensive and mahirap po during November and December. Printing po, pagsasabay sa pasukan, sa election, you are competing with the private sector. So mahihirapan po kayo. So that's part of market scoping. In fact, alam niyo po ba, with the help of course, Secretary Sonny and President Bongbong Marcos, we are in the process of procuring, ano po, we did the market scoping on this last October, if I'm not mistaken. We are in the process of procuring lapels. Alam niyo po ba yon? Okay. How many lapels are we procuring? Almost 1 million lapels. Okay. So that's with the help of our President and Sec Sonny. Now, when we did the market scoping last October, naggulat yung mga suppliers. Number one, first time nilang naka-encounter ng lapels procurement. Okay? Kasi nga naman, isipin mo, sino ba bang naglalapel sa gobyerno? Number two, ng ganong kadami. That's why our original lead time, delivery is 30 days, pinahabaan po nila during the market scoping. The other valuable input we got from the market scoping was, we included an 8-hour battery for the lapels. Sabi ng supplier, wala pong 8-hour battery lapel sa merkado. Okay? Despite po yung online research ng ICTSS, nalaman namin sa supplier na wala palang 8-hour battery. So yan po ang value ng market scoping. Hindi tayo gumagawa ng procurement na imaginary. Navivet natin yung viability ng project sa mga suppliers bago pa tayo mag-procure. Okay? Yan po ang kailangan yung tandaan, ha? Bago pa tayo mag-procure. At meron pong market scoping form sa ating bagong forms that will help you undertake market scoping more effectively. Okay? Kasama din po yan sa discussion sa online session today and tomorrow. So, kung gusto niyo pong humabol, please contact our PROC-MS for the link for that online session. Next slide. Okay. Alam nyo naman na ang ibig sabihin ng ABC? Basic pa rin po yan. Hindi kayo pwedeng mag-procure kung wala kayong budget. Kaya kailangan meron kayong ABC. At tatandaan ninyo, while ang default ay annual procurement, maari po kayong mag-multi-year. Alam nyo ba yon? Okay. More than one fiscal year. Pero, ang requirement niyan ay kailangan nyo munang humingi ng multi-year contractual authority from the DBM. Without that, you cannot start procurement. Pero later, sa strategy, sasabihan ko kayo anong pwede nyong gawin kung gusto nyo ng multi-year effect pero walang MICA. Okay? Multi-year effect pero walang MICA. But, if you want to undertake multi-year, the first thing you need to do is ask for MICA because you cannot start procurement without the MICA. Okay po? Okay, next. Next slide. Okay. The only, I would say, substantial change in the new law in regards to selection is this one. Meron na po tayong 2 additional selection criteria. Okay? Ano po ang selection criteria na alam ninyo under 9184? Yung lowest calculated responsive bid. Okay? Anong ibig sabihin? Anong tinitignan natin para mag-award? Responsiveness sa text specs and pinaka mababa, kaya lowest. Okay? Meron pa ba niyan sa 12009? Yes. Pero nadagdagan ng dalawa. Ano yung dalawang yon? Next slide. Yung una, combination ng quality and cost. Ibig sabihin, pag magpa-public bidding ka, imbis na LCRB, ang gagamitin mo ay MERB. Ano yung MERB? Most economically advantageous and responsive bid. Anong titignan ko? Responsiveness lang ba sa text specs and costs? No. Responsiveness sa text spec, costs, and quality rating. Okay? Ibig sabihin, magra-rank ka base sa quality rating and cost rating. Dito, mas mataas ang quality. Laging mas mataas. So, 60-40, 60 quality, 40 cost. Okay, laging mas mataas po. Pinaka mababa ng quality ay 60, pinakamataas is 95. Pinakamataas ng cost, 40, pinakamababa ay 5. Okay, so ganun po ang combination. Mahirap po ito kasi kailangan nyo ng quality criteria. Bigyan nyo nga ako ng example ng quality criteria. May naisip kayo? Quality criteria. May naisip kayo? Hirap, no? Kaya po, ang aking pong advice, you still adopt LCRB. It's only in highly technical, complex equipment that you use MERB. I would recommend this for medical equipment, for power plant related equipment. Pero po sa DepEd, wala pa akong makitang procurement na kinakailangan ng MERB. Kasi po, mahirap humanap ng quality criteria. Ang quality criteria po, hindi po pwedeng mas matibay kasi that's an adjective. Kailangan po na meron kang metrics na gagamitin, okay? At objective po ang pagre-rating mo. The closest I could think of na pwede nating ilagay sa mga DepEd procurement are green criteria. I will explain that later po. Green criteria. Okay? Next slide. The third other criteria is the MARB. Tong MARB, I will only recommend this for consulting kasi ginagawa na natin siya. The only difference here is that we do not factor in totally the cost. Because sa MARB, quality lang at responsiveness ang tinitignan natin. For as long as hindi siya mag-exceed ng ABC, kahit pinakamahal pa siya, pwede kang mag-award. Kuha nyo? Quality lang siya. So dito po papasok yung mga professional at saka experience criteria for our consultants. So I would recommend this for consulting services only, not for equipment. Medyo mahirap po yan sa equipment. Okay? So yan po yung dalawang bago, so tatlo na po ang ating selection criteria under 12009. But I would say most pa rin po LCRB. Okay? Next slide. Now, other key concepts, common use. Saan po tayo bibili ng common use? Kay PS pa rin po. Pwede ba tayong mag-opt out na bumili kay PS? Yes or no? Yes. Nasa batas na po yan. Okay? Klarong-klaro na po yan. So ano-ano yung mga reasons para hindi tayo bumili or mag-opt out? Number 1, walang stock. Diba? Number 2, kulang ang stock. Meron siyang 4, 5 ang kailangan mo. Are you forced to buy the 4? No. Importante lang po, i-document nyo. Hindi nyo kailangan humingi ng sinas. Pwede kayong pumunta online, tignan po yung website ng PS, tignan nyo po yung kanilang, ang tawag doon, yung inventory ng mga items. Okay? Tignan nyo po, nakalagay doon 0. Print nyo yan. That would be your evidence kay COA. Bakit kayo hindi bumili? Same with incomplete stock. Okay? Same with ibang text specs ang kailangan nyo. I-document nyo yung text specs nyo, i-document nyo yung available sa PS. Nandun po yan sa kanilang listahan ng mga item. Whether po sa website ng PS, sa virtual store, or sa e-marketplace. Okay? What are the other reason? Mas mahal. Mas mahal. Okay? May nakita kayong mas mura. Okay? And the catch-all provisions, inefficiency, and impracticality. Kung halimbawa po, okay, magbabiyahe pa kayo sa Cagayan de Oro ng ilang oras bago lang makarating sa PS Depot para makabili ng supply. Kailangan nyo pang gawin yon? No more. Kasi it's impractical. It's inefficient. Kung meron naman pong mabibilan sa area ninyo. Halimbawa, kailangan ko pang tumawid ng ilang ilog, ilang bundok para lang ako pumunta sa PS Depot. Pagdating ko pa, walang stock. Di ba mas magastos pa yung transportation nyo? Tsaka inefficient na nawala kayo sa office ng isang araw? Yun po yun. Kailangan nyo lang i-document para po pag tinanong kayo ni COA bakit, you can show the provision of the law and your documentation. Okay? Ang layo-layo ng pinakamalapit na PS Depot for me na magbiyahe pa para lang bumili. Wala kong internet sa area, hindi ako maka-order sa e-marketplace or sa virtual store. Okay po? Okay, so tandaan niyo po ito, lalo na po sa mga schools na pagkalayo-layo sa Cagayan de Oro para lang po kayo makabili sa PS Depot. Okay po? Okay. Next slide. Nasa batas na po yan. Nilaban po naming ilagay yan sa batas kasi nga po, lagi pong reklamo yan sa amin na walang stock, kulang ang stock, ang layo-layo. Napaka-impractical. Okay po? Now, interconnectivity and beneficial ownership. Ito po ang nakikita kong pinakamainam na solusyon sa mga nararanasan nating anomalya sa procurement. Ano po yung ibig sabihin ng interconnectivity? Iyan po yung first step kung saan si PhilJeps, hindi pa po to operationalize. Okay? Inaayos pa po ng PhilJeps. Si PhilJeps, ko-connect po siya sa BIR, sa SEC, sa DTI, tsaka sa mga LGUs. Para the moment po mag-submit si supplier ng kanyang registration, pwede na pong i-check ni PhilJeps from source through the systems. Interconnectivity lang po. Hindi na po kailangan tumawag ni PhilJeps. Hindi niya kailangan ng tao because through API, okay, maari na pong mag-usap yung mga systems. So si PhilJeps, kung hindi po na-validate, okay, dito po rin po pwedeng gamitin yung naririnig nating blockchain. Okay? Kasi po yung blockchain, isang malaking ledger yan. Na lahat lang po ng pumasok kay BIR na tax clearance, okay, ipapasok sa ledger na yon. Lahat po ng nagrehistro sa SEC, ipapasok doon. So, through that system, pwede pong blockchain, pwedeng API, depende po yan sa PhilJeps, makikita natin, automatic na makikita ni PhilJeps, kung yung supplier, meron ngang dokumento sa BIR, sa SEC, sa DTI. Hindi na natin kailangan i-check. Si PhilJeps na through the system will check. At kung wala siya, hindi siya bibigyan ng rehistro ng PhilJeps. So, from source po, at the start. Hindi po katulad ngayon, lahat po narirehistro ng PhilJeps. Ang responsibility para ma-validate na kanino? Nasa atin. Kaya po tumatagal ang post-qual. Okay? Pero kung meron na po tayong interconnectivity, maaari na pong mag-usap yung mga systems. Kung wala sa system si supplier, hindi po siya irerehistro. Yan po ang nilagay natin sa batas. Ginagawa pa lang po yan, hindi pa po yan fully operationalized. Iintayin po natin yan. The other one is beneficial ownership. Alam niyo po ba na as early as 2020, we have been trying to incorporate beneficial ownership rules sa procurement. So much so na meron kaming data sharing agreement with the Securities and Exchange Commission. Ano po ba yung BO or beneficial owner? Ang ibig lang pong sabihin nito, ang lahat po kasi ng korporasyon may mga ultimate or beneficial owner. Kuha ninyo? Ang isang korporasyon, maaring ang nagmamay-ari dyan ay isang tao or isang korporasyon din. Kung korporasyon din ang may-ari niyan, hindi mo nakikita sino ba ang ultimate or beneficial owner niya. Kaya po noong 2021, nagkaroon kami ng data sharing agreement sa SEC kasi po, ang napansin ko, ang isang korporasyon na na-blacklist, madali lamang sa kanilang gumawa ulit ng panibagong korporasyon. Tama? Para hindi na sila blacklisted. Pero hindi po namin yun nakikita. Wala po kaming kakayanan makita kasi isang korporasyon, kahit po halos pareho ang pangalan, ay iba sa ibang korporasyon. Ang tawag po sa corporate law ay separate juridical personality. Ibig pong sabihin, si ABC Corporation, kahit magtayo yung parehong may-ari niya at itawag na ABC1, hindi po yung one and the same. Okay? Hindi po pwedeng ikonsidera siya na one and the same. So, ang nangyayari po, nagtatago sila sa corporate ownership. So, hindi natin nakikita. Bukod po sa blacklisting, circumvention ng blacklisting, ang isa pong nakita daming problema ay maaaring sa isang ahensya katulad ng DepEd, napakalaki ng procurement, maaaring may tatlong sumasaling supplier. Pero hindi natin alam, yung tatlong yon, isa lang ang may-ari. Kasi nga, nakatago sila sa beneficial owner. Or, worse, hindi natin alam, baka yung isang supplier, ang nagmamay-ari pala ay back member. Pero nagtatago siya sa corporate personality or corporate entity. Tinry po namin itong gamitin noong 2021 and 2022. However, we were limited by the data privacy law. So bagaman meron kaming data sharing agreement sa SEC, hindi po kami pinapayagang gamitin ito kasi we will be violating data privacy. Kaya po sa ating batas, minabuti natin na ilagay doon notwithstanding the data privacy law, maari na po natin gamitin ngayon ang beneficial ownership. Makikita niyo po ang declaration sa Omnibus Sworn Statement. Nasa new forms din po yan. Yun pong rules kung paano gamitin, ginagawa pa lang po. Pero at least, yung first step, nandun na po tayo. Nilalagay na po natin ang declaration ng beneficial or ultimate owner sa ating mga public bidding. Eventually, that can be a reason to what? To blacklist if it's the same company, to disqualify for non-competitive behavior, to disqualify for conflict of interest. Okay po? So yan po yung mga, again, one of the more substantial changes in the new law. Okay? Next slide. Now, let's talk about budget, strategic planning and budget linkage. Katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, pinaka-importante pa rin na proseso sa procurement ay planning. Kahit na anong ganda ng modality na pinili mo, kung mali ang pagpaplano, magfe-fail pa rin. Okay? Let's go to the next slide. Ito po ang mga strategic planning considerations. Bago po kayo mag-procure, bago kayo sumulat ng inyong specifications, I invite you to go through this verse. Okay? And I will explain to you how it's done. The first one, next slide, I already explained kanina. Market scoping po. Wala pong procurement na magaganap kung walang market scoping because we made this mandatory. Again, paano mag-scoping? Pwedeng quotation, pwedeng tumingin ka ng online reviews, pwede kang tumingin ng online price, pwede kang mag-search online ng specs, pwede kang pumunta sa mga exhibits, pwede kang tumingin sa bidding docs ng ibang ahensya, pwede kang tumingin sa field reps posting. Marami pong ways para magkaroon ng effective market scoping. Depende po sa inyong pinoprocure. Okay? So, tatandaan nyo, mandatory, may form, kailangan gawin for every procurement. Hindi lamang to for public bidding. Next slide. Okay, ito po yung mga ways by which you can do market scoping. Next slide. Okay, ito po yung form. Kung hindi niyo pa po nakikita, ito na po yung form na gagamitin nyo. Downloadable po sa GPPB website. Pinadala rin po namin to sa mga regional offices. So, kulitin nyo po ang inyong mga regional offices to give you a copy kung wala pa po. Next slide. There's a link in the memo plus a link for the forms and a link for the instructional videos. Next pong consideration, yung LCA and LCCA. These are two technical concepts. I'll try to make it simple for you. Yung pong tatlong letra na LCA, ang ibig lang sabihin yan, you consider the whole life cycle cost. Okay, anong example nun? Pag pupunta kayo sa concert, anong mga cost consideration na kailangan yung paghandaan? Ano yung first cost na kailangan yung paghandaan? Ticket price. Okay. Ordinarily, we only look at the first cost or the ticket price. Ang sinasabi po sa LCA, tignan mo yung kabuuan na gastusin. Huwag lang yung unang cost. Pag tayo bumibili, we only look at the cost of the equipment. We forget the total cost required for owning the equipment. Let's go back to the concert. Bukod sa ticket price, ano pang kailangan ninyong paghandaan? Ano pa? Pagkain. Unless magbabaon na lang kayo ng Skyflix papunta at pauwi from the concert. Ano pa? Transportation. Kung sa Davao yung concert. Okay? Magbabiyahe ka. Ano pa? Accommodation. Alangan naman matutulog ka lang sa labas ng concert venue. Kailangan mo ng accommodation. Ano pa? Ano pa? Pagkain, transportation, accommodation, ano pa? Souvenir. Alangan naman memories lang ang maiiwan sa'yo from the concert. Ano pa? Pinaka-importante. OOTD. Di ba? Pag pupunta ka sa Swiftie concert, alangan naman loyal Swiftie fan ka, hindi ka naka-Swiftie costume. Di ba? Paghahandaan mo rin yung bibilin mo for your OOTD. Yun lang po ang ibig sabihin ng LCA. Madalas po kasi tayo, pag tayo bumibili, iniisip lang natin yung first cost. Nakakalimutan natin, may iba pa palang cost yun. Excited tayong bumili, nakakalimutan natin, may iba pa palang cost yun. Halimbawa, recently po, nag-download ang Learning System Strand nitong October for printing. Tama po? Na-downloadan ba kayo? So, tinanong ko po sila, magiging norm na ba ang pagda-download ninyo for printing? Yes daw. Sabi ko, baka you wanna consider investing on a program for this. Kesa kayo download ng download. So, ang unang naisip, ano? Oo. Magpabili tayo ng risograph for each SDO. Okay ba yon? Risograph machine. Okay, that's your first cost. Magkano ba yung risograph machine? Para hindi na tayo mahirapan pang magpa-print every time may download. O, anong mga other costs mo pag bumili ka ng risograph machine? Alin? training, papel, ano pa? So, una, gagalaw ba mag-isa yung risograph machine? Hindi. Kailangan mo ng operator. Sinong gagawa? Ang mga teacher? Hindi. Kailangan may operator. Yung operator, kailangan ba ng training? Yes. Yung bang training, one time lang? No. Siyempre, for proper maintenance. Okay. Ang papel ba ng risograph machine, pareho lang? Sa ordinary paper? No. Ang ink? No. Eh kung wala ka pang paglalagyan, magpapatayo ka pa ng lalagyan ng risograph machine. Tama ba? Okay. So, yung pagbili ba ng risograph machine ang best strategy kung gusto mong maging regular program ang printing? Yes or no? O baka hindi. O hanap tayo ng alternative. Anong alternative? Sabi, bumili na lang ng printer. Huwag ng risograph. O, same question. Gagalaw ba ang printer mag-isa? Kailangan mo operator. May training ba yan? Meron. Ang papel at ink, bibilin mo ba yan? Yes. So, hindi pa rin printer ang solusyon. Unless you also cover for all of this. Eh kung sinabihan ka na ng central office, no money for that. Anong option natin? Anong possible strategy gagawin natin? Hindi pwedeng bumili ng risograph because of the cost. Hindi rin pwede ang printer because of the other costs. Anong gagawin natin to print? Gusto ba natin bababa ng CO tsaka tayo magpo-procure ng printing? Efficient ba yon? O nagmamamadali tayo lagi para lang ma-obligate at ma-disburse? Ano ang more efficient strategic way? Anyone? So one of my recommendation is to do a framework agreement. Later I'll explain. Or you procure the services of a printer. So hindi ka magpapaprint based on a manuscript, pero nagpo-procure ka na based on 10,000 copies at X peso or centavo for each page. What you're paying for is the output. Okay? You're not paying for the printing itself, but the output. What you will be paying is the per piece. Okay? Na ma-deliver niya on time. So, you're only required to pay if delivered on time. Hindi katulad ng regular printing, kahit na late, you will just impose liquidated damages. Here, pwedeng gawin mong requirement is the output. And the output is the number of pages printed. And that's what you're going to pay. Kahit ano pa po yung manuscript, the manuscript can come later. Similar with framework agreement. Okay, I will explain later the framework agreement. Kuha ninyo? So, when you talk about strategy, wag po tayo mag-iisip ng anong bibilin ko. We will discuss and explore the strategies and decide if there's a better alternative. Okay po? Yung LCCA, dumami lang yung letra kasi life cycle cost analysis. Ang ibig lang po sabihin nun, may environmental consideration ka na. So, pwede nyo pong gawin, maglagay ng quality criteria based on green specifications. Okay? Ang pinakamadali pong green specification for consumer products, katulad ng ref, aircon, etc., is yung energy efficiency ratio. Familiar po ba kayo sa EER? Yes or no? Yung dilaw na nakikita yung sticker sa harap ng ref, yan ang EER. Okay? Lahat po ng consumer products may EER. Kung hindi nyo po nakikita dyan sa mismong item, pero usually nandun po yan, pwede nyo rin po makita sa Department of Energy website. So, pwede kayong tumingin ng EER na mataas. Pag mas mataas ang EER, mas mataas ang rating niya. Doon nyo po pwedeng gamitin ang quality criteria. Okay? So, ang ibig lang pong sabihin ng LCCA, pag po may bibilin kayo, tignan ninyo yung environmental impact. Hindi po kasi tayo mahigpit sa Pilipinas. Pero sa ibang bansa po kasi, very important po yung environmental impact kasi may regulations. May regulations po. Halimbawa po, sa Japan, sa UK, hindi ka basta pwedeng magtapon ng mga TV, ng kotse. Hindi ka pwedeng bumili ng kotse sa Japan kung hindi po pa dispose yung kotse mong isa. Unless exempted ka, part ka ng mga may exceptions, no? Tayo po kasi hindi pa masyado, hindi pa tayo ganun ka sophisticated. Pero eventually po, pag sophisticated na yung regulations natin, doon na po papalo yung paggamit ng LCCA. In which case, we look for products that are environmentally friendly. Okay, halimbawa po, paggamit ng re-engineered bamboo sa ating school furniture, that's one. Okay? Paglagay po ng recyclable components sa mga bagay, sa mga SME tools na gagamitin natin. Okay? Maaari po yan. I don't think we've ever considered using recycled paper sa ating textbook kasi po kakapal yung textbook kasi medyo makapal po ang recycled paper. But those are one of the ways we can incorporate po LCCA. Incidentally po, meron pong 27 employees sa central office who took part of a project we have with the ADB on sustainable public procurement kung saan po part ng kanilang capstone na ilalagyan nila ng sustainability criteria ang mga projects na pinoprocure po ng DepEd. So I'm looking forward for that, for the results of that capstone. Okay? Next slide. Second hand. Hindi po sa amin galing to, pero meron pong nagsingit ng procurement of second hand. Before po, as a rule, bawal ang second hand. Sa bagong batas, bumaliktad. Pwede po siya, pero subject to DBM guidelines. At wala pa pong guidelines ang DBM. So until then, hindi pa rin po pwedeng bumili ng second hand. Now, pinagsama ko po to ng discussion after po ng LCCA kasi my guide is if you decide to buy second hand, even if it's allowed by DBM, you use LCCA to determine if worth it bang bumili ng second hand. Okay, bakit? Kayo ba, bibili kayo ng 20-year-old na car? Most likely hindi, di ba? Apart from, I think, the ineffectiveness, wala kang warranty, luma na lahat, baka magpapalit ka na rin ng lahat ng pyesa, meron ding environmental impact yung 20-year-old na car, di ba? So, baka hindi na yan pumasa sa smoke belching test. Okay? Baka hindi na rin siya Euro 4 compliant as a requirement ng ating regulation. So, yun po yung titignan natin if we decide to consider buying second hand. So again, currently wala pa pong guidelines ng DBM and until then, bawal pa rin po bumili until the guidelines is released. This is one example where kahit na pwede, hindi siya necessarily tama. Kaya titignan pa rin natin as consideration, durability, remaining useful life, sustainability, maintenance cost, and warranty. Essentially applying LCCA. Okay po? Next slide. Okay, ito po yung sinabi ko na kanina. Pwede kang mag-multi-year, kuha ka ng MICA. Before you even start procurement, meron na pong kaso yan, ang Giacomile versus Evdani case. Hindi po kayo pwedeng mag-procure ng walang MICA kung multi-year. Pero, kung hindi kayo makakuha ng MICA, meron din po tayo, next slide. Okay, renewal option. Ito po, as early as 2021, meron na yan. So see, much of what I've said are already being practiced. Okay? Yung LCA and LCCA, tinuturo na po namin yan, wala lang sa batas. But everything else that came after that, procurement of second hand, pinagbabawal po yan under DBM guidelines. Yung pong MICA, dati na yan. Ang renewal, dati na po to. Okay? Ano pong ibig sabihin nito? Pag po kayo nagbidding na, Whether 9184 or 12009, the following year, pwedeng mag-renew na lamang kayo. Kuha nyo? Dadaan pa ba kayo ng another bidding? No more. Anong requirement? Generally, kailangan po ng favorable evaluation ni end user. Okay? Midpoint, pwede na kayo magsimula. Kung 1 taon ng kontrata mo, half the year, pwede na kayong mag-evaluate. Kailangan nyo rin pong magkaroon ng cost analysis, cost benefit. Kasi baka nagmura na sa merkado. Pag nagmura na, sayang naman na mag-renew kayo. Talo na tayo doon. Tama? Okay, tama po? So, titignan din po natin yan. Okay? Ang renewal po, mas madali na lamang ngayon kasi hindi na rin, meron pong mga certain procurements na pwedeng forever ang renewal. Okay po? Okay, halimbawa po, pwede kang mag-renew more than 1 year for rental of office space and telecommunications requirements. Okay, next slide. Ito po yung preliminary requirement and procedure for renewal para meron po kayong guide. But essentially, hindi na po kayo nagbibidding, nagre-renew na lamang kayo. Okay? Next slide. Okay, EPA. Ano pong ibig sabihin ng EPA? Early Procurement Activities. Huwag niyo lalagyan ng L kasi magiging EPAL. Nag-EPA ba kayo? Very good. Alam niyo po ba, next slide, I wanted to share with you, yung pong na-EPA natin last year for 2025, alam niyo po ba na fully delivered na lahat ng mga yan itong August? Are you aware of that? Lahat po ng DCP fully delivered na. Okay? As of August for 2025. Samantalang yung 2021 DCP procurement, dinideliver pa din. Okay? So what am I saying? Effective po ang EPA kung strategic ka. So, ngayon po, nagko-conduct na rin tayo ng EPA. Ang maganda pong ini-EPA, yung pong kailangan mo na agad sa first quarter or second quarter, yung mahirap na procurement kasi complicated, yung first time yung ipoprocure, yung fail kayo ng fail. Yan po yung mga magagandang ini-EPA. Hindi naman po kailangan lahat i-EPA. So, pag po in-EPA nyo yan, ang magiging procurement timeline ninyo for the first semester, award na lang kayo ng award. Diba? Nung na-early procure nyo at magpo-procure kayo ng kailangan nyo sa second sem. Sa second sem naman, nag-early procure kayo for next year at award na lang kayo ng award ng mga requirements nyo for second sem. Yan po yung maganda or ideal na procurement timeline with EPA. Ang EPA po, you do everything except what? What can you not do the year before? You can't award. You can only award pag may budget na. Tatandaan nyo yun ha? Kasi po nung nag-early procure tayo last year, may nag-award pong region ng December. Bawal yon. Kasi January pa po effective ang ating GAA. Masyadong advance. Nakapag-award na agad. So we call their attention to fix that. Okay? Next slide. Design and build. Ang conventional infrastructure po, two levels yan. Una, procure ka muna ng design. Engineering and architectural design. Pagkatapos mo mag-procure nun, yun ang gagamitin mo para magpa-construct. Okay? Sino po ang may infrastructure experience na? Wala pa? O baka sa 2026, magkakaroon na tayo for the classroom. Diba? Excited ba kayo? Parang hindi kayo excited. Excited ba kayo? So, ginagawa po namin ang design and build for last mile schools. Okay? Bakit? Anong difference? Katulad ng sinabi ko, pag conventional infrastructure, 2 layer yan. Design muna, tsaka yung construction. Often, nagtuturoan. Pagka may mali sa construction, sabihin ni contractor, mali ang design. Sasabihin naman nung nag-design, hindi, mali lang yung execution. Sa design and build, isa lamang po ang kausap mo. Bakit po natin siya ginagawa for last mile school? Often po, yung mga last mile iniiwan, inaabandon. Sa dami ng variation, di na natatapos. Okay? Kasi po, bakit iniiwan? Sinasubcon. Walang takot si subcon, iniiwan kasi yung general contractor naman ang mabablacklist. Okay? Iniiwan na lang nung kahit hindi subcon, iniiwan na lang ng contractor kasi malaki naman na yung na-bill niya, okay lang. Okay? I-terminate na lang niya. Marami po tayong terminate na last mile school this year kasi inabandon na. Okay? Ang design and build, bakit po ba siya ina-abandon? Kadalasan sinasabi ng contractor, hindi namin nakita kasi yung site. Mahirap palang puntahan. Okay? Masyado palang malayo. Sa design and build, okay, ikaw ang nag-design, so certainly nakita mo yung lugar. Ikaw yung nag-design para doon sa terrain na yon, so certainly alam mo yung mga challenges. Ang sinasabi po kasi ng ibang contractor, pag last mile school, hindi naman kasi kami nag-design yan, mali yung design. Dapat baguhin yan kasi last mile to. So sa design and build, isa lang ang kausap mo, walang pasahan. Okay? Hindi na ngayon pwedeng sabihin ni contractor na, ay, hindi ko na-consider yan. Kasi siyang nag-design, siya rin ang gagawa. Usually po, mas mabilis ito. Number two, hindi po kayo limited sa isang design. Pag sinabi ko pong design, hindi lang po yan architectural, pati engineering. Pati po yung ginamit. No? Hindi po tayo limited sa semento lang. Pwedeng prefab, pwedeng all steel, pwedeng polycarbonate, pwedeng 3D printed cement. Nakakita na po ba kayo ng bahay na 3D printed? Yes, as early as 2020, meron na pong gumagawa niyan. Okay? At mainstream na po siya ngayon, 3D printer using cement. Okay? Next slide. Okay, framework agreement. Nabanggit ko kanina. Hindi po to modality. Pero ito po ay isang contractual agreement na pwede niyong ikonsidera sa mga bagay na alam niyong kailangan ninyo, hindi niyo lang alam kailan niyo kailangan. Does that make sense? Alam kong kailangan ko siya, hindi ko lang alam kailan ko siya kakailanganin. Ginagamit po ito ng DSWD for procurement of relief goods. Alam kong kakailanganin ko siya, hindi ko lang alam eksakto kailan kasi hindi ko naman alam kailan magkakaroon ng bagyo. Tama? Okay. Isipin ninyo, ano yung pwede ninyong paggamitan nito? Pag po framework agreement, gagamitin natin laging public bidding. Laging public bidding. Regardless of amount, kasi yun po yung nasa rules ng framework agreement under 9184. Wala pa kasing bagong rules ng 12009. Kanina sinabi ko, pwede natin siyang gamitin sa printing. Ibig sabihin, hindi mo pa nasasabi kay printer kailan mo kailangan yung mga printed materials, pero meron ka ng kontrata sa kanya na kung kakailanganin mo ay available siya. Kasi po sa framework agreement, hindi po muna kayo mag-a-award because mag-enter muna kayo ng option contract called a framework agreement. So, anong gagawin nyo dito? Public bidding. After mag-qualify ng bidder, okay, hindi ka pa mag-award. Mag-enter ka muna ng option contract in the form of framework agreement. Ang commitment doon, pag kailangan mo na, mag-call off ka or mag-order ka, tsaka pa lang kayo mag-award. So, kung nag-download ng manuscript si LS for printing, call off kayo. Sasabihin ni Region, magko-call off ako for printing of this many copies. We need it after X number of days. Doon pa lang kayo mag-award. So, wala kayong commitment. Okay? Kuha ninyo. Yung pong other option na sinabi ko, hindi siya framework, pero naka-procure na kayo ng price. Okay? Pag magpapaprint ako, 50 cents per page. I will pay kung anong ma-deliver on time. Okay? May award ka na, Pero, ang bayad mo kapag nagpa-print ka. Kuha niyo po yung difference? Okay, may award ka na doon sa pangalawa. Ang pinag-usapan ninyo is the cost of the output. Every time po na magbibigay ka ng manuscript. Doon sa isa, wala pang commitment kasi wala pang award. Pero, meron na rin kayong agreed price at nag-award ka every time na mag-order ka ng printing. Usually po ang framework agreement for huge volume requirements. Kaya po sinasuggest ko to sa regional level, sa SDO level po ang sinasuggest ko yung pong second alternative. Okay po? Naiintindihan po natin ang framework agreement as an option contract? Hindi pa po siya kontrata, hindi niyo pa po kailangan ng CAF dyan kasi option contract lang siya. Ano po yung option contract? May option ka to buy or not to buy. Okay? Para po ma-distinguish ninyo sa regular contract. Ano po yung kontrata na lahat kayo nakapirma na? Halos lahat pala, nakapirma na. Most likely, nakaputi kayo nung pumirma kayo. Ano pong kontrata yon? Ano pong kontrata? Nakalimutan nyo na? Taon-taon, nag-anniversary kayo dun? Marriage contract. Ang marriage contract po ba option contract? No. May option ka ba? Pag pumirma ka na sa marriage contract? Wala. Meron ba yan 6 months money back guarantee? Wala. Until magkaroon po tayo ng divorce, wala. Sa framework agreement, may option ka. Hindi ka tali. Walang till death do us part. Okay po? Okay, next. Next slide. Okay, procurement agent. Nabalitaan niyo po na for classroom construction, we will be asking LGUs to implement. Tama? Hindi lamang po DPWH, hindi lamang po DepEd. We will be asking LGUs to implement. Tama? Tama. Now, yung mga LGUs na mag-implement, natural, dapat yung mga LGUs na may congestion. Di ba? Kasi kung walang congestion sa lugar, ba't naman sila mag-construct ng classroom? Tama? Eh what if si LGU A, okay, may capacity siyang mag-implement. May capacity siyang mag-procure. Pero walang congestion sa kanya. Si LGUB, okay, walang capacity pero may congestion. Paano natin gagamitin ang procurement agent para masolusyonan ito? Ulitin ko, si LGUA may capacity to procure pero wala namang congestion so hindi niya kailangang tayo ng classroom. Si LGUB, wala siyang capacity pero marami siyang congestion. Kailangan niyang magtayo ng classroom. How can we use this? Sa pooled procurement, pwede pong kontratahin ni LGUB si LGUA para mag-procure para sa kanya. Kuha nyo? Kuha nyo? Yes. So, ganun din po tayo. Kung halimbawa, bago kang tayong ahensya, katulad ng Maharlika Fund Corporation, nung bago po siyang tayo, wala po siyang kapasidad na mag-procure, magpapaprocure siya sa land bank. Ang Philippine Competition Commission po, nung bagong tayo, wala siyang capacity, ang DOF ang nag-procure para sa kanya. Tatandaan lang po natin na walang transfer of funds dito, kasi dyan po nagkakaroon ng kalokohan. Gumawa na po kami ng guidelines as early as 2021. Hindi po to bago. Luma na po to as early as 2021. Okay? Ang ginagawa lang po ng procurement agent ay mag-procure to act as your back. That's it. Ang payment, yung pa rin pong ahensya. Ang award, yun pa rin pong ahensya. Kuha natin? Okay. Next. Second to the last, ito po yung mga requirements and conditions. Kailangan nyo po ng MOA for this. Next slide. Pooled procurement. Ito po, nilagay ko sa batas for LGUs. Bakit po? Alam niyo po ba na pag bumibili ang LGU ng isang x-ray machine, lagi siyang failure? Bakit po kaya siya laging failure? Wala pong sumasali. Masyadong maliit ang demand. So, ang objective po ng pool procurement is to aggregate demand. So, applicable din po to sa mga schools at saka sa SDO. Alam niyo bang pwede kayong mag-pool ng inyong procurement? Ibig sabihin, imbis na 20 kayong bibili, pwedeng isa na lang? Alam niyo ba yon? So, sa 20 ahensya or 20 LGUs, inaggregate mo yung demand, so may sasali at mas mura because of economies of scale. Number 2, mas madali kasi isang procurement na lang kesa 20. Okay, number 3, wala po tayong problema sa accountability kasi bagaman isang beses lang ang procurement, ang award po kanya-kanya. Kuha nyo? So, pinadali lang po natin yung admin procedure ng procurement. At the same time, we took advantage of aggregating the demand. So, imbis na isa lang ang bibilin mo, 20, so you get actually suppliers interested. And of course, you take advantage of economies of scale. Kuha nyo? So, pwede rin po itong gawin ng different governance level. Si CO pwedeng mag-join sa region. Si region pwede sa SDO. Okay? Pwede po across government agencies. Yung pong mga convergence budgeting natin, pwede pong isang procurement lang yon ng DSWD, DepEd, tsaka DILG. Meron lang pong lead procurer, pero yung award kanya-kanya. Pwede rin po yon. Okay? Okay, next slide. Ito po, pinasok po to sa lower house, requiring warehousing and inventory. Ako naman po, like ko sinasabi, hindi po kailangan ng warehouse. Importante lang may inventory ka. Kasi a physical warehouse is not really the most ideal setup. What's most important is inventory dahil kadalasan po nakukuha tayo dahil na-expire, naluluma, nasisira. Okay? In fact, the biggest online supplier sa buong mundo does not even own a single warehouse. Kilala niyo yon kung sino? The biggest online supplier which does not own a single warehouse. Alibaba. Okay? Kaya po, warehousing is really not the norm anymore. But for certain agency, it may be required. But generally for DepEd po, I don't think so. So we need to re-strategize lang. Kung halimbawa po katulad before, dinideliver muna yung textbook, tapos iba po ang dinideliver lang po sa warehouse ang textbook, iba po ang magde-deliver sa school. We had already changed that, re-strategize that altogether. Okay po? So we don't have a need for any warehousing. All right. Now, we still have time. I want to very quickly go over the modalities because I'm sure you're excited over them. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay po. Tatandaan niyo po, katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, ilan po ang procurement modalities natin? Meron pong 11. Isa dyan ay negotiated. Under negotiated, may 13 kinds. Plus sa gipsaka, which brings you a total of 25. Equal footing. Wala pong mas mataas ang billing dyan. Okay? I will discuss po yung most common na gagamitin ninyo sa schools and SDO. Okay, next slide. Ito po, lahat ng eligible for delegation. Ano pong ibig sabihin? While this was allowed in 9184, mas explicit na po ngayon sa 12009 na pwede na pong ma-delegate. Ano ibig sabihin nun? As a rule, sino ang nagpo-procure sa ahensya? Sino nagpo-procure? Si BAC. Kailangan ba laging si BAC? No. For these modalities, pwede po kayo end user magpa-delegate. Kailangan lang i-recommend ni BAC, i-approve ni Hope. Sa central office po, we have delegated admin, procurement management service, And may mga special delegation po for some end users na gusto po sila na ang mag-procure. Tandaan nyo lamang, hindi pwedeng delegate ang competitive bidding. But all of this, pwede pong ma-delegate. Anong ibig sabihin ng pag na-delegate na sa inyo? Kayo na ang aaktong back. Meron po ba ditong auditor? Meron po bang auditor present? So pag nagpa-delegate po kayo, ang una nyo pong gagawin, sabihan ng auditor nyo na nagpa-delegate kayo. Kasi hindi na po siya hahanap ng back reso. Kasi na-delegate na sa inyo. Ang hahanapin na lang niyang back reso is the delegation to you and the approval of the hope. Kuha nyo? Pag nagpa-delegate kayo, kayo na po ang magpro-procure, hindi na po ang back. Okay? Bakit po kayo nagpapa-delegate? Madalas po, mas mabilis kung delegated. Hindi na dadaan sa back. Especially if you're using direct acquisition. Imagine niyo magde-direct acquisition kayo, ang dali-dali na ng modality, pero daan sa back, tatagal yan. Di ba? O, explain ko further. Next slide. Ito po, cheat sheet para alam nyo which modality is applicable to what typology. Next slide. Next slide. So, anuhan nyo na lang yan. Balik-balikan nyo na lang. Hindi nyo kailangan i-memorize. Okay? Tandaan nyo, bawal ang public bidding ma-delegate. Everything else na hindi public bidding, pwede po. Next slide. Ito po ulit yung delegation. Next slide. Tatandaan nyo, despite the new modalities, splitting is still prohibited. Uulitin ko, despite the new modalities, splitting is still prohibited. I will explain further. Okay, next slide. Okay, the first modality na I think most of you will be using, small value. Applicable to all types? Up to how many? How much? Huwag nyo intindihin yung sa LGUs kasi hindi kayo LGUs. Up to how much? 200,000. Nung pong dinideliberate yung batas, nagsimula po yan sa 1 million. Sabi ko masyadong mataas. I propose 100,000. Then binaba po yan sa 500. Sabi ko masyado pa rin mataas. Binaba sa 300,000, mataas pa rin. Hanggang sa nagsettle kami sa 200,000. Okay? So, sorry, sa ano pala po yan? Sa direct acquisition po pala yung sinabi ko. Sa small value, magkano? 2 million. Erase nyo muna yung sinabi ko sa direct acquisition. Okay? Kung gusto mong mag-public bidding, pwede? Pwede. Kung type mo di ba? Pwede pa rin po. Okay, next slide. Ito po yung process. Tandaan ninyo, pre-bid is discretionary. Kung palagay ninyo, madali lang naman ang requirements, hindi kinakailangan mag-pre-bid, you can dispense with it under small value. I would often suggest, if it's not a complicated procurement, to dispense with pre-bid para ho hindi humaba yung oras. Okay po? Next slide. Okay, question. An agency posted a request for quotation under small value and received only one quotation by the deadline. What should the agency do? A, cancel. B, proceed. C, wait until it receives 2 more. A, B, or C? Letter B. Proceed. Ang small value, you ask for 3, isa lang, pwede ka nang mag-award. Basta, compliant siya. Okay? Shopping yung dating 3-3. Tinanggal na natin ang shopping. Okay? Sige, next. Next slide. Direct acquisition. Ito ang pinalit ko sa shopping. Tinanggal ko na yung shopping. Bakit? Bakit namin pinatanggal? Alam niyo po ba, hindi kami maka-award. Nagpapapili ako sa GPPB ng microwave. Lagi akong failure. Kasi shopping siya. Hindi ako makabili ng microwave. Kasi Sa batas, wala siya sa rules eh. You have to get 3 quotations. Eh, walang nagbibigay ng 3. So, failure kami. Sa direct acquisition na iba na. It's a 360 paradigm shift. Question, kailangan ba ng quotation sa direct acquisition? Yes or no? No. Teka lang, kailangan bang mag-market scoping? Yes. So, ibig sabihin, nag-market scoping pa, nakuha ka ng quotation, pwede ba akong bumili sa iba, hindi nagbigay ng quotation? Yes. Kasi pwede kang bumili sa any of this. Next question. Kailangan ba PhilJeps registered? No. Basahin. Any of the following. Number 1, PhilJeps. Eh kung hindi PhilJeps register, pwede ring online. Pwede ring off the shelf. Tatandaan nyo lang, especially for online, ang mode of payment. Okay? Ano-ano ba ang mode of payment natin? Under COA rules. Merong direct payment. Ano ibig sabihin ng direct payment? Iki-credit sa kanyang account. Direct payment. Yan po ang ginamit namin nung kami nag-direct acquisition for Educahon sa central office. Number 2, ano yung next mode? Cash advance. Pwede po. Third, reimbursement. Fourth, government purchase cards. Wala pa po tayo nun. Pero inaaral na po namin yan. So, question. Okay? Ano-ano yung pwede nyong gamiting modes of payment? All of the available modes ng COA. Because the procurement law covers only the modality. It did not change payment. Kuha nyo? We didn't change payment. Let's go to the next slide. So, question, ano na lang hingin nyo? Pag nag-direct acquisition kayo, ano hingin nyo? Official receipt na compliance sa BIR and COA. Tandaan nyo yun, ha? Hindi lahat ng sales invoice ng BIR valid. So, make sure yung bibilan ninyo legitimate na merong official receipt na BIR and COA compliant. Okay? Now, question. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Ang suggestion ko po pala, can you go back? Para hindi kayo mahirapan. If palagay ninyo, most likely gagamit kayo ng direct acquisition. Palagay nyo ba, most likely gagamit kayo ng direct acquisition? Yes. Ilagay nyo na sa EPP nyo. Kasi kailangan pa rin ng EPP, ah. Okay? Lagyan nyo ng isang linya na miscellaneous item. Lagyan nyo ng 200,000. Okay? Mag-supplement na lang kayo pag nagamit nyo na. Kuha nyo? Okay. Kailangan pa ba ng PR sa direct acquisition? Yes, COA requirement yun ha. Hindi natin binabago ang COA requirement. O, next slide. Question. Next slide po. Direct acquisition may only be paid through petty cash or reimbursement. True or false? Very good. False. Next slide. Yan. False. Lahat ng modes. Next question. Do you still comply with no splitting rule? Yes. So, bumili ako ng isang laptop this week. Direct acquisition. Next week, isa ulit laptop. Third week, isa ulit laptop. Fourth week, isa ulit laptop. Splitting? Yes. Very good. Huwag kayong mag-splitting. Okay? Next question. Meron ba tong withholding pag direct acquisition? Direct payment, may withholding? Yes. Cash advance, may withholding? Cash advance, may withholding? Ngayon, sino nang nag-cash advance? Hindi direct acquisition. Any cash advance? Sino nang nag-cash advance? Wala nagka-cash advance sa inyo? Meron. Nag-withholding ka ba, ma'am, sa cash advance? Hindi. So, anong sagot? May withholding ba pag direct acquisition, cash advance? Wala. Wala namang withholding sa cash advance eh. Reimbursement. Nagpa-reimburse kayo. May withholding ba? Wala. May nagmagandang loob ba sa inyo? Nagpa-reimburse kayo? Winithhold nyo na yung babayad na tax ng supplier? Wala. 'Di ba? Yung pong government purchase card that's also allowed by COA, wala din mong withholding doon. Okay po? So if you choose direct payment, may withholding, okay lang naman po yan sa supplier kung okay naman po silang direct acquisition. This is one example na I suggest you delegate. Pinadelegate ko po to sa admin kasi kung idadaan nyo sa back, imbis na imbis na bumilis, tatagal. Magmi-meeting pa sila. Magpipresent ka. Bibili ka. Magre-resolution. 'Di ba? So, sayang naman po. Okay? So, I suggest magpa-delegate na po kayo. Okay? Hindi po ang delegation per transaction. Pwede pong overall delegation. Katulad po ng ginawa namin for direct acquisition and small value sa central office. Naka-delegate na po siya. Overall pong delegation yun to admin, proc MS. Okay? Next slide. Sorry. Balik po tayo. Ito naman po, katulad ng direct acquisition pero dalawang difference. Specific only to science, technology, and innovation. Exclusive po. Kailangan directly connected. Okay? Number 2, wala pong threshold. Any amount po to. Unfortunately, hindi pa po kompleto yung guidelines nito. Pero what it covers are exclusive material supplies equipment to the conduct of research and development for science, technology, and innovation. So usually po ito yung mga experiments where you need to have the same, what you call that? Reagents, for instance. Kailangan same brand to test, to experiment and to test. Okay? Wala pa po tong guidelines. Hindi ko po makitang applicable to sa DepEd. Pero let's see when the guidelines are released. Next slide. Question, who owns the intellectual property for goods commissioned and developed under this mode? Sino pong may-ari? Supplier, startup business, procuring entity, DOST. Letter C. Very good. Next slide. The reason why I highlight this because a lot of people thought that under the Intellectual Property Code of the Philippines, the government cannot own intellectual property. It can. There's an exception. So we can own, okay, the intellectual property for a commission project, for instance. Okay, next slide. Direct sales. Ito po ang tawag ko, gaya-gaya. Hindi ko po to gusto kasi anti-planning siya. Imbis na magplano ka, gumagaya ka na lang. Pero, this can be strategic. How do you apply this? Si Agency A, nag-procure. Nag-procure siya ng go bag. Naka-award siya, naka-deliver, na-accept. Ikaw, SDO, nakita mo. Gusto mong gayahin yung go bag. Pwede ka na bang bumili sa same supplier without going through bidding? Yes or no? Yes, under this. Okay? Tatandaan nyo lang, you have to comply with all of these requirements. Gagawin po namin to sa central office. Balitaan ko kayo kung successful. Actually, gusto ko itong gawin nung nagpalabas si Mayor Vico ng go bag kasi magpo-procure ang CO ng go bag. Unfortunately, hindi siya nag-comply sa isang requirement. Kailangan within 6 months from the acceptance. Yung pong project ng Pasig, 2024 pa. So, hindi na aabot. Pero kung within 6 months from the acceptance, maaari po kayong mag-avail. Okay? wala nang bidding, magde-direct sales na lang. Importante, same or lower amount cannot exceed that the original procurement. Okay? So, hopefully po, sa next na mag-session ako, ma-share ko na kung naging successful po yung balak namin gawin sa central office. So, bakit ko po ito sinishare sa inyo? Madali nyo po ito magagawa. All you have to do, maghintay kayo na acceptance ng central office. Kung meron kayong bibili na similar, mas madadali ang buhay ninyo. Or manggaya kayo sa ibang SDO na nakapag-award na. Kuha nyo? O manggaya kayo sa ibang agency. Okay po? Next slide. Ito po yung process. Next slide. Okay. Which of the following statement is false? Una, under the direct sales, the procuring entity may purchase up to 100% of the contract. Letter B, the direct sales process ends if the supplier declines. Okay? Kasi kailangan yung puntahan yung supplier. Oy, pwede ka bang mag-deliver din sa akin? Mag-order ako. Letter C, the request for direct sales must be made within 6 months from issuance of PO. And letter D, procurement through direct sales is not exempt from audit. Which is false. Letter A, B, C, D. Letter C. Next slide. Kasi 6 months from acceptance. Hindi purchase order. Mas mahaba-haba pong period. Okay? Kasi di ba po minsan, naka-purchase order ka na after how many months pa bago mag-deliver at mag-accept? Okay, next slide. Direct contracting, ito alam nyo na po to. Basically, yung may mga proprietary rights. Okay? Next, applicable lang po to sa goods. So, halimbawa, mag-direct contracting kayo ng consulting? No. Direct contracting ng infra? No. Okay? Okay, next slide. So ito po, dahil isa lang ang may-ari, isa lang ang exclusive provider, didiretso lang kayo sa kanila. At pagka okay naman po, okay na meron silang stock, etc., maaari po kayong mag-recommend ng award under direct contracting. Okay, ito po yung mga cover niya, proprietary, critical components, exclusive dealer, manufacturer. Sa third item, kailangan po may certification. Coming from the manufacturer na exclusive distributor niya, si A. Okay? Next slide. Ito po yung process. Next question. Which of the following is direct contracting not allowed? A, purchase of patented lab device, procurement of book covered by a copyright, C, procurement of steel cabinet, D, acquisition of proprietary engine component. O, madali to. Letter C. Very good. Next. Kasi standard cabinet, walang proprietary, walang ano dyan, critical component. Okay? Ano example ng critical component? Parts of an elevator. Pag Mitsubishi ang elevator mo, hindi ka bibili ng ibang tatak na parts. Masisira yun. Okay? Next slide. Repeat order. Ito po, may nauna ng public bidding. Pwede kayong mag-repeat order, as the name implies, up to 25%. May cap po siya. Usually po, ginagawa natin to pag may savings pa from public bidding. Tama po? So, madalas po to ginagawa natin sa central office. Next slide. Okay. Yun lang po tatandaan natin. Same amount, same unit cost, up to 25%. Okay. Ito naman po, 6 months from notice to proceed. Notice to proceed. Okay? Hindi po siya from acceptance. Shorter period siya. Next slide. Ito yung process. Next. Question. Si LGU, nag-procure siya ng electronic ID under direct contracting. Okay? Pwede ba siya 3 months after delivery, mag-repeat order? Pwede ba? Yes or no? No. Next slide. Bakit no? Kasi kailangan public bidding lang. Kung direct contracting, hindi mo kailangang mag-repeat order, magdi-direct contracting ka lang ulit. Okay? Ang repeat order only applies after public bidding. Okay pa? Next slide. Oh, ito na yung mga negotiated. Marami-rami po to, ha? Let's go over them. Next slide. Lease of venue, alam niyo na yan. Pwedeng use of lease of venue or office space. Okay? Una, kailangan nyo munang alamin dahil DepEd tayo kung available ang DepEd facilities. Requirement po yan sa DepEd ha, may department order. Pangalawa, sabi sa IRR, tignan nyo kung may available na government space. Okay? Kung wala, tsaka pa lang po tayo magpo-procure ng privately owned. Yun lang po yung pinaka-importanting gusto kong ma-emphasize. Okay? Eto po, mag-invite ka, kahit isa lang din po ang magbigay, okay lang. Okay? Next slide. Okay. The PAC issued a request for quotation to 5 hotels. By deadline, only 1 submitted. Can the PAC proceed? Yes, very good. Next slide. Yes, next. Okay, ito naman po HTC. Ang importante lang po niyong kailangan malaman sa HTC, okay, highly technical or primary confidential, ay unlike po before, it's now renewable on a yearly basis. Dati po, 6 months. Highly technical po to, so rekta ka ng nag-engage ng isang consultant. Hindi po pwede ang firm. Individual lang po to. Number 2. And number 3, tatandaan nyo po, often nakakalimutan, the period, kahit po 1 year yan, it cannot go beyond the period of the appointing authority. So halimbawa, napalitan po ang inyong hope. Okay, nasuspend, nalipat, automatic po terminated yung kontrata ng HTC. Unless po i-renew ng bago. Okay po? Kakalimutan yan. Next. A to A. Madali lang po yan. Gusto nyong mag-rent ng PICC. Pwede po yan A to A. Gusto nyong magpagawa ng textbook sa UP. A to A. Gusto nyong magpagawa ng research kay PIDS. A to A. Okay pa? Mas mabilis lang po yan. Walang bidding. Kailangan nyo lang ng certification na mandato ng ahensya na gawin yon. Number 2, walang subcontracting ang ahensya. At number 3, hindi po siya nakakakuha ng any financial subsidy mula sa gobyerno, national government. Okay? Next slide. Ito po, it's a combination of negotiated for works of art, anniversary po ng region nyo, gusto nyong mag-hire ng singer, dito po siya papasok. Art, work of art. Restorative works, may papaayos kayong painting sa office. Okay? Scientific, academic, scholarly work, may papagawa kayong research specific dun sa scientist or sa researcher na yon kasi dissertation niya, etc. Media, gusto niyo magpa-publish ng milestone anniversary ng region, ng SDO ninyo sa lahat ng media outlets. Ito pong gagamitin nyo kasi direct siya sa marami, hindi lang po isa. Okay? And any procurement of scientific, legal, technical, economic, business, trade, or journal. Gusto mo specific bumili ng economist. So, pwede kayong mag-negotiated procurement. Next slide. Ito naman po yung direct purchase ng poll and online subscription. Yung pong poll, ang ibig lang sabihin yan, kasi we adapt the pump prices. Pwede kayo, kung konti lang ang requirement ninyo, bumiretso kayo sa isang gasolinahan, bumili po kayo, direct retail purchase, magbayad kayo using any of the payment modalities allowed by COA. Hindi na po kailangan ng small value or public bidding. Pero kung malaki po ang requirement nyo, ang suggestion ko, mag-small value kayo or public bidding. Sinasuggest ko lang po to sa maliliit lang. No, isa lang sasakyan nyo sa office. Baka walang sumali sa inyo. Mag-direct retail purchase na lang kayo. Yung sa kanan naman po, Tatandaan ninyo, not available locally. Not available locally. So, Zoom. Papasok ba ang Zoom dito? No, kasi available locally ang Zoom. Ibig pong sabihin, may online product na hindi pa po ino-offer ng mga providers locally. An example, Airtable, wala pa pong nag-o-offer niyan. But it's available online, so you can purchase online. The only way you can purchase this online is through the use of a credit card. So, reimbursement mechanism po siya. Okay? Next slide. NGO participation, gagamitin po natin sa pag-construct ng classroom. Ang ibig lang pong sabihin nito, we are engaging with bona fide NGOs to help us in the classroom construction. Kayo din po, pwede nyo gawin yan sa other projects ninyo. Mas madali po to, parang pong small value ang process, hindi po siya public bidding, pero hindi po to direkta. Kailangan po mag-submit pa rin po ng bids yung mga CSO, pinakamababa, siya pa rin po ang mananalo. Okay? Hindi po siya rekta. Hindi ka pwedeng dumiretso sa isang NGO. Kailangan mag-submit pa rin po siya ng bids para pong small value. Next slide. UN, hindi nyo naman po ito ginagamit. Usually po, ito yung mga binibili nyo sa UNICEF, sa World Health, na mga vaccine. UNICEF, may mga products po silang ino-offer. Gusto nyo pong mag-engage ng consultant ng World Bank, ito po ang gagamitin ninyo. Pwede po yan. Rekta na po to. Next slide. Hindi po to applicable sa inyo because applicable lang to sa mga offices na merong defense related. Ano-ano yung mga offices na yun? Next slide. Next slide. Ito lang po. So, hindi yan applicable sa DepEd. Okay? Mga law enforcement. Next slide. Takeover. Tatandaan nyo lang po sa takeover, may public bidding or bago po to, small value. Tapos, iniwanan na terminate. Pwede pong mag-negotiate na lang kayo dun sa second lowest, okay, to take over. Nag-public bidding kayo, nag-small value kayo, na-award kay A, inabandon ni A, nag-terminate. Pwede pong si B na second lowest, pwede po kayo mag-negotiate sa kanya takeover. Pwede rin si C kung ayaw ni B. Okay, applicable to all typologies. Next slide. Adjacent naman po, public bidding lang. Okay? Okay, nag-public bidding kayo. May ongoing project. Tapos, infrastructure. Papagawa kayo ng multi-purpose hall. Then, at the same time, meron kayong bagong bidding. Okay? Library na adjacent lang sa multi-purpose hall. Pwede po kayong mag-negotiated dun po sa existing ninyong contractor for the new procurement. Basta po, wala, within the original contract, ang pinaka-importante, wala pong delay or slippage. At syempre, nag-negotiate kayo bago po nag-end ang original contract. Okay? Next slide. Failed bidding, 2 failed biddings. Pag nakadalawang failure na po kayo, pwede po kayong mag-negotiate. Yan lang po ibig sabihin yan. Yung iba po, iniintay ang 3 failure, 4 na failure, 5 failure. Okay lang po yun, pero that takes time. Mahaba-haba din po yung proseso ng pagpa-public bidding. So, allowed naman po kayo ng after 2 fail. Okay? Pero hindi po siya mandatory. Next slide. Community participation. I think lahat po ng ating school-based feeding follows community participation. Ang ina-awardan po natin mga cooperatives. So ito po, ang ibig lang sabihin nito, yung mga community groups, sila po yung ini-invite natin, hindi po yung mga conventional suppliers. Okay? The idea is to engage with the community for community-driven projects like school-based feeding. Next slide. Next slide. Ang bago po sa GIPSAKA. Anong difference? Halos pareho lang po ng community participation. Ang difference lang ay you directly engage with farmers, fisherfolk cooperatives, or farmer and fisherfolk enterprises, including individual farmers. Kuha nyo? Next slide. So, yun lang po yung difference niya, pero halos parehong-pareho po ng community participation. Ang usual lang pong tanong dito, at ang maganda pong difference under the new guidelines, meron pong um, price na sinasuggest ng Department of Agriculture for the farm commodities. Pero when you negotiate, you can go higher. Hindi po siya ceiling. Tatandaan nyo yan, ha? May price po na sinasuggest ang Department of Agriculture, pero hindi po kayo required na i-adapt yun. You can even go higher depending on your negotiation. That is not a ceiling. Okay? Next po, ito po yung proseso. Katulad po sa community participation, kasi meron na po nung existing na direct purchase sa farmer. Pag po farmer ang bibilan nyo, may resibo ba si farmer? Wala. Ang gagawin nyo po, papipirmahin nyo lang po siya dun sa invoice or sa dokumento na meron kayo. Okay, as proof. Yun lamang po ang nire-require. So, maganda pong tignan natin to. This is ideal for school-based feeding na provision of hot meals. Kasi you can now buy the produce directly from the farmers. Okay? Next slide. Finally, emergency cases. Very, very important, especially with the declaration, the proclamation 1077, if I'm not mistaken. Incidentally, maglalabas po, meron na po kaming draft issuance on this, reminding everybody on the use of emergency procurement. Kaya po may ongoing ngayong online session on emergency procurement, and tomorrow, 3 pong klase, pwede paggamitan ng emergency procurement. Una po, pag merong declaration ng state of calamity. Meron na po tayo for Typhoon Tino, valid for 1 year under Proclamation 1077. So take advantage of that. Nasa guidelines po na ilalabas yung mga instances na pwede siyang gamitin. That's number 1, may declaration. Number 2, paano kung walang declaration? Pwede ka rin mag-emergency? Pwedeng mag-emergency? Pwede, basta merong calamity. Kuha nyo? Yung una, may declaration dapat ng state of calamity. Yung pangalawa, nagka-typhoon. Walang state of calamity. Pwede pa rin. Kasi man-made or natural disaster. Basta connected doon ang procurement mo. Pangatlo, walang declaration, walang typhoon. Pwede ka rin bang mag-emergency? When? Time is of the essence in order to prevent damage to or loss of life or property. In order to what? Restore vital public services or utilities. Tandaan ninyo, 3 instance po ng emergency. Okay? In those instances, you can directly negotiate already with the legally, technically, and financially eligible na supplier. Okay? So tatandaan ninyo, in the 3 instances, time is of the essence. Why am I highlighting that? Meron pong gusto mag-emergency procurement sa CO. Tinanong ko, gaano kabilis makaka-deliver sa supplier? 3 months. Palagay nyo, pwedeng mag-emergency? Hindi. Hindi. Time is of the essence eh. Sabi ko, walang point na nag-emergency ka kasi hindi pa rin siya makaka-deliver eh. Remember, the modality is supposed to help you address the urgency. So, if the market situation is such that hindi pa rin niya kaya na urgent, walang point na mag-emergency kayo. Baka kayo makuha. Importante, yung makausap ninyo, kaya talagang mag-deliver to address the urgency. Okay, kaya very interesting po yung Proclamation 1077 kasi i-declare the state of calamity for 1 year, katulad po sa COVID, if you recall. So during that period, if connected po sa Typhoon Tino, pwede po kayong mag-emergency, but to me, always take note of the delivery period. Kung matagal ang delivery, wala pong point na kayo ay nag-emergency. Kuha ninyo? Okay. So, I will end there because I've already spent about more than 2 hours. I hope I've highlighted almost all of the modalities except for competitive bidding kasi I'm sure not all of you are doing it and it's really mas mahabang proseso. But most of the modalities I've shared are common to schools and SEO. So I will end my presentation there. I hope you learned something this afternoon and thank you for your kind attention. Maraming salamat po.
May we request the Honorable Undersecretary to remain on stage to receive the DepEd Norman recognition. Presenting the award is Regional Director Dr. Arturo B. Bayoko, together with Assistant Regional Director Dr. Federico P. Martin, and Division of Cagayan de Oro City Schools Division Superintendent and past Region 10 President Dr. Roy Angelo E. Gazo. The citation reads, Norman Star Award is presented to Attorney Rowena Candice M. Ruiz, Undersecretary Procurement and Finance Oversight, for the outstanding performance and invaluable contribution as a resource speaker on financial stewardship and transparent procurement, upholding integrity in school leadership during the 2025 Regional Assembly of Educational Leaders with a theme Resilient and Transformative Education from Growth to Greatness in Time of Crisis. Given on December 15, 2025 at the Limketkai Atrium, Cagayan de Oro City. Signed, Dr. Arturo B. Payuco, CESO 3 Regional Director.
Once again, our sincere appreciation, Undersecretary, for your insights, which have reinforced the vital role of accountability and ethical practices in sustaining trust and excellence in education. Thank you very much for empowering us to lead with integrity and responsibility.
Ready na, ready.
Shaded by you, since it don't know where. So it must come to an end. Can be now. Let me burn. I don't know how. But it's suddenly lost control. There's a fire within my soul. Just you can I can tell the rain. One night and I can tell everything. Yeah. Oh, come me out. It hurts. It's a short of pants. It's so it's never. And all the times that I told you were true. Show me.
To move forward to the final stretch of today's program, let's gear up for one more insightful and transformative session. To lead us through this exciting segment, let's welcome back our dynamic begotten host, Mon and Candice.
Thank you very much, Woodrow. As we approach the last session for this day of our 3-day regional assembly, we prepare to gain wealth of insights that will strengthen our leadership and impact. To formally introduce our distinguished resource speaker for today, we now call an educational leader whose dedication and expertise exemplify excellence in service. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Assistant Schools Division Superintendent from the Division of Ozamis City, Dr. Janicio Liwagon Jr. A round of applause, please.
Hello. Warm afternoon greetings and assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. From the Schools Division of Ozamis City, headed by SDS Lorena Pilare Serrano SO6, who is celebrating his birthday today. Happy birthday po, SDS Lorena. Isang mainit po na pagbati ng isang magandang hapon para sa ating lahat. Mga kapitapitagan at kagalang-galang na mga lingkod bayan mula sa buong DepEd Region 10 at sa mga schools division offices. It is both an honor and a great privilege to introduce our next session speaker. Have you tried searching the web to see his digital footprint? Well, I have tried in various occasions, and every time I check, his accomplishments and achievements are increasing and are intensified. I have condensed such introduction. Our session speaker is a prominent Filipino educator and public servant currently serving as the regional director for the Department of Education, Region 10 or Northern Mindanao. He holds the rank of Career Executive Service Officer 3. He is the regional director for DepEd Region 10 since his appointment on August 16, 2018. His career trajectory includes various educational roles, starting as a master teacher and progressing to division English supervisor. He served as the Assistant Schools Division Superintendent of the Schools Division of Zamboanga del Sur and also acted as officer in charge or OIC SDS of the Schools Division of Pagadian City before becoming the full-fledged Schools Division Superintendent back in the Zamboanga del Sur Division. He also served as the OIC Regional Director in the Department of Education Regional Office 12 or the SOX Sargen region. Beyond his primary role, he has held national leadership positions, including the National Board of Trustees for the Philippine Public School Teachers Association, or PPSTA, and National Board of Directors for Philippine Educators Association. Just this year, 2025, he was elected as the Vice President of the PPSTA. Isang masigabong palakpakan po, mga minamahal na mga kapatid. Our session speaker holds a doctorate degree in educational management. He was a government scholar at the Semeo Regional Language Center or Semeo RAEL in Singapore, where he earned a diploma in applied linguistics. He participated in various national and international trainings, national training programs across various countries, including USA, Australia, Japan, Singapore, Turkey, South Korea, and many others. In scouting movement, he holds a 4B rank and is certified international leader trainer. Our speaker is recognized as a leader, scholar, educator, researcher, and trainer. He is also a fellow member of the Royal Institute of Educators in Singapore. With his visionary leadership numerous accomplishments and landmark achievements, he was awarded by the Regional Development Council or RDC of Region 10 as one of the most outstanding regional directors of Northern Mindanao. Isang magsigabong palakpakan po. He exemplifies a leadership mantra which blends performance and relationship, ensuring a humane and balanced organization, achieving both high results and long-term stability. His leadership brand is a great model in empowering people, driving performance, while nurturing relationships, inspire people to give their best, innovate, and remain loyal to the organization. This afternoon, friends, ladies, and gentlemen, he will deliver a session titled One Region, One Direction, Building High-Performing Schools Through Collaborative Leadership. Beloved education leaders from the different corners of Northern Mindanao, let us all rise and welcome with warm applause our multi-awarded and Lodestar Regional Director, Dr. Arturo Bernardo Bayukop Cecil 3.
Thank you. Please take your seats. Cause there's something in the way you look at me. It's as if my heart knows you're the missing piece. You make me believe that there's nothing in this world I can be. I didn't know what you see, but there's something in the way you look at me. Ladies and gentlemen, the session accounts every single piece of the puzzle. We cannot allow the whole picture to set aside even just one single piece. And to get all these pieces put together require so much trust, confidence, affirmations. Because again, the entire organization accounts every single piece of the puzzle. Region 10 cannot go forward by just allowing one division to be lagging behind. And this is going to be a collaborative effort of leaders who are in front of me right now. Just in a small school organization, you cannot allow that school to level up if there is a single piece, whether that be a teacher, a parent, a community leader, will be left alone, will be set aside, because we cannot do this all by ourselves. We need partners, and the entire community brings up to where we should be going. My session this afternoon will talk about one region, one direction, building high performing schools through collaborative leadership. And you know, friends, in the input you have heard since this morning, we'll try to go back and try to connect. This morning, our USEC Cabral on Human Resources and Organizational Development has brought us good news in terms of career progression of the employees in DepEd, specifically the expanded career progression of teachers, which we all now are enjoying. And this is supposed to be a legacy of school leaders, not just superintendents. Because again, you will never be labeled as a successful leader if you have not brought your teachers to certain level that they all deserve. Hindi pwedeng kayo-kayo na lang. Hindi pwedeng kayo-kayo lang ang ma-promote. Kailangan hilahin natin ang lahat, because the performance of your teachers are reflections of how leaders provide that leadership. Tell me what kind of teachers you are, and I can tell you what kind of school leader you are. Do you agree on that? Di ba? kung anong uring mga guro ang meron ka, ang uri nila ay refleksyon kung anong ginagawa ng leader para sa kanila. If take a look at the session, this highlights educational leadership approach that aligns everyone in a school system, leaders, teachers, staff, or even wider stakeholders toward a shared vision, collective goals for school improvement. At sa school level, ang dami natin ginagawa. It all starts with planning. Ang planning ay napakahalaga. Hindi pwedeng sa kanila natin gagawa yan kapag nandyan na. Remember the story of the three fishes? Just to repeat that story, I used to share it with you. There's a story of three fishes who were meeting and discussing what to do because of the danger that he heard, that one fish heard, that the fisherman will come to their midst, cast their nets, and they will all be caught by the net. And then, habang nag-uusap yung tatlong magkakaibigang isda, sabi nung isang napakaliit, we cannot just allow to wait and us be killed. We have to do something. Sabi naman ng dalawang malalaki, ano naman ang maiambag mo? Sa liit mong yan, may naisip ka ba? Sabi niya, we have to do something. But the other fish, the one fish said, well, I will just wait for the things to happen. Alam ko, handayin ko na lang yan kung talagang mangyayari ba yan. The wait and see fish. The second fish, called clever fish, said, I trust my instinct. I trust my skills. I'm confident. I know when the danger comes, I can do something and escape immediately using my brilliance. But the other fish said, no, I have to start planning what to do to get away from that danger. The inevitable day has come the next day. The fisherman was already there and casted the net. And you see, of course, absolutely, the third fish or the plan ahead fish was able to swim away from the danger and saved himself. The second fish, which was the clever fish, the brilliant fish, was caught in the net. But he thought of an idea. Nagpapatay-patay siya, para siyang nakalutang na paibabaw yung kanyang tiyan. And then the fisherman saw him and said, oh, this is a bad catch. This is no good for kind of fish. So he threw the fish on the water's back. And that fish was able to swim away from the danger kasi nga ginamit yung utak niya. But the third fish, which is named wait and see fish, in that afternoon was already seen at the table of the wet market for sale. Hindi pwedeng magiging wait and see fish tayo. Hindi pwedeng magiging clever fish tayo. While it is true that sometimes we have to use our critical thinking when emergency comes, but I think the safest way is really to do planning. School level has a Bible in terms of operations. You have your SIP, School Improvement Plan. And this afternoon, through the input of Yusek Wang Ruiz, you were taught about how to manage your fiscal resources. And not only that, but how to go through the process of procurement. Ngayon ko lang naintindihan din yung mga sinasabi niyang bagong batas. Na napakalaki pala ang pagbabago doon sa dati. Because the dating procurement law was very restrictive. But now, it has given us several options to ensure that we implement things not being enslaved by the processes and procedures. But that session is only just a fraction of the entire function of a school head. Ang school head ay hindi lang po procurement officer. You are instructional leader. Ang daming gagampan ng trabaho ng school head. Going back to planning, you have your school improvement plan, you have work and financial plan, you have your SOB, school operating budgets, and the likes. And we make sure that all these plans are coherent and that they guide as you implement the programs of your school. Meron din tayong tinatawag na strategic plan models. A lot of you were exposed to training. You probably have adopted several models. One of that, which I was an advocate of, like Sir Jonathan, who was my classmate in our SLP, the Bimocracy Espatres, which was introduced during the conception of school-based management. Bimocracy Espatres model in planning, that it starts with vision. Kasi vision is the future state. So when we do planning, we have to define first where we should be going. And that should be the first element in planning. Saan ba talaga tayo pupunta? Anong klaseng eskwelahan dapat magkaroon tayo 5 years from now? So that should be the major consideration in your planning process. V mo, ano yung MO? Mission and objectives. Vimocrape es patres. M stands for mission. Mission are statements that will enable you to achieve your vision. But of course, the mission can also be done and achieved when you have the objectives. Vimo, objectives are very important. These are minor goals or subtask elements of your mission. Kasi ang objectives smaller. Sabi nga natin, SMART objective. Ano yung SMART? Ha? Specific, measurable, attainable, SMART. Results-oriented and time-bounded. These are very important elements as well. So that in Vimocracy is Patres models, your SMART element happens under letter O. Vimokra, KRA, key result areas. You have to define the different employees in the levels of governance have to know what are their KRAs. Minsan sinasabi ng isang kawani, bakit ko gagawin yan? Hindi ko naman trabaho yan. Nakatutok sila sa kanilang KRA. But remember, in the functions that are defined in your job description, the last function there is and other functions delegated to you by your superior. Tsaka, we work in a team. We cannot just work in fragments and in isolation na wala kang pakialam sa trabaho ng iba. I have a classic example. Sorry to mention him if he's here. Engineer Vince Fernandez, a COS, Contract of Service Engineer in the regional office, who does not just one thing. Hindi lang trabaho niya engineer. Minsan pinapa-MC. Minsan pinapapunta magsalita on behalf of the director. Minsan gumagawa ng paglalagari. Minsan naging usher. And this is the kind of person that we would like to see how flexible and because he's willing to contribute towards attaining the goal. Attorney Candice Rason is our attorney for legal officer in the region. But she does a lot of works in the office. She dances, she sings, she MCs. O, nag-MC nga siya ngayon eh. Lawyer siya eh. Tumatakbo, nag-e-exercise, sumasama sa mga marathon even as far as Cebu. So these are dynamic people who go beyond conventional practices because it doesn't make you less of a leader or less of a person just because you do some add-ons which are no longer part of your major functions. Kung appreciative talaga ako sa taong ganon. And hindi sa pagbubuhat ng sarili kong bangko. When I was assistant superintendent, when I was English supervisor, I did a lot of tasks delegated to me by my superintendent. And I found that as an opportunity for me to learn those things so that when I took the superintendent's exam, it was not as difficult as it was because I already have performed some of the functions that are inspired in the questions the assessment was framed. Meron tayong CRA, PI. Meron tayong maalala sa PI na yun, no, na minsan ayaw nating isipin. Si President Digong dati, PI. PI stands for Performance Indicators. In planning, we cannot just get rid of the tyranny of numbers. Ano yung performance indicators? Participation rate, the GER, the NER, cohort survival, and all the rates, dropout rates, repetition rates, transition rates. And as a school leader, you have to take a look at that. At saka, alam mo, nung napapag-usapan yung principal career pathing, I was one of the directors that would say, bakit kayo nagbibigay ng parangal sa isang principal dahil lang niya nagawa ito? Bumaba nga naman yung NAT niya, pero yun lang ba ang sukatan? Why don't you take a look at the enrollment, the dropout rate na bumaba and all that? These are performance indicators and these are supposed to input the performance of a person or a leader. Hindi pwedeng sukatin na lang talaga tayo sa isang NAT lang. Amen? Yes, that is a standardized exam of DepEd to measure. But in actuality, that is not the only performance you have done as school leaders. You have done so much more than that. Okay. So yun po yung PI doon, performance indicators. S, democracy, S patres. S stands for strategies. Strategies sometimes are very elusive. Sometimes we learn from models, patterns, theories, and principles. But we cannot also underestimate the strategies that you want to try because you have seen that this is also working in other fields or in other environment. Not limited. Strategy. And then of course the democracy is patres. Resources, time, active programs, activities, time, and resources. Tapusin ko na lang democracy is patres. Because I know you're wondering, why do you talk so much? Why do you take so much discussion when there is only one slide yet among nakita? At ang haba-haba pa ng mga slides ko. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will talk about shared vision and direction, collaborative leadership, distributed responsibility, and high-performing culture. When we speak of collaborative leadership, it's not just about consulting your clients, consulting your beneficiaries like teachers. We can even go beyond that. We can learn from co-leaders. We do not compete. We learn from each other. Collaborative leadership is not collaborative if there are no participation of teachers, students, stakeholders in the community. It is even more collaborative if you join forces together as school leaders, learn from each other. Nung nag-SLP kami, sorry to mention our superintendent leadership journey, there was a session that kapwa namin scholar, magpalit kami ng divisyong bibisitahin and learn from each other. Jonathan, who is smiling, classmate ko kasi si Jonathan, si Cherry Limbaco, and si Bong Baguio. Si Jonathan traveled to Antique. One school in Antique as his division of study. Tapos yung taga Antique, pumunta naman sa Misamis Occidental. He was still superintendent of MISOC that time. Kami naman, dahil hindi kami masyadong social tulad ni Jonathan, sabi ko, pwede na ka naman makig-partner. Ang partner mo dapat from other region. So ang pinili ko si Bong Baguio. Sabi ko, Bong, para malapit lang tayo magpalit. You visit Pagadian City and visit Zamboanga del Sur Division. I'll go to Ozamis because he was then superintendent of Ozamis. So konting gastos, pumunta kami doon. Pumunta ako sa Ozamis, pumunta din siya sa Pagadian. You know, far or near, we learn so much from that exercise. We don't have to go travel far and learn from the practices of schools that are hardly reached, when in fact, just at our front yards, there are so much models to learn from. Example, punta ka, gusto mong, sir, punta kami ng Iloilo. We want to see the farm school model in Region 6. I allowed them. I signed travel orders. Pwede ka namang pumunta lang sa Misamis Occidental. There is a good school there in MISOC, which is a model of farm school. At ang farm school feature niya, hindi yung mga gulay-gulayan, kundi fish pan. Ang laki ng fish pan, ang daming bangus fry, naka-harvest na sila ng napakadaming bangus right inside the school campus. Diba? So why do you have to go far? Okay naman yun kasi traveling is learning, but there are so much models to learn from. If you want to learn model of a SPED Center School, Cagayan de Oro City Central School is a good model, which even had admirable accolades by Secretary Angara when he visited. How that inclusivity in that school performed by the teachers, by allowing students, the school students with special needs in terms of learning opportunities. So ladies and gentlemen, in essence, kaya ko kinanta yung kanta kanina, if there's something in the world, because there is the word there, you're the missing piece. You can be the missing piece in your organization. Or you can be an existing piece looking for that missing piece. And remember, we cannot go as an organization if we don't find those missing piece. Remember the story in the Bible, di ba? Iniwan niya ang dami niyang mga karnero at hinanap yung isang naligaw because he believes that everyone should be accounted for and no one should be left behind. Just like in your school, kayo mga school leaders, do not just, wala namang kwenta yung teacher na nan. Ito lang yung mga pro, yung mga okay sa akin. Ito lang ang bibigyan ko ng aking support. Ito hindi. Mga undesirables. The challenge is how to make that undesirable teacher becomes desirable. And the challenge is with you. Huwag kang maghugas kamay like Pontius Pilate because, again, that is supposed to be your major responsibility. When I assumed office as Regional Director of Region 10, I heard already issues, parochial issues in the region. Jonathan, parati naisip ko. Si Jonathan, dahil classmate kami, kinausap ko siya after the welcome dinner that they tendered to me. Sabi ko, Jonathan, kinsa po ni si Kuan? Kinsa po ni si Kuan? Nakadungog ba ka ani ni Kuan? Mga empleyado sa regional office ang tinanong ko si Jonathan kung anong pagkakilala niya. Kasi gusto ko, I would have a knowledge to this kind of people bago ako pumasok at mag-function as director. Kasi first day yun eh. And Jonathan said, Sir, I do not like you to be biased just because of my inputs. Give your time to discover them. Ayokong magbigay ng mga puna. Let yourself discover them. Tama din naman. Hindi siya masyadong marites. Kay og marites ba to siya siya? Aka na sir, ayaw gid na sir. Kay kuan kay na sir, kana sir, ayaw gid sir. Kini siya sir, dili yun. And he was also thinking baka nag-fishing lang din ako anong klaseng leader si Jonathan na pwede ba siyang maging sip-sip sa pamamagitan ng paninira ng ibang tao, lalo siguro kapag may kalaban siya doon. No? Hindi ganun eh. And these are part of our ethical standards as leaders. That would bring us to safety. So friends, let's go to the next slide. But before that, please allow me, I know you have seen all this. Din nyo gusto kasi, so kinaraan na sir. But I'd like you to view this video and enjoy the message conveyed because it has something to do with my session. Maraming beses na itong nakita nyo. Play that VTR, please.
Okay, come on, everybody. High schedule. You know what's gotta be done. Move it, move it, move it. Hey, you there, pick up the pace. You're falling behind. Grab it, grab it, grab it. Oh, go. Everyone, move together. You got a stretch for our hand. You. There. Here we go.
You have to take the bus. You cannot just be left in the journey. In that first video, you see that the penguins are scared because of the whale approaching. And they were on an iceberg. So they all put their weights together so that the iceberg will lift so that the whale who was about to attack did not get them. The ants who were parading, yung isa ay nakuha doon sa paghigop ng hayop. Siguro kung kayo niyan, bayaan niya, isa lang naman yan, problema na niyan. But the leader did not miss that opportunity to bring all that one together, collaborate them to make a big insect na hindi pwedeng pumasok doon sa nostril ng hayop. And so, when it was taken in, hindi makapasok, wala nang hangin na pumasok doon sa nostril at namatay yung hayop. Do we portray that kind of leadership in the schools that we run? Yes or no? Yes. Murag hinay pod. Pareha pod ganina sa mga pangutana ni Yusek. I know the not confident yes is a manifestation that, hey sir, I may not say it because that might be too self-serving. I want others to say it for me. Or no, sir, because I know there is still a room to improve much better in the exercise of my duties as a leader. Kasi ang sukatan ng leadership ay hindi lang sa isang aspeto. In the PPSH, Philippine Professional Standards for School Heads, you have 5 leadership domains. And all these 5 are very important. That you cannot be a good leader if you only excel in one of the domains. Let's take a look at the power of collaborative leadership. This harnesses the collective strengths, insights, and commitment of leaders, teachers, and stakeholders to achieve shared goals. Ang tanong, do we ask them? Do we let them air their opinions? Or are we oppressive of them? That we think we are an all-knowing leader na lahat ako ang may alam, dapat lahat ako ang nasusunod. If you do like that, the creativity of your people will not be shown because they are only dependent on what you tell them. You empower them. And that is an element of collaborative leadership. You cannot be a collaborative leader if you decide only for your school without minding the suggestions, recommendations. No matter how simple or small the suggestion is, listen. Kaya nga, sabi nila, God made us with 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we speak less and listen more. Although the irony is what we see often. We speak more and listen less. Listening is an element of a collaborative leader. You cannot go through the kind of leadership when you do not foster trust, open communication, shared responsibility. It empowers individuals to contribute meaningfully and make informed decisions and innovation together. Next slide. Now, one direction, one region. Let's take a look at our depth and quality policy. Earlier in the opening program, we recited it. Although that audio video was very loud, was very enunciated well, and many of us did not recite, but enjoying how was it said. Direction without alignment. Again, listen to this. Direction without alignment is confusion. So if you have the direction, but your direction is not aligned with the educational goals of the district, of the division, of the region, and of the whole DepEd, then you give so much confusion. Because alignment horizontally, vertically are non-negotiables. We are in a bureaucracy. Ang bureaukrasiya ay ang daming mga panuntunan na dapat nating sundin. But we just do not go through the vertical alignment, but even in the horizontal alignments. Are you aligned with the other schools' goals? And these are anchored on the umbrella goal of your organization. So alignment with purpose. And if you align with purpose, we see progress on that. Now, let's say this. Anong sinabi kanina sa DepEd Quality Policy? Proactive leadership. We recite this every flag raising ceremony. I don't know if you're doing that. In the region, we recite this. And sometimes reciting it mechanically without understanding the message conveyed or the message that is conveyed across. Proactive leadership. Are you a leader in its true essence? No sabi kanina ni Yusek Gerard Chan. Attorney Chan said, leadership is not possession. It is action. So we have to be proactive as a leader. Hindi pwedeng ikaw leader, ikaw una ang napanghihinaan ng loob. Paano mo mahihikayat ang mga kawani o mga miyembro ng kupunan mo kung ikaw mismo ay nagpapakitang napanghinaan ng loob? As a leader, you have to project that action is live on your leadership. Shared governance. Pag pumunta ako sa school, nagtatanong ako sa teacher, magkano bang MOE nyo? Ewan ko sir, di man ko alam. Si principal lang may alam niyan. You do not communicate. Shared governance require transparency. Kaya nga ayaw mag-share kasi ayaw nila ng transparency. Oh, community people, why are our parents or barangay leaders sometimes suspicious on us? And to the point na ayaw na nilang tumulong. O tayo tulong, marami na, may MOE naman yan sila. Hindi nila alam na ang MOE ating natatanggap ay kakarampot lang at hindi sapat sa lahat ng pangangailangan ng paaralan. Kanino kasalanan yon? Because you do not communicate to them the amount, the expenditures that are in your SOB. Kasi lang alam nila para they can augment what is not sufficient to be funded by the MOOE. Kaya lang minsan tinatago natin yan eh. Bato-bato sa langit ang matamaan, Mirisi. So dapat talaga ipaalam. Oh, ba't ka natatakot ipaalam mo? Kasi ang gusto mo, hindi masusunod. Wala pong principal na hindi sinusunod sa inyong school organization. Ikaw pa rin naman eh. Oh, etong budget natin for this month, 25,000. Gusto kong ayusin muna yung office ko. Kinsa ko'y teacher mo ingon nga, unaha sa mi sir, oy, paulahi sa kadiya. Naambagoy, is there somebody who has the courage to tell the principal that you should set your priority at the last? Nobody can dictate on you. Pero nakukuha po yan sa magandang usapan. Wala pong matigas na tinapay sa mainit na kape. So kailangan talagang sabihan kung ito yung gusto mo at sa susunod kayo rin, so that everybody understands the journey of your funding resource. Amen. Evidence-based policy standards and programs. I think this is the safest. Ayoko nang sabihin, may isang superintendent dito, nag-usap kami one time. Sabi ko, kumusta yung assistant mo? Kasi yung assistant niya, parang ako pa ay hindi kampante na ready na ba yan? Pero anong sinabi nung superintendent na kinausap ko? Nandito siya ngayon. Sabi niya, sir, gusto ko na ng super assistant na ako. Kasi he or she na lang. She naman talaga. Or ano bang pronoun? He, she. So, ang sabi niya, gusto ko siya, sir, because I'm safe. Because she follows rules, standards to the periods and commas. Safe talaga ako, sir. Lalo na pag PAC siya, PSB siya. Sinusunod talaga niya. Pero minsan, kino-question ko rin. Sabi ko, sayang. He does not have a risk-taking skill, which is also important to the leader. Halimbawa, promosyon. Nagkulang lang ng 15 days. Ayaw nang i-promote kasi sa teacher, sa experience requirement, dapat ito ang makamit niya. 2 years ba yon? Kinulang ng 15 days. Ayaw niyang i-promote. Sabi ko kung ako, at nakikitaan ko talaga ng strengths yung tao, and extremely, siya ang pinakamagaling sa lahat ng mga candidates, I will take the risk and probably extend a little bit to cover the 15-day insufficiency so that he can be my choice based on performance. Meron din tayo mga flexibilities that are also very important. But again, nothing can go wrong when you follow standards, programs, policies through evidences. Amen. Highly competent, responsive, and relevant curricula. Trabaho ba natin yan? Trabaho yan ng CEO. But once the curricula is already fixed, finalized, it doesn't have to be implemented in toto. Because there is still an area in curriculum implementation where we have to contextualize, indigenize, and localize, depending on the unique features of your context. Hindi pwedeng kung konteksto yan ng NCR, that probably is not applicable in a very bukid school in Sugbong Kugon, in Misamis Oriental. We have to do some contextualization for as long as your localization, contextualization, indigenization do not distort the standard and the policy of the agency. Highly competent and committed officials, teaching and non-teaching personnel. How do you increase their competence? Send to trainings. Pero minsan, ang pinapadala ninyo sa training, yung favorite lang ninyo. Yung kalaban ninyo, hindi nyo pinapadala. Mamatay ka sa inggit. 5 years akong principal, hindi kita ipadala ni minsan. Hindi naman pwedeng ganon. Kasi, to develop is to give opportunity to see at single piece. Sabi ko nga sa kanta ko kanina, you might be the missing piece or you might be looking for that missing piece. So friends, ladies and gentlemen, go on professional development programs. Ang professional development program is not just about training. It's not just about RAEL. It's not just about you sitting down there observing the teacher. By plain conversation, when you do share your lunch together, discuss problems of teaching, problems of your student behavior, and you can input to that, that is already a professional opportunity for growth. Sabi ko nga, when you supervise, because you are education leaders, and instructional leadership is very important. Kapoy, mag-observe og klase, sir. Instructional leadership is not just you going to the classroom observe. There's a lot of modalities in terms of instructional leadership. And many of these are common sense that are not common to find. Anyways, sige. And an enabling learning environment. How do you enable the environment? Check on yourself. But you're part of the environment. Your teacher is part of the environment. Your PTA is part of the environment. To enable the environment, all sectors of the environment should be given the opportunity to contribute to be able to enable the entire force. Next, let us try to take a look at the 5-point agenda of Secretary Angara. Actually, this evolves from, nalala ko, what was the battle cry of Secretary Leonor Magtolis Briones before? There was a framework of her leadership. Ano yon? Kite. Naalala niyo yung kite? K-I-T-E. Tapos ang pamagat, sulong edukalidad. K-I-T-E. Framework. K stands for K-12 curriculum. I stands for improve learning environment. Kay T. T for teachers. Teachers that needing assistance, and E is the engagement of stakeholders. From that time, it evolved into the Matatag framework of then Secretary Vice President Sara Duterte. What was the framework? Matatag framework. MA stands for making the curriculum relevant, responsive to our learners. MA. Ta. Taking acceleration in the delivery of basic education services and inputs. Mga classrooms, mga textbooks, and all that. Ta. Taking care of the learners, which is the core of our function as educators. And G pala, matatag G, give support to teachers. Tama ka, Superintendent Tortola. Give support to teachers. Actually, kung titingnan ninyo itong mga frameworks na to, napakasimpleng bagay. But many of these are easily said than done. Many of these are self-explanatory but are not understood based on how you perform your functions. Siguro naintindihan nyo, pero hindi nyo ginagawa. Wala pa rin pag-iintindi doon. Because understanding should be translated into actions. Now, with Secretary Angara, we go to his 5-point agenda. And what did he say on that? Sige. First, enabling learning environment. Marami na tayong sinabi kanina. We enable the learning environment. Number 2, teachers' welfare. Nandun din ang pala. Whether matatag, kite, or 5-point agenda, it's all there. And it says there, for enabling environment, we take a look at shared governance. If we want to talk about teachers' welfare, highly competent and committed officials. Ito po ay ang paghahanap ng ating quality policy kung saan siya papasok sa 5-point agenda. Kaya ito, sinabsum. If you look at the teachers' welfare, the highly competent, committed officials, teaching and non-teaching personnel, and shared governance are actually strategies to ensure that teachers will get the welfare they deserve. Next is learners' well-being. Enable the environment. Part of the environment is a teacher. Efficient learning delivery, evidence-based policy standards, programs, and proactive leadership. I just married the quality policy to the 5-point agenda of Sec Angara to ensure that it is aligned. That part of the 5-point agenda is future-ready workforce. And what do we do for them? Responsive and relevant curricula and proactive leadership. Next slide, please. Okay? It looks like the same, but it highlights some things, no? So, how do we ensure that the 5-point agenda are happening? Ang daming indicators. Sorry, PISA data. Saan ang PISA? Nakalimut na ta. Program for International Student Assessment. It's an international test given to 15-year-old students, randomly sampled schools, randomly selected schools in the whole Philippines. Very sad, in 2022, the Philippines ranked 79 out of 79 countries tested in reading. In math and science, we ranked 78 with Dominican Republic below us. But of course, Dominican Republic was into a lot of misery, especially on drug problem. Sobrang grabe talaga ang problema sa druga ng bansang iyan. So parang may dahilan kung bakit sila naging lowest. Si Philippines, second to the lowest. But before, Philippines used to be in the top 10 in the international large-scale assessments. During probably our time. Nung tayo mga estudyante pa, tinitingala ang Pilipinas lalong-lalo na sa pagkatuto ng pagsasalita ng Ingles. Bright yun ta sa una. Kaysa karon, na maestra, galit na galit ang teacher. Nung kami mga bata pa, ang dududunong namin, ang talino namin, bakit yan ang mga bobo nyo? Tapos may isang bata, ma'am, matalino pala kayo noon? Oo. Sabi niya, siguro matalino din yung mga teachers nyo noon. Kulang na lang sabihin, kasi kami ngayon, ang teachers namin, hindi matalino. Why on earth that we were supposed to be in the top 5, especially in Southeast Asian region, in terms of proficiency in learning? Ngayon, medyo talagang kulela tayo. The second PISA, because PISA is given in not every year, the second attempt that Philippines joined, we rank 76 out of 82 countries tested. Diyos ko, something that should not be celebrated kasi nakakahiya. You go to Vietnam, go to Thailand, ang hirap nila magsalita. So akala natin, ang talitalino natin kaysa sa kanila. Hindi po nasusukat ang dunong ng tao sa pamamagitan ng pagsasalita ng Ingles. It's not going to be that. It's about how you learn things, translate that into a lifelong learning pattern, and show increments in how you live your life. Japanese, if you go to Japan, I've been there many times in Japan. Kapag naghahanap ka ng gusto mong kausapin, pumili ka na ng medyo bata-bata pa. Kasi meron kang stereotype thinking na makakasagot sa salitang Ingles. But if you talk to people who are already of age, hindi makapagsalita. But you cannot underestimate them because they live a more decent and more progressive life than our lives. So ngayon sasabihin natin, mas matalino tayo kaysa sa kanila? Eh bakit ang hirap-hirap ng buhay natin? Bakit ang daming nag-abroad na I have nothing, I'm not skeptical about those traveling abroad. Teacher dito, nag-ano na doon, nag-caregiver. Okay naman yan, marangal na trabaho. Kaya lang, biro mo, laki-laki na ng position mo sa DepEd. Pag pinagpalit mo yan sa pag-aalaga ng matanda. Why? Because you are never satisfied of the earning that should be a factor in terms of life satisfaction. That's one factor. It's hypocrisy to say that's not important. It is important. So ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the revised K-12 curriculum, i-roll out na natin ang senior high school grade 11 strengthened senior high school curriculum will already be implemented next school year. But the decision of DepEd is not to roll it out to all high schools because we're still not ready in terms of learning resources, in terms of teacher training. Gagawin pa natin po yan. So ngayon, ang regional office na ang inatasan, deputized by central office, to evaluate the readiness of senior high schools in the region and recommend those who are ready to implement the revised grade 11 curriculum. Ganon yon. So malaking hamon din yan. Ang dami. The learning gaps measured by the CPLM, o saan ang CPLM? Southeast Asian PLM, Primary Learning Matrix. It's an assessment in Southeast Asia. So mga assessments na binigay, sinusukat kung ang handaan ng ating mga bata. DepEd priorities, ang daming ginagawa ng DepEd. Minsan di na natin alam anong unahin. Ngayon, December, fully booked po ako. No. Last week, the other week, I was 20 days out of the regional office for several functions. Hindi pa nagtapos, meron na naman dito, meron na naman doon. So, wala tayong magawa. We are in a bureaucracy. But again, I was telling my colleagues in the region, let's know our priorities. Kung ang patawag ng central office ay finalization of policy reform, huwag na kayong umaten. Kasi pumunta ka man o hindi, magpa-final ragyahapon na. We better do our activities. Enerio Ibiza left last week. I was worried. Sabi ko, Enerio, as transition of the HRDD, who is the program holder of RAEL and PAM, kailangan talagang tapusin ang mga malalaking trabaho. But sometimes we cannot also say no to all the call-ups. Mayon na ba rin, Sir, sa memo kasi nandito ang aking pangalan. Bisag kapila pa na imong ngalan i-mention sa memo, if I will not allow you to go, you can never go. Kung gusto mong pumunta, di pumunta ka. I'll not pay your expenses. I will mark you absent. Kasi dapat alamin mo ang priorities mo. Rebecca Pustrano of the region has a lot of invites and functions. And she's learning how to prioritize things in accordance to seriousness, urgency, and gravity. The SAG test model in terms of prioritizing. The Pareto analysis to prioritize things is also an effective model. Kayo din, kanyan din. I always hear Superintendent Vicky Gaso telling me, Sir, pwede bang hindi muna ako attend dito? Eh, pinapayagan ko naman siya. Maraming beses ang hindi umaten. Nung pumunta kami sa Manila on National Literacy Coordinating Council Conference, wala siya. Pero may pinadala naman siyang assistant superintendent. And I don't actually get angry to your decisions. For as long as I will see that you are prioritizing your activities. Kasi dapat talaga mag-prioritize. Hindi pwedeng tuhugin ang lahat. Ladies and gentlemen, to the next slide, we'll talk about my idol, John Maxwell, who has concept of leadership. And the first concept, he said, is comparing climbers and connectors. Saan kayo dyan? Are you a climber? Social climber? or connector? Climbers are vertical thinkers and connectors are horizontal thinkers. Alin mong mas maganda diyan? Gusto ko maging climber kasi I will level up. Climbers are always aware of who is ahead of them and who are behind them in the standings or on the organizational chart. Masyado siyang tinitingnan ang journey niya, sinong nauuna sa kanya, sinong nasa likod niya, at kailangan niyang mag-hurdle to be able to climb. Is that a good behavior? I think yes. Is that the best behavior? I think no. They are the way. They are reading the reports to see where they rank. Pagka may mga result, ano bang rank ko dyan? Tinitingnan talaga. Pag mga ranking na sa mga NAT, nag-aagawan na sa mga papel ang mga superintendents kung unsang ang division ang lowest. And we share the same practice in the regional directors level. Sa Mancom, pag nagpalabas na ang Bureau of Assessments, pag ranking na ng region, kaya yun itago o ang region 10 to sa tumoy. Gusto ko sanang pumunta sa ilalim ng lamesa. Or minsan, kunyari may tinatawagan ako, lalabas para hindi masyadong mapahiya. Pero namayagpag ang region 10, kahit hindi ka wala ka namang dapat itayo, kailangan mo tumayo na ganyan-ganyan ka. Kunyari, nangangati ka. Magpapakita ka sa mga kapwa mo direktor, hey, number 1 ako. Ganun yun. Pero kapag kakulelat, telepono agad, tawag agad sa region. Tinatawagan ko ang chief, anong nangyari? Bakit hindi tayo nakasabit ng report? Kasi minsan ang DepEd is always in the culture of competition. Kahit sa vision of reports, nirarank. Nakakainis. Kaya ginagawa din namin yan sa inyo. Kasi, ayun how do we push you so that the ranking of the region goes up? So, ganyan din ang ginagawa namin sa inyo. But ang totoo, it is never about competing your other schools, your other divisions. It is competing your own self. You should be able to compete on what were you yesterday compared to now. And if you see that there is an increment, you're on the right track. If you see that you have improved. Ganun yun. So moving up, according to climber principle, moving up is very important. And the idea of moving down is terrible. So mga vertical thinkers, moving up is always desirable. But moving down to the person, it's terrible. Marami nakaka-relate. So what are you? Climbers or connectors? Sandali lang, sir. Tapusin niyo muna yung connector kung ano yan. At baka dyan ako. Connectors, on the other hand, of course, building networks, using collaboration and synergy. They are focused on moving over to where other people are. Moving to where other people are. So kailangan mong mag-move to where the other people are. They think more about who is on the journey. Ang iniisip nila, sino bang kasama natin sa paglalakbay na to? It's not so much about who is there up on us and below us. But thinking about who are in this journey. And sinasabi, they think more about who is on the journey with them and how they can come alongside them. Positional people desire to climb the ladder, but relational people are more focused on building bridges. So ano kayo ngayon? Climber, connector. Sana all. Connector yun ang inyong dimension. And I'm happy with that. It's claiming that you are connector. And I hope and pray that indeed you are a connector leader. You just do not answer me because you find more strengths in connectors than climbers. But I hope you will do it. If you have not done it, it is never too late to start doing things. Climbers climb alone. Connectors build bridges and bridges take us farther. When there are bridges built, it can bring us even to farther distances. Next, climbers focus on position. Connectors focus on relationship. I cannot agree more on this. What did it say? There was a story about Leo, the climber who had a race towards the summit focused on personal achievement. Si Mia naman, who is a connector leader, slowed, medyo mahina, hindi siya nagbabilis, mabagal, slowed to help others along to be in the trail. So parang, ba't ako magmamadali? Gusto kong dalhin lahat. And sabi niya, building trust and teamwork are non-negotiable. When a storm hit, it was Mia's connection that kept everyone safe, showing that ambition climbs but relationship sustains. Remember this. Ambition climbs but relationship sustains. Very important keywords of being a climber, focusing only on position, while connector focusing on relationship. Tomorrow, I will have panel discussion or a talk show or a buzz session. I will be the moderator. Your superintendents are the panelists. Tatanungin ko sila kung ano ang masasabi nila sa dalawang puntong tatalakayin ko. Tomorrow in my panel discussion, who are the superintendents to be on table tomorrow? In the list, sino sila? Jonathan De La Peña, sino pa? Shambay Osman, Cherry Limbaco, Victoria Gazo, Loridina Carrasco, Randolph Tortola, and Reynaldo Manuel. I will discuss with them right here on stage, you to listen to them in terms of our discussions on partnership and synergy. At tingnan natin, alam nyo na-try kasi natin ito last year's RAEL. It was actually not planned. One speaker did not arrive. So as a director in charge of RAEL, sabi ko, wala tayong magawa. Hindi pwedeng walang gagawin ang 2 oras na yan. Yung mga superintendents, anong gagawin natin, sir? Akit kayo sa stage. Ako mag-moderator. Tatanungin ko kayo, sasagot kayo. And it came out that was very interesting session. Kasi kayo, parang nagtitinginan kayo, be, tanaw na to ni atong superintendent, be. Unsa po kay ipamulong, ane? Tapos nagkumparahin na mo, mas magaling yung superintendent ko kaysa sa'yo. Tapos sabi ng mga isa, oo nga, mas magaling magsalita, hindi naman sa gawa, ganun. So marami sinasabi. Tomorrow, I'll discuss partnership, which is an element in leadership, with 7 superintendent discussants. The next day, kung gisumano mo sa kung nawong agwantalang, the next day, I will also bring the other 7 superintendents on a panel discussion on performance and relationship. So, bukas, partnership. The next day, performance and relationship. Hindi pwedeng puro performance dang na walang relasyon. So, titingnan natin. Masulay kini ato mga superintendents. Kasi baka sabihin nila, relationship is very important. May mga superintendent, mga principal, alam-lam lang ka. May relationship nimo sa atong division. Sige ra manggag kasuko. So maririnig ninyo bukas yan. Nagsasalita ba sila according to theories, principles, or their beliefs? Or they will talk in accordance to their actions when they lead you in your divisions. Wow. Palakpak naman dyan. Exciting. Maupod mo. Pag nag-mancom, nag-district conference mo, ikaw district supervisor, mag-panel discussion po kasi mo mga principals. Makikinig din yung mga teachers. Alam nyo, maganda yung plataforma na yan. Kasi you will be validated whether indeed that's how your teachers look at you or differently perceived you. Sir, dakong away na. No! We do this to learn. Kasi minsan, akala mo magaling ka, kailangan mo ng third eye na mapagsabihan ka, sir, lalong gagaling ka kapag hindi mo ito gagawin. Mas lalong gagaling ka kapag ginagawa mo to. So, well, we're supposed to be dynamic and proactive in listening to feedback because feedback giving is the greatest opportunity to even better your performance as a leader. Amen. Amen. Masulay yun na ugma, no. So, position, relationship, let's see. Next slide. Climbers value competition, value cooperation. What is it to you? Do you value competition? It is good also to value competition. Sir, may mga nagsasabi, sir, dito lang kasi ito, mabigyan, na ma-push sila, na gumagalaw sila. Kasi pag walang competition, wala din. Malamya lang din yan sila. Sometimes competition encourage us to double our efforts. But sometimes it doesn't also do good. This is our intent, but it does not serve in accordance to intent. Kasi minsan, nagiging selosan, nagiging dahilan that others tend to withdraw, do not participate anymore because they don't like the results of the competition. Although sinasabi namin, friendly competition. But for connector leaders, they value cooperation. And I think everybody agrees with me that we better be connectors than climbers. It's not just about competing, it's about cooperating. Amen? Is there something in the way you look at me? Ano sunod? Like a missing piece. You shouldn't be the missing piece. And if there are missing pieces in your midst, find those missing pieces. Because this is the message of one region, one direction. One division, one direction. Si imong ingon, one bukidnon, one misok, one misor. Is it really true that you work as a one big team? Or you are working in fragments where directions are going elsewhere and you haven't synchronized. Climbers see nearly everything as competition. And then for some, that can mean trying to win at all costs. Kasi competing eh. Competitive. Kailangan manalo, kailangan manalo. And for others, it can mean seeing success as an enjoyable game. Totoo naman. Either way, they want to end up on top. Climbers always want to be on top. Who, no, who else does that like to be on top? Nobody likes not to be on top. But reality check, not all can be on top. So let's take a look at the others. While if we value cooperation, that labeled us to be connector leaders, and we use relationship to foster cooperation. But di sila nag-cooperate. You have not built relationship eh. Sige nga, principals. Why sometimes you experience the difficulty of getting the support and cooperation of your teachers? What are the prevalent reasons why they're not supporting, cooperating? Why? Because you have not built first relationship. Diba? Kailangan unahin muna ang relationship. Sasabihin ko sa Wednesday, performance should be 50%. Relationship should be 50%. Not to be biased on relationship. Ako, unahin mo yung relationship, susunod na lang ang performance niyan. Once you already are able to get the relationship of all. And as leaders, you have to value human unification in your midst. So, balikan natin yung kwento ko kay Jonathan na kinsa po ni sila, kinsa po ni. Tapos sabi niya, ay, discover yourself. Discover them yourself. No? So, nung tinitingnan ko, parehas kayo. If you go to a new school, murag na ay, pro-principal. Kana, sir, anti-principal na. May anak na, pro-sir, anti. Murag yun mo, tao na ni Kuan. Si tao ni Kuan. Di na tao ni mo. Why? The created factions that you see, you also play with it. No. You do not play with the factions existing. Break the factions. And how do you break? Get the relationship and unify your people. Human unification. And that's what I did. Kasi kung halimbawa, ang principal umalis na, so merong mga favorite sa principal, may mga kalaban si principal. Kapag ikaw ay dumating, huwag kang makikilaro na ay yung mga favorite ng principal, kalaban ko yan kasi ako na ngayon ang principal. So, yung mga kalaban ng principal, yun yung kaibiganin ko. Yung kaibigan ng previous principal, yun na yung magiging kalaban ko. You will never get into your direction if you don't actually synchronize, synergize. What's ang synergy? Synchronize energy. You have to synchronize your people to be able to reach there. And again, competition, ladies and gentlemen, indeed creates winners. No doubt about that. But cooperation creates legacies. Sige, saan ang gusto mo? Mag-iwan ka ng mga panalo o mag-iwan ka ng mga ligasiya sa iyong pagiging leader or principal in that school. I think you will agree with me that legacies are much better outputs than creating winners. Amen. Well, sino tayo na kukontrahin natin ang principle of leadership, concept of leadership ni John Maxwell when he is a leadership guru that is idolized by a lot of leaders. Next slide. Climbers seek power. Connectors seek partnership. Sige daw. Saan kayo dyan? Bahala mo, asa mo diha dapit. Pamatia inyong kaugalingon. Nagpapasipsip kayo because you want power. You're looking for power. Nakisip-sip sa district supervisor, sa assistant superintendent, sa superintendent. Or you seek partnership. Pwede naman kayo maging kaibigan ng superintendent na hindi nagsisip-sip. Ako naintindihan ko kayo. Bakit pag ako'y pumunta dyan, gusto talaga niyong magpa-picture sa akin? Kanina pa yan, pero hindi ko pinansin. Sabi ko, busy ako, busy ako. Pero kung wala lang akong hinahawakang task sa trabaho ng RAEL, gusto ko magpa-picture kayo sa lahat sa akin. Because I was like you before. When I go back home to my school, I will be very proud to tell them, look at me, I'm beside the director. I had the chance to rub elbows with them. We continue to do that with Secretary Angara. Kahit ilang beses na kaming nakapagpa-picture ni Secretary Angara, every time there is mancom, mag-aagawan talaga kaming magpa-picture kay Secretary Angara. Isang picture a good to. Tapos pagpakita mo parang close ka na sa kanya. Tapos mag-caption ka sa post mo sa Facebook. It is always a great feeling to have an interaction with the secretary. Interaction ba oroy? Nagpa-picture ka naman. Oh, so nagpalami-lami na kasi mong caption. I understand that. But again, the intention should be partnership and not because you are after of power. Amen. Who does not like power? But again, power follows when you already build partnership. Because partnership is deeper than seeking that power you want to have it on your end. Oh, mga principal, mga TIC, pag na-close na sa district supervisor, di ba ganun naman talaga yun eh. I understand that feeling kasi ako, I was assigned in a far bukid school in Tabina, Zamboanga del Sur. There was never a time na binisita kami ng direktor. Never. Superintendent, siguro in my 13 years as a classroom teacher, baka isang beses lang kami binisita ng superintendent. And when I was in the bukid, pag dumating sa district supervisor, langit na ang feeling ko, nakatabi ko sa district supervisor. But now, kasi ganun ang atong ang dati kasi parang tinitingala natin, parang Diyos. Pero ngayon, hapit kay ko nakagba kanina dito. Sorry ha, ma'am, huwag kang magalit. Kasi si ma'am, nagpa-atras-atras siya nga nagpicture. Di niya nakita na nandun ako. Lakad kami ni Jonathan. Muntik na akong madapa. Kasi nablockingan ako. Ewan ko kung sinadya yun o hindi. I understand that. No problem with that. Because we always love our leaders. They are our icons. Well, good or bad practice demonstrated by a leader, there is always a learning. There's always learning from it. And probably at the back of your head, I can do better than you. When I become like you, I can do better. Or I will be like you. How to be you? I will be like you once I become like who you are today. Ganun yun eh. Positive or negative experience will always teach you lessons to better yourself. Anyway, let's go to the next. What what does Maxwell say in the next descriptors of climbers and connectors? Build their image. Sila lang. They would like to project their image. I am this leader. I am an outstanding leader. Siya lang. It's all about him. They build that image. Kumbaga, kulang sa pansin, epal, mahilig sa optics. Kapag ka may mga tarpulin, mukha nakalagay. Tulad ng mga tarpulin, nandyan ang mukha ni Bayukot at ni Martin Federico. Hindi namin sinasabihan sila. Minsan wala si Martin, wala ako. Nag-training. Tapos makita na lang namin sa Facebook, nandun ang mga mukha namin, pero wala naman kami doon. We never dictate them na ilagay yung mukha namin. But sometimes, the people working also, sir, mas maganda kasi sir na ilagay namin mukha nyo kasi parang there is an authority in the way we convene them for a training. Parang ginamit nila kaming panakot. Ano ba kami? Mga multo na ginang panakot. No? Ganun yun. In the magazine, Bigatin Magazine, sinong nandiyan? Mga mukha ng mga superintendents. Huwag naman kayo magalit at huwag kayo mainggit. Sa dami nyo, hindi pwedeng kayo lahat. Superintendents kasi this RAEL now is co-sponsored by the Philippine Association of School Superintendents Region 10 Chapter. Last year kasi it was regional office that did all those. Ngayon, kaparte na namin si PAS. Kaya nakalagay mga mukha ng mga superintendents. Ewan ka lang kung kumpleto kami dyan, baka parang may absent. Tapos nilagay na namin sa harap si Secretary Angara because it was only last night that I got a call from the HIA, Head Executive Assistant of Secretary Angara, that he cannot come today. So, malungkot ako na hindi siya nakarating, but I was happy. Sabi nga ni Yusek Cabral, swerte ka. Nakatatlong Yusek ka sa RAEL mo. Hindi yan nangyayari in the many RAELs. Isang Yusek lang talaga ang makarating. And I'm very happy. Tomorrow, we will have Bureau Directors and Assistant Secretary Buen Viaje, who was once Dean of Education of the University of the Philippines. Tapos meron din tayong director na pupunta bukas, Director of the Bureau of Learning Delivery. May tatlong non-DepEd tayo, Attorney Aliones, who was once the Executive Director of the Career Executive Service Board, who professionalizes third-level officials in the Philippine government. Meron din tayong speaker, si Professor Henry Tinedero, who is the author of the book on multiple intelligence theory that backs up Howard Gardner's multiple intelligence theory. And then, sino pang speaker natin? Meron pang isa? Former Yusek Diosdado San Antonio, who is the research head of Simeo Inotech, will also come to join us in this RAEL. Kaya, huwag niyong ismulin ang mga speakers natin. At, mind you, speakers din ang mga superintendents ninyo. Antabayanan nyo yan tomorrow. Mas malaki ang hamon sa kanila kasi dapat ang sinasabi nila nakikita sa mga actions nila nung sila'y mga leader sa inyong divisions. Next, consensus. Ano ba ibig sabihin ng consensus? You do not allow one to decide. You have to build consensus, majority rules. If there are others who are still not convinced, it is your duty to lay down the cards and convince the person. Arrived at a consensus because more heads are better than one. Next. Patagal kasi si Yusek Kweng kasi napaka-interesting yung input niya. Ito sa akin, light lang to. Looking at principles and looking at how do you function as school leaders. Climbers want to stand apart. Connectors want to stand together. Climbers want to distinguish themselves from everybody else in the organization. They would like themselves to be known, to be isolated, to be distinguished apart from the rest. That's how climbers feel about Like racers, they want to create separation to leave everyone else in the dust. But let's go to connectors. On the other hand, connectors find ways to get closer to other people, to find common ground that they can stand on together. Sige nga. Do you find yourselves getting closer to your people? Principal eh. Awod yun ko. Tapos pag, sir, ayaw lumingon. Katatapos ko lang mag-defend ang aking dissertation, Doctor of Education. Tapos isi-sir mo lang ako. Doc, alingi dahil siya. Unsa man? Na-enjoy niya, natawagin siyang Doc. Totoo naman. That's an added feather on your cap. You deserve the respect being a doctor of education. But hey, indeed, are you really true to your title as doctor of education? Do you perform your functions as a doctor in education? Mas may pang konduktor nimo. You're entitled to the endearment, to the address of being a doctor. But ang malaking hamon niyan na nakaakibat ay dapat mong patunayan na ikaw ay karapat-dapat si titulong iyong ginagamit. When I was a supervisor, I was a teacher. Pag nag-submit na kami ng reports, i-submit sa aming district supervisor, iuli ang report kung walang EDD. Diyos ko. Totoo yan. I experienced that. Sumalangit nawa ang kaluluwa niya. When I was a teacher and I'm trusted to make reports, kailangan talaga nakalagay doon. Doktor or pangalan niya, EDD. Ay, ako mo, pirma na lang gani ko, bisag ako ngalan diya, Artuto Bayukot. Napungot ko. Nandito siya ngayon na ano niya. Kasi pinalampas ko 3 beses, 4 na beses. Kasi ang alam ko, nakaano na kasi sa computer niya. Naka-program na. Automatic na lang. Grabe, hindi naman niya tiningnan na Arturo ko, dili Artuto. Tapos ayusin ko yun, ballpen, saka ako pipirma. Wala pa rin nangyari. Tinawag ko siya. Sabi ko, hindi mo talaga napansin yung report mo sa akin? Bakit minorder mo yung pangalan ko, Artuto? Yusek Garma was once my director. He will not sign a document submitted for his signature nung merong isa, Director Malcolm S. Garna. Ang maragod na kaya nang M og N gatupad man po ng kagwanga sa keyboard. Anong sabi ni Malcolm? Sabi niya, di naman ako yan. Ba't ako pipirma? Garma naman ako, igarna yan eh. Kung minsan, pinipikit ko na yung mata, inayos ko na lang, bayukot na, YU. YU lagi nang ako Marami kasing bayukot din na YU. Kaya ginaganon ko na lang, tsaka ako pipirma. And to me, that was not a big deal. I think I have grown confidence. That will not make me less of a director. So ayusin. Pero, nyo namang abusuhin. Ayusin nyo naman yan. Hindi na forever hanggang mag-retire ka, Artuto lang din yung pinirmahan mo. So nandito siya. So nang sinabihan ko siya, next time and up to this time, tama na yung pangalan ko. Pero maraming beses talaga na Artuto. Sama ng Artuto eh. Sa ng bayukot, buykot, bakuyot, pastil. But I don't give a damn to that. We traveled 2 weeks ago in Vietnam. When we visited the school, we were introduced. And the one that introduced us was a Filipino teacher in that school. Pero yung basa niya, our Vice President of the Philippine Public School Teachers Association, Dr. Arturo Bacoyot. Wala namang tumawa tulad nyo. Kasi ang mga Vietnamese, akala talaga niya Bacoyot ang apelyido. Iba ngayon kasi kilala nyo ko. Ano yun? And I don't give a damn to that. That was a slight mistake. But again, marami kasing tao, leaders, na masyado silang entitled sa position. Na kailangan talaga P4. Wag lang P3 ka, P4 na ako. Ganun. we traveled to Turkey. We visited 5 schools and universities in the 5 cities of Turkey. Pumunta kami ng Denizli, Kahramanmaraş, Ankara. Pinuntahan namin yung mga lugar na yon sa Turkey. Tapos, first part of the meeting proper is introducing the self. So, introduce ako. I'm Arturo Bayocot. I was English supervisor at the time. English supervisor of Zamboanga del Sur. At ang mga Turkish, di naman nila alam ang struktura ng ating DepEd. Tapos there is this principal of Zamboanga City High School Main na kapag nag-introduce siya, Principal 4 of Zamboanga City High School Main Campus. So lahat ng mga eskwelahan, Principal 4, hanggang sa dumating na kami sa last city, tinanong kami ng nag-imbita namin na professor, may eskwelahan kasi sa Zamboanga na ang pangalan ay Filipino-Turkish Tolerance School. Only 2 in the Philippines, 1 in Cavite, 1 in Zamboanga. And they sponsored our trip in Turkey. Tapos sabi nung isang official noon, sabi niya, "Sir, can you explain to me, why is there principal 4 all the time said by this principal? What is that? Do you mean you have principal 1, 2, 3? So I have to explain, yes, we have principal 1, 2, 3, 4. And you know, principal 4 is more senior than 1, 2, 3. Because in the career pathing, it is a career progression of principalship. And once you are already P4, you are supposed to be the best of the principals 1, 2, and 3. Ganun ba, sir? But sometimes it doesn't happen that way. May magaling pa na TIC kaysa principal 4. Diba? So principal 4, it is a challenge to you to prove that you perform better than principals 1, 2, 3, HD 1, 2, 3, teacher 1, 2, 3. That is a challenge that you have to prove. TIC, hindi rin pwedeng, ba't ako magpupunyagit, magtatrabaho ng sangkaterba? When I'm just TIC, teacher 3 lang sweldo ko, pareha ng ang trabaho namin sa principal, laki-laki ng sweldo niya. I will not do well. Mali. Once you are TIC, value that as an opportunity to train yourself to be ready once you become a principal. Dapat ganun. Remember, ang daming teachers in Region 10, 53,000. And out of that, ikaw ay isa sa mga TIC? Di ba lahat naging TIC? So value that position. Even if you're only OIC or TIC, you function and prove your worth that indeed you deserve the promotion once it happens. Amen. Pero ka na mga principal 4, murag di yun na pwedeng malampuan sa TIC. Uy, in performance. Paningkamot mo, laki-laki kaya ng sweldo ng P4. Ano ba sweldo ng P4? Salary grade 22. That's about 80,000 pesos a month. Ay, mo din nakadako, sir. Pantay lang yun among P4 pag-uli. Nasa mga 76 to 80,000 na yan eh. Di ba? Tapos ang teacher 3, magkakano sweldo ng teacher 3? Una sa mga 36 lang. Kumpara mo sa 80. Laki ng agwat. Pareha lang ang trabaho nyo. Mas magaling pa sa TIC. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, in the qualities to connect with others, you need these values. Number 1, appreciation. How to make yourselves connector leaders, you have to possess the qualities of being appreciative. As appreciation allows for differences in people and consider them interesting. Ako nung ako'y superintendent, kilala ko lahat mga school heads ko. Pero yung mga, sorry for the term, mga low performing, hindi dapat sila mapag-iwanan. Kailangan silang bigyan ng mas importanteng time to ensure that they also join those that are already doing well. And how do you do that? Appreciation. Kanina when we were dining, lunch, may nagsabi na, "Sir, nabasa niyo ba sa Facebook post? There is one superintendent na naging trending because in the provincial athletic meet, when she delivered her message, babae yun ni kay she and her, when she delivered her message, sabi niya, What is the motto, tagline of Nike? Walang nakasagot na atleta. Sinabi niya sa microphone, mga bobo kayo, mga atleta kayo. Ang galing nyo lang tumakbo, maglaro. Di nyo alam. O nag-trending siya. Kasi sinabihan ng atletang mga bobo. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to appreciate. Naalala ko nung ako'y teacher pa, sinabihan kami ng district supervisor, the behavioral part of the report card, di ba sa card, sa likod, merong mga behavioral observation na dapat nating isulat. Alam nyo, one summer, sumulat ako ng 650, buhay pa yung notebook ko ngayon, 650 possible comments. Kalahati niyan positive, kalahati negative, na isulat doon sa report card ng bata. Kasi minsan, kapag hindi tayo nag-isip, ang nagkaroon ng listahan na yan, minsan, ang teacher, hindi nagre-release ng card kasi wala nang maisulat sa likod. Paulit-ulit na lang, most friendly, most polite, most clean, most neat, most ganun. Wala nang ibang English. 45 na bata, paulit-ulit yun. Pinagpalit-palit, kahit hindi friendly, most friendly na sulat. Ang ibang teacher, hindi nag-release ng cards on time just because they are unable to fill up that part. Noong isang summer na wala akong ginawa, gumawa po ako ng notebook. Nandoon lahat nakasulat kung anong isusulat ko. Tapos siyempre, hindi lang ako namimili, pinag-isipan ko naman. Ito, kasi sabi ng district supervisor namin, even if it's hard to find a positive behavior of the child, try your best to find a positive thing. Because that behavioral report should have been a motivating comment from you to a child. So isip ko, hilumon man ni siya. So ko, a man, a boy with few words. Ano? Dami kong English, kahit anong English na lang sinusulat. Diba? He's good in swimming. Oh, bakit napasok yung swimming? Card naman yan. Eh, yun lang ang nakita kong positive sa kanya. Fine, positives. And swimming skill is also an intelligence in the multiple intelligence theory, di ba? Oh, sir, bugo kayo ng bata, pero mudagan, kusog kayo. Ang utok natin is lapalapaan na. It is a skill. It is a life skill. Manny Pacquiao is not a good speaker. He from humble beginning to what he has become today. I idolize him. His life story is already inspirational. Our hard past may be his past is much harder than ours. Cigarette vendor, hollow block maker, construction aid, and all this. But has turned to be a multi-millionaire Filipino who has even landed into the Congress and Senate, helped his community, and learn himself all things that he needs because of his skill in boxing. Nagpungasi mayang kumo, di nagpungasi yang kwarta. Nagpungasi man atong baba sa DepEd, nagpungasi atong utang. Kasi ang galing natin nakipag-usap. O di ba? Pero si Manny Pacquiao, who can defeat his life story, my God? Emmanuel Dapidran Pacquiao. I'm not politicking. I used to be director of Region 12. I rub elbows with him, and I know that his life is very inspirational. He is not a perfect person, but an athlete who has put the Philippines in the world map by winning 8 championship world titles in boxing and a record breaker. Diba? But sinabi natin na bobo. Diba? This is an intelligence. Ano yung multiple intelligence theory? If you're good in boxing, dancing, and that is bodily kinesthetic intelligence. If you're good in talking, if you're good in communicating, that's verbal linguistics. Like Carlos P. Romulo, a Filipino great times public speaker. Ano pa? We have visual spatial, Fernando Amorsolo, and Vicente Manansala, our great painters. Or not them. Kahit sa school ninyo, there are those that paint well, who are gifted. And this is an intelligence. Musicality. Sharon Cuneta is not a degree holder. She schooled herself by home studies. but she was also able to live her life at the peak because of her musicality. Ang dami pang intelligences. So lahat po ito intelligence. Kaya nga, DepEd commits to develop the child holistically. It's not just about cognitive development, but the entirety of the child. Yan po ay nakaatang sa balikat nating mga education leaders na dapat our students now would be future ready workers in the coming days. Amen? Amen. Kung di kapoy na paminaw tibok adlaw, unsa na lang ko diri, nga ni-eskrima man ko diri. Next, appreciation lang pala yun, no? Sensitivity. Knows about personal feelings quickly and adjusts to the moods of others. Ganyan, sa region, minsan sumisilip sila, okay ba si Sir Art? Okay ba si RD? Hindi okay. Huwag tayong pumasok. May mga ganyan. Pero bihira lang po yan sa akin. My office is open to all. Pero kayo, tanungin nyo, yung mga mood swing ninyo na hindi halos maintindihan, unpredictable mood swings, try to adjust. Be sensitive so that the teachers will also be sensitive. Kasi if you want to be sensitive, then model that value. You cannot earn that by just asking. Set yourself as an example to that value you want in them. Next, consistency. Favorite line ko dito, you cannot be best today and the worst on Friday. You have to be best at all time. If you are good, congrats. Do you end up there? No, because there is still better level that you have to work. Come out better. When you are already at the better level, is that the end? No. Reach the best level. When you are best, what follows next? When you are already best, the challenge is consistency or sustainability. As what I've said, you cannot be good today and the worst tomorrow. Be consistent. Is that easy? Of course not. It is a work in progress. Tapos, you have to work, continue the habit. Siguro ba tamayon na Bayukot Elementary School, there is culture of excellence. Nanong na culture of excellence po ka? Sir, kasi nagtap kami sa Pangantukan District in one district achievement test. Okay. Pero consistent ba? Di sir, last year lang kami nagtap, ngayon lowest na kami. So hindi ka culture. Kasi culture is already the peak. Ganito kasi yan, practice. You practice being excellent. Repeated practice forms habit. So you have a habit of excellence because you have repeated the practices of being excellent. But when you repeat the habit, it becomes already a culture. So ang haba pa pala para makarating sa culture. Kasi kailangan maging habit muna yung practice at para maging culture. That is what I mean of consistency, sustainability. Next, security doesn't try to be top dog. It knows it is an automatic loss when others win. Again, security does not try to be top dog. It knows it is not an automatic loss when others win. Kung nanalo sila, hindi siya automatic na kapakyasan mo. As what I have said, if you don't win, at least you learn. Because in competition, there are only two things to happen, winning and learning. Never consider losing as the next possibility of competition. Because whether you win or lose, you learn. Amen. And next, humor. Humor is laughs at itself. It is not oversensitive. Kailangan talaga humor din. Lalo na pag speaker ka. Huwag kang pwedeng, kung mag-speaker ka, nga mura lang kagalamya, wala rin. Kailangan magpatawa ka rin. Kaya lang, isipin mo na ang session mo, dapat may laman. Na minsan, pag umuwi na yung participants, anong natutunan mo doon? Ay, yung ang ganda ng mga jokes niya, tawang-tawa ako doon. Mga adlibs lang yun. The gist of the session, for example, and the qualities, you have to be able to enumerate and live by heart. How is it to be appreciative? You are sensitive, consistent, secured, and you have the sense of humor. Not not just focus on the elementary stories I shared. Again, connection is not a skill. It is a mindset. It's not a skill. It's a paradigm shift. It's a mindset. And these five qualities are your toolkits. If if connect being connector leader is a mindset, these five should be your indicators or qualities of your toolkit. Okay, next. Sige na. Ay, naku, kakapoy yun ano eh. Addressing the five-point agenda through collaborative leadership. I already have said so much about this. Again, schools do not thrive in isolation. Schools do not prosper in isolation. They flourish in collaboration. Principals connect with each other. Our SLP, I remember in our lunchtime, Roy Gaso was asking Yuse Cabral if there are other batches of SLP na niluluto ng DepEd ngayon. And the answer was yes. As a matter of fact, ang niluluto ngayon ng DepEd is not just leadership program for superintendents, but including principals. Kasi, ang maganda dito kasi sa National Leadership Program, you also build networks. Sabi ko sa mga classmate ko, pag pumunta ka sa Region 7 in Cebu, pumunta ka sa CAR, Cordillera, pag may classmate ka doon, siguradong hindi ka gugutumin kahit wala kang pera. Hanapin mo lang sila. We build networks. We shared notes. Kapag may problema kami sa procurement, tinatanong namin, meron ba kayong ganito? Paano mo nilusutan? Dapat ganun. Kayo, do you share notes with your co-principals? Or you just own your own notes and not sharing? Or di po ka mag-share, kaya po ka ika-share. Ayaw mo rin magtanong kasi ayaw mong malaman nila na wala kang alam doon. So ang ginagawa mo, istrikto ka nga principal for. So nobody will question because you don't also know the answer to their questions. Alam nyo, there's nothing wrong to say, no, I don't know the answer. But do not end up only by saying, no, sorry, I don't know the answer of your question. Give me time, I'll research. Tomorrow, I hope I'll be able to give the answer to your question. Ganun dapat. Ganun yun. It doesn't make you less of a principal if you cannot answer some questions asked to you. But try your best to find the answers so that you will also be of help to those who need. Amen. Amen. Lagi. Next slide, please. Oh, enabling learning environment. How do we do that? Through collaborative leadership. Well, as far as DepEd programs is concerned, we have infrastructure, looking at the gaps. We also have WINS. Kung saan ang WINS program? Water, Wash in schools. And Wash in schools has a lot of components. No? Pareha sa OKD, okay sa DepEd. Merong 6 na programs under OKD. Kasama doon ang Barkada kontra Droga, the education on comprehensive sexuality, mga ganon, no? And we make sure our school as an environment is enabled when there is no gap in infrastructure. Kanina, yung stride presentation ni Yusek Willie Cabral, you were amazed that nationwide, when you click Region 10, when you click Or, when you click Sugbong-Kugon, when you click Kaulayanan in elementary school, nandun lahat yung data. From macro to micro data, they are there in the platform. Yung kanina, Aluran Central School, ang nakalagay doon, Principal Clarete. Nilapitan ko sila doon. Tama ba yan? Sabi na, sir, hindi na po yan tama. Nalipat na po yan ng principal. That's why, what did Yuse Cabral say? Check and then update whether that data stored are not updated. Ganun yun. We will be feeling amazed. and make sure infrastructure. Ano sabi ni Yusek Willie? You're not given buildings because you have reported that you have 26 buildings. When you visited, only 8 schools were existing. Pag-report kasi ninyo, dapat sabihin ninyo, sir, totoo man yun yung 26, 8 di among i-report. But you label, are these DepEd constructed? Are these LGU constructed? Are some of the buildings PTA constructed? Dapat may mga remarks ka because they're looking only at those that are DepEd funded constructions. But they also value partnership, private partnership. So tinitingnan din nila. I hope you'll be able to classify what are you reporting to them. Nagpaamot mo para matukod na and then naka-report na agad doon. And then dapat wash in schools compliance and your school should be child friendly and there is protection of children in that school. When you do that, you have an enabling learning environment in your own school. Tanong, meron ba kayo niyan nito sa eskwelahan ninyo? Build LGU public-private partnership alliances, cluster resource sharing, and peer mentoring. Good luck. Sana meron. Gas-gas na po ang linyang coaching and mentoring. Ang tanong, ginagawa ba talaga yan? And these are supposed to be strategies to enable the environment. Form facilities task force. Share wins best practices across clusters. I remember during the WINS International Convention in Manila, I and Jesnar Torres attended. They were participated by Bangladesh, India, and then in the school visit, we were divided into 3 groups. Jesnar was with me. We went to Pampanga, Bulacan area. There's this elementary school that we visited where then President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo graduated her elementary in that public school. Tapos, kasi wins yun eh. Kasama feeding. Tiningnan ng mga international participants how feeding was done. Naglagot yun ko. Because ang feeding, noodles ang pinapakain. Tapos, hindi man nagkutsara ang mga bata. Gihalop man lang ang noodles kanay sabaw gyanan sa mga bata. Nga, may mga international delegates to the conference na nakikita nila. So tinawag kong principal, bakit ka naman hindi naganda? Sir, kasi sir, sinabihan kami, ipapakita kung anong totoo. Sir, ito naman talaga ang totoo, sir. So ganun ba? Parang nahiya ako bilang Pilipino na nandoon. Ewan ko what was the take of the other foreign delegates looking at that. Kasi nakalagay sa plato, ginanon sa mga bata yung noodles na may sabaw. Di ba, Chesnar? You were there. No? So naano ako, mga practices na yan. Learn the practices of others and copying is not, cheating is not bad. When you copied a good practice, these are supposed to be replicable. No? Ang problema kung wala kay intent of copying. Ayoko mangopya, baka sabihin niya na wala akong alam. Ako, I visited Vicky Gasso. I went to her office in Malaybalay. I see a good canteen. I saw there a parking area na medyo mahaba. Pag uwi ko, bakit ko hindi yan gagawin? Pinahabaan ko pa kaysa kay Victoria yung parking space ng regional office. I learned from what I saw. I went to Roqueta City. Nagandahan ako. May spirituality advocacy sila. Nagpagawa din sila ng grotto. Pag uwi ko sa region, gawa din ako ng grotto. I went to Lanao del Norte. Roy Gasso was the superintendent. Nag-ISO na ang Lanao. Nung bagong uso-uso pa yung ISO. Naglagay siya ng landmark sa harap ng flagpole, flag racing area, yung na sila ISO sila. Sabi ko, ano yan Roy? Ba't mo nilagay dyan? Sir, palatandaan po yan. Reminder po yan lahat ng mga empleyado ng Lanao Division na kapag nakita nila yan, tapos late sila, uy, ISO man mi, yan late man kuron. Kadlok po. So gumawa ako sa region. Ginawa kong 6 victory landmarks in front of the regional office. Nandun yung aming pag-ISO, nandun yung aming pag-accredited sa PRC service provider, nandun yung aming most learning-focused region during the time of Ambriones. Nandun yung aming level 2 na kami sa aming Prime HRM Bronze Awardee. Lahat nilagay doon. Pero mas maganda sa pagkagawa kay Roy. Yung kay Roy pangit, parang ganun lang. Ha? Sa akin, arkitekto talaga ang gumawa. Ginastusan ko. Yung brass plate, 20,000 ang bili nila. Bawat brass plate na nakalagay doon. And again, the purpose is to remind the employees reporting to the office that you have standards to follow in every day that you perform your functions. And who gave me that idea? It was my visit to Lanao. Pwede ka namang mangupya, bakit hindi? Pagandahan mo pa. Oh. I do that. This is an actual sharing of what I do in the regional office. Not all things emanated from my mind. Some of these are benchmarks. Labong sige mong travel, magpasign mo. Benchmarking, Mr. Adto mi dito squan. Benchmarking. Manong mo mo magpalaro nga, you're not part of the delegation, wala kayong function. Benchmarking, sir. Paano ang palaro mangyayari? Bakit mag-host ka ba ng palaro na elementary school ka man lang? Sir, benchmarking. Munang niingon na lang si Secretary Briones Art. Kisa ko'y naghimo ng in English sa benchmarking, ako nang lubaon. Kasi yun ang mga dahilan daw sa mga authority to travel request na pinipirmahan ng secretary. O di ba? So, make sure you have the outputs of your benchmark visits. And I'm not ashamed as director because some of those that I've seen, when I went to South Lakes High School in Washington, D.C., I entered the school, I was amazed. The school is not spacious. And in the grand entrance, the hallway have lighted display of plaques sa kanilang mga panalo sa lahat ng kanilang sinalihan, whether curricular or non-curricular. Pag-uwi sa region, ginawa ko. And when you go to the regional office, in the stairs of the region, you have seen all the plaques of recognitions, appreciations that the regional office has achieved year after year after year. Sino nakapunta na sa region? Pumunta naman kayo. Para makita nyo naman gaano kaganda yung aming office. Para sa una, sa master teacher pa ko, akala ko talaga ako ang may pinakamagandang classroom. Kasi pag mag-district conference kami, sabihin ng district supervisor, after the conference, you also try to visit the room of Arturo Bayocot. You have many things to learn there. Bukad po na akong atay, kalabigit sa akong room. But when I went to some schools in other districts, yung ko, araw ko kumingking sa mga room nila. So, explore, travel, and learn. That's how life should be. Amen. Ambot lang kapod, og sige mong suroy, pag uli, huwag man lang yapon magipanghimo. Balik sa dating ugali, wala namang ginagawa pag uwi eh. Huy, Arturo, hapon na. Next. Teachers' welfare. DepEd now is willing to pay the workloads, the PD alignment, and then the morale. Boosting the morale of our people. This convention, RAEL, is accredited by PRC and you will earn units from your attendance. Yes. Ingon pa ko ni Rani Villamin, the one processing it. Dili nila ni-accredit. Wa sila kuya pay sa akong speakers. Our speakers are not just picked from the streets. So we deserve to get CPD units in our professional developments here. And we promise, we are waiting for the PRC's valuation, but once it's available, we can share you the confirmation. Create peer coaching networks. Ayoko na sabihin yan. Alam nyo na yan. Link teachers to NEA, PD, and the RPMS feedback loops. Kung saan ang RPMS? Results-based performance management system. All these are mechanisms to track our performances and get the credits that we deserve. Next slide. Paspasin na ni kay wala ko'y tingog. Next, attendance to health psychosocial needs. In what are we talking about? Learners' well-being. This is on the 5-point agenda of Secretary. So what do we do for learners' well-being? Make sure that the attendance, health, psychosocial needs are being addressed. Connect with school-based feeding program, and the SBFP now is given so much more budgets in 2026. And they are planning, I hope they can afford to give universal feeding to all students enrolled, regardless whether they are wasted, severely wasted, overfed, or undernourished. No? That's the plan. Kasi pangit naman na kumakain yung iba, ang iba nakatingin lang sa kinakain ng iba. Pati teachers pakainin na. Kasi si teachers wala ding kinakain. Di ba sa YouTube may teacher na, sino ba yung teacher na yan? Taga saan yan? Bisaya man? May siya nga, Ugma, mag-test na ko. Make sure you are present. May isang bata, ma'am, birthday man sa akong kuya, ma'am, absent ko. Ha? Anong absent ma? Ma'am, ingon na ba si mama, ma'am, padalang kag lechon sa lunch. Ha? Padalang kog lechon? Daghanang panit dong ha, kay lami na. Class, sa sunod na lang yutang si Mana mag-test. Napanood nyo yan? O, dumadaan yan sa timeline ko. Ewan ko sinong teacher na yan, nakakatawa. Nagtitext-text siya. Ma'am, nasa principal, ma'am. Class, you read this. What is this? Nagtitext siya. Tapos nung sinabi ng bata, ma'am, nasa principal, ma'am. Dali-dali po siya. Dako siguro siya income anayang pag ayaw ninyo nagsuna. When you are in school, teach. Do not make reels and videos out of your classes. Di maganda yun. You're expected to deliver your teaching and you are finding time to make some reels. Hindi ko talaga type yan. Yung ginawa ng Valencia, na nagsisigaw sila, dahil na-reclass na sila, okay lang yun. Nagsininggitay gyud sila kasi na-reclass sila. In that school, I think most, if not all of them, are being reclassified. So tinawagan ako ng Office of the Secretary, Sir, sa Region 10 daw ito, sir, hanapin mo. Pasubmitin mo sila ng testimonial videos. Yan ko, Jesnar, submit ka agad. Sabi, ayaw po agad, sir. Uy, araw na pong Friday, kaya ako pong ayaw na ilang testimonial video. Pataka lang po na dito, tagabtab. Next slide, please. Efficient learning delivery. How do we do that? Let's take a look at learning delivery. Make sure that we are able to roll out revised K-12 curriculum and make sure we are addressing the learning loss, the learning poverty, especially which was still an effect of the 2-year COVID distance learning. Link schools for shared curriculum mapping, common formative assessments, and create learning hubs for reading, math, and recovery. Let's go back to assessments. Ano bang feeling nyo sa ginagawa ng region na RUCA? Regional Unified Quarterly Assessments. Do you like it? Magpakatotoo kayo. Okay, murag di sila ganahan. Bakit ko ginawa yung RUCA? Kasi marami kasing teacher na nagtuturo in accordance to her comfort. So kahit dito ang ubusin sa first quarter, dahil papatay-patay siya, dito lang yung naturo niya. Ito lang yun ang itetest niya. Pag natingnan nat, lahat man yan. So pag meron kayong unified test, region ang gumagawa, kailangan nyo talagang ituro lahat yon para sa test, hindi mahuhuli yung bata nyo. And the RUCA is not, the RUCA is a grade earning exam. Kasi this will substitute your periodic exam. Di nagagawa ang teacher, di nagagawa sa principal. The region is doing it for you. Di po ninyo tikason, ako ni tikason para ang Kaulayanan Elementary School, ang grado ani sa school, dako kayo. Tapos tinuruan nyo sila. O sinong niloloko nyo? Grado ng bata, kinukuha ang porsyento na yan sa RUCA. So, hindi nyo tuturuan, syempre. Because we do not look at the rankings of divisions in the RUCA. Tapos meron tayong this regional achievement test we call the CBRAT. The CBRAT which was anchored on Adobe. Alternative Delivery of Basic Education Assessments. Next, efficient learning. Future-ready workforce, digital divide, senior high school relevance. Digital divide. Please address those that are less fortunate who do not have the chance to learn by the use of technology. Khan Academy is free. This is supposed to be a very expensive program on students learning through the Khan platform. But because of Secretary Angara's partnership with Khan Academy Philippines, this has been given for us free. Arnel Hinita was once a teacher in New Mexico, United States of America. And Khan Academy was used several years already in New Mexico. When he comes back to the Philippines and learn that this is implemented, this is very good. And in the national awarding, five categories are won by Region 10 in Khan Academy implementation. Two best teachers, two best students, one division which was recognized by Khan Academy Philippines as high performing division. And many of your schools come from it in the Khan Academy. This is trying to help students expose to technology and addressing the digital divide that our schools experience. Connect schools with ICTS, EdTech platforms, TESDA, and industry partners. We have JDVP, Joint Delivery Voucher Program, immersion in industries. These are put in place at our senior high school TVL so that our students are highly employable in case they will not proceed to college and they have earned NC 1, 2, and 3 conferred by TESDA. And this will be their passports to getting employment after senior high school. Tech Showcase and Teacher Digital Micro Credential Drive. Next slide. Maxwell's collaborative leadership mindset. How do we have a mental model or shift our paradigm to have that collaborative leadership in the mind, in the heart, and in the actions that we do? First, I want to win. Shall we all recite? Do it louder. Because winning means production. Next. I want to win and you can too. Because one region, one direction should not allow others to be left behind. If I want to win, you can also win. If I am able to do it, there's no reason why I can do it. Next. I want to win again. And winning alone might be lonely. But winning with you is more fun and more satisfying. And last, I want you to win and I'll win too. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the mindsets of collaborative leadership that will challenge you to do. Next slide. Everybody, as as just stay put, sit down, and our five Mers band will lead us the singing of a song that will inspire us to become collaborative leaders. Alam nyo yung ating five Mers band, they are all school heads. Para alam nyo lahat, school heads po sila, and they are here in RAEL as delegates and entertainers. Mabuti pa kayo kasi nakikinig lang kayo. Sila nakikinig sa session, nagbibigay pa ng ligaya sa inyo through their songs. They are all school heads. Ay, sorry. Meron diyang non-teaching personnel. My driver, my ADA, but majority of them are school heads. Wala pong teacher dyan. So they are delegates. And ladies and gentlemen, as we sit down, let us reflect and sing the song. Get ready with the lyrics. And we will sing it together with, ladies and gentlemen, the five Mers band. Let's see.
Sometimes they just try. Just like a child, but you understand.
Please be seated. The song tells us that we don't have to do it all by ourselves. We have to lean on to our colleagues, other leaders who have the expertise, learn from them, lean on them. Ang kanta ay nagpapatunay na ang buhay ay dapat ibahagi sa nangangailangan. Hindi natin solohin ang ating mga suliranin. Kasi kapag ang kausa ay nagkakaisa, mas kaya nating abutin ang ating minimiti. Next slide. Together as one region. Let us all read. Together as one region with one direction, we build high-performing schools through collaborative leadership. Because in Begotten DepEd 10, we learn and win as one. Mabuhay RAEL 2025!
May we request our regional director to remain on stage to receive the DepEd Norman recognition. Presenting the award is Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Federico P. Martin, and Division of Cagayan de Oro City Schools Division Superintendent and past Region 10 President, Dr. Roy Angelo Igazo. The citation reads, Norman Star Award is presented to Dr. Arturo B. Bayocot, Regional Director, DepEd Region 10, with outstanding performance and invaluable contribution as a resource speaker on one region, one direction, building high performance schools through collaborative leadership during the 2025 Regional Assembly of Educational Leaders with the theme Resilient and Transformative Education from Growth to Greatness in Times of Crisis. given on December 15, 2025 at the Limketkai Atrium, Cagayan de Oro City. Signed, Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Federico P. Martin.
Wow, congratulations once again, RD Art, and thank you. What an exceptional presentation. How about a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Once again, RD Art, our deepest gratitude for your session, which has truly left us wanting more, and we are truly inspired by the depth of knowledge and practical strategies you have shared. For tomorrow, please, divisions, prepare your yells, your chants, and your slogans. Once your divisions are called, please be ready to give your best shot.
Indeed, partner, today's discussions have been nothing short of transformative. While this marks the end of day one, ladies and gentlemen, we assure you that tomorrow's sessions will be equally exciting, insightful, and engaging, packed with ideas that will continue to strengthen our leadership and impact.
Well, looking forward to that, partner. And of course, we are honored and grateful for the opportunity to facilitate this first day of our 3-day regional assembly. It has been a privilege to journey with all of you through these meaningful conversations.
And as we close, allow us to reintroduce ourselves. I am Attorney Canizenia Arazon. Thank you, partner.
Always my pleasure, partner. And thank you also to Sir Woodrow Wilson B. Merida from the division of Balay City, our voice talent, for doing a great job. And I am Ramon Gonzalez Abrera Jr. Together, we proudly echo the region's message of resilient and transformative education.
From growth to greatness in times of crisis, we are your begotten hosts from
Begotten, Debitan, we learn and win as one.
Before we officially close day one of our Regional Assembly of Education and Leaders, we kindly remind all participants to accomplish the Quality Assurance Monitoring and Evaluation QAMI form for today's sessions. The QR code is now flashed on the screen. Please take a moment to scan and provide your feedback. Your insights are invaluable in ensuring that our program continues to deliver meaningful, impactful, and transformative learning experience. Thank you for your cooperation and commitment to excellence.
Yeah, we gonna go. Yeah, we gonna go. Madalang nakikita sa ating ipipikit aking mata. Ngiti ko'y lalong nagniningning sa dilim walang makakapigil. Ito nga pinapangako, hinding-hindi.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly remind all participants to accomplish the Quality Assurance Monitoring and Evaluation QAMI form for today's session. The QR code is now flashed on the screen. Please take a moment to scan and provide your feedback. Your insights are invaluable in ensuring that our program continues to deliver meaningful, impactful, and transformative learning experiences. Thank you for your cooperation and commitment to excellence.
Trying the best from me. Here we go.
Man, am I crazy? Or could she be the one?
We would like to remind our participants to claim